first overall by the Toronto Maple Leafs.
From Zurich, Men's League, Switzerland, U.S. broker, Austin Matthews.
I'd say it worked out pretty well for Toronto.
Matthews, what a luminescent night. 4 goals.
While the world was introduced to Austin Matthews, we also heard names like DeBrincat, Fox, and Brett. You know what these three all had in common? Day 2 picks.
Brett scores! The red-hot Jesper Brett.
Fast forward to today, and we are back in Western New York. And the Leafs got a #1 star again.
Mr. McKenna, we would like to draft you to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
But there still are plenty of gems available on day 2. And if you want my advice, keep an eye on the 6th round. It worked out pretty well back in 1982.
He scores! Tony Granato! That's his 4th goal of the game!
Welcome to day 2 of the 2026 Upper Deck NHL Draft.
And with that, we say welcome to Buffalo, New York in the 2026 Upper Deck NHL Draft, a city that always brings the passion, and no doubt they'll bring it again today. Day 1 officially in the books. Some big names, some big moments, even some big surprises. No surprise who went #1 overall. Gavin McKenna selected first overall by Toronto, and one of those big surprises was one of the biggest Maple Leaf fans out there. A worldwide celebrity, Justin Bieber, making that first overall selection, saying, Mr. McKenna, you have been selected to Toronto. What a day 1 it was, a moment we'll never forget. So what's in store for rounds 2 through 7? We will find out soon enough. As we welcome you inside KeyBank Center here in Western New York, Buffalo, New York, we say hi, hello. The band is back together again for another great weekend of NHL Draft. We've got Tony, we've got Sam, we've got Jason, we've got people everywhere in this building. Books, I'll start with you. 10 years ago, we were in this very building. Toronto had the #1 overall pick. They picked Austin Matthews, a can't miss. 10 years later, they picked first overall again. It was Gavin McKenna. But how important is day #2 to the future of the Toronto Maple Leafs?
This is where you build out your organization, guys, on day 2. So the Toronto Maple Leafs have 6 picks today between rounds 2 and actually 6 because they don't currently own a 7th round pick. To be determined, there could be some more movement on the floor today, some picks changing hands. But if you look back to 2016 and the success that they had, obviously at the top with Austin Matthews, but you need to get more than what they got here in terms of games played and value. Infrastructure in your organization. What does that mean? Sometimes when you draft a guy, a player, a prospect, clearly you want them to pull on your sweater. You want them to be a Toronto Maple Leaf. But equally as important, guys, is the fact that you have to draft, develop, and produce an asset that's attractive to other teams in the league. Why? Because when you get really good and you want to be a contending outfit, those are the types of assets that other teams covet in trade. Rounds 2 to 7. There could be a Tony Granato out there with 4 tucks in 1 game. You never know. And the voiceover, I mean, the guy's a star. Let's hope there's someone like that waiting in the weeds today.
My God. There certainly is. Sammy, what are some storylines you're watching for day #2?
What the ruck is going on here? Liam Ruck goes 22nd overall to the Pittsburgh Penguins in yesterday's draft. And throughout the course of the Combine experience, we had a chance to sit down with them, and it became very clear to me that that is a huge family desire to have the brothers stay together. And why not? 18 years old, they've only ever spent 4 days apart. The fact of the matter is, on ice, I believe they are both better together. Kyle Dubas, Pittsburgh Penguins, they picked 39th. That is right around the spot where I would expect Marcus to go. We'll see if they make that dream a reality for the Ruck family here today.
All right, we shall see. Tony, there is a guy that you like who is still available today on day 2 that we didn't think would be available today. Why?
Yeah, and he's not just a guy. He is a big guy at 6'7" and 235 pounds, a guy that can skate, that I think is really raw. I don't think he's played enough hockey for us to get a really good reading on what kind of player he is, and more importantly, what kind of player he can be. And a couple things. He's playing in Oshawa. He's a player that had the opportunity to play international hockey with Team USA on the U18 World Championship, and that's where I got to see and watch all of his games, and I thought he was very impressive on how he got around the ice. He made plays, but I think once he gets used to using that big body, similar to the way Brian Boyle, one of our network's stars, played, but the other guy that I really like that he can look to is Charlie Stramel. I think Charlie, who played at Michigan State, where Brooks is going to go, I think he's a good mentor for him on his development and the way he's going to grow as a player.
All right. Well, we have a pretty good perch down here on the draft floor, but nobody in our crew has it better than our very own Mike Kelly. What do you see his setup as we check in with Mike? And the only thing he's missing this morning is a blankets and a good book. And Kelly, you have the book on a lot of these guys. How do you specifically evaluate the players that we may hear their names called today?
Yeah, I got a good book on the players down here, but yes, this is an unbelievable spot, JMO. I'm right by the stage. It's fantastic. So I'm going to take a data-driven approach, shocker, to some of the players that were picked here today. And, our company, we provide a draft package to most of the teams in the NHL. This is the type of information that goes into helping them inform their decision-making process. I'll give you one example. Jonas Lagerberg-Owen, who goes to the Senators 25th overall. 93rd was the consensus rank for him. We had him 45th. And we're looking at percentile ranks across all these draft-eligible players. Where do they stack up in certain attributes? Goal scoring, 97th percentile. You know Ottawa likes that. This kid can put the puck in the net. Puck carrying as well. Defending, transition, physicality. A lot of kind of behind the scenes, under the radar type of information that we'll be sharing on prospects. These are the things that teams are looking at, the teams are valuing as they make these picks. That's what I'll be sharing with the group today.
All right, love it. Into the fire with Mike Kelly, a theme throughout day number 2. As we check in with our insider, Elliot Friedman. No fireside chats from Elliot, but this time of the year, his phone is always heating up. Elliot, yesterday, a busy day around the NHL with all kinds of trades. Where are we at here on day number 2?
First of all, where we're at, Jameson, is I need a better agent. I don't have a fireplace here. I got to get someone who can negotiate me a better set. There's a couple of things, Jameson. First of all, number one, Zach Werenski. This has become one that has quickly risen to the top of the NHL news ecosystem. There was a lot of noise around Werenski the last few weeks, but now in the last 24 hours, word that he has informed the Blue Jackets that there's no guarantee he will extend after the next 2 years of his deal, and it's kind of in Columbus's hands of how they want to do it. And they've started opening up talks. They're at least discussing it with other teams. I don't know how I'd handicap the likelihood of it, but as you can imagine, there is interest. Detroit and Philadelphia Dallas and Philadelphia being among the teams that are expected to be very aggressive. We'll see how it turns out. What I understand about how it's going to work is I don't believe Werenski has provided a list of teams. I think what we're looking at here is if Columbus has a deal they like, they will go to Werenski and see if he is willing to approve it. Now, I mentioned Dallas a couple of seconds ago. They have another developing situation, and that is Jason Robertson. A couple of nights ago, the Stars agreed to a trade with Seattle. Seattle offered him 8 years at approximately $15 million. Robertson turned down the offer, but Dallas is still actively trying to trade him. Now, the other thing that may have developed out of this is that what it could mean is that teams may have to trade for Robertson, who's got 1 more year as an unrestricted free agent, without knowing if he will sign with them, and we'll see if anybody takes that gamble. And the final one is Connor Hellebuyck. Depending on who you speak to, yesterday, there were people who thought that a deal between Winnipeg and Buffalo was close. And Hellebuyck had agreed to go to Buffalo. Now, obviously, it wasn't to the satisfaction of the Winnipeg Jets, who really want to try to hit a home run with this deal. But there was a time yesterday where people thought this was going to occur. Buffalo decided the price was too high. I think the challenge now for a lot of these trades is it's not a first-round pick in the immediate draft that you can do anymore. Any draft picks you're doing for first-rounders aren't until next year. Let's see how that changes the landscape. And I know you'll ask about Dylan Larkin. I just want to say I heard last night it was quiet, but all of this stuff can change with one phone call.
All right, interesting. Thank you very much, Elliot. A lot of moving parts there down on the draft floor, and of course, you'll keep tabs on that throughout day number 2. We're going to take a time out here on NHL Tonight from the NHL Draft here in Buffalo. When we come back, the Vancouver Canucks officially on the clock to start round number 2 with the 33rd overall pick. We're back from Western New York next.
Collect top rookie prospects in the 2026 NHL Draft Digital Card Set. Complete the 10-card set for a physical version of the draft's #1 win. Now available on Upper Deck.
Should hold it for now. What should we do?
I know what to do.
You do?
I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we could have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
You're my hero.
Saving the day is easy with CashNet USA.
When you need money fast, be the hero. Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need now.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
The perfect snack box isn't one thing, it's everything. So customize your box, sweet and salty your box, double chocolate your box, protein pack your box, smoothie night perfect your box, gummy bear overload your box, think you ordered too much but you didn't your box. Your snacks, your rules, endless options, zero compromises. However you snack, build your own incredible snack box at nuts.com and get 20% off plus free shipping.
At GovX.com, this is what service looks like. And this, because service wears many uniforms. If you're your spouse served, military, first responders, or government, you've earned more than respect. At GovX.com, unlock special savings on the brands you trust, because your service should be rewarded every day. Over 2,000 brands, thousands of exclusive discounts just for you. Savings for those who serve. Join for free today at GovX.com.
The Carolina Hurricanes, your 2026 Stanley Cup champions. The official collection, available now at NHL Shop, a Fanatics experience.
Which club will make the biggest splash when the market opens? See who goes where when the bell rings on free agent signing day.
I expect he can be a really helpful player for them.
Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network. This offseason, relive recent All-Star weekends, your favorite outdoor spectacles, and classic moments that remind us of the greatness of our game. Saturday hockey highlights this offseason on NHL Network.
Welcome back to Buffalo, New York in the 2026 Upper Deck NHL Draft. You're taking a live look inside KeyBank Center here in Buffalo. The draft board showing round number 2. No names up there. That'll change coming up in about 2 minutes from now when the Vancouver Canucks officially are on the clock to open up round number 2. Folks, we have about 90 seconds here before we get going on day number 2. As far as strategy goes from these draft teams and their tables and whatnot, how does it change for rounds 2 or early here in day 2 as opposed to what we saw last night, round number 1?
So you've worked so hard to build your list, guys, up to this point in time. And yes, the first round sort of was disjointed, but the right bodies, the right players, they did go off the board in round 1. It was just in the order that was a little crafty by every organization. So having said that, you've worked all year to build your list. You stick to your list. It's just bang, bang, bang. Hopefully you've got it in the right order and you keep going down your list. You get the players you want. Now, having said that, I have the experience in the past where maybe Dale Talon takes a look at us and says in the 4th or 5th round, I really want a power right winger, you know, a right shot or someone who can play. He's a left shot D, you can play the right side. Whatever the case may be, we better be locked and loaded and prepared at that point in time to give that player to our general manager. So flexibility is key, but don't stray from your list. You've worked really hard. You've got it in the order that you like at this point in time.
You know, the other thing that I see when you look at all of those lists, and I think we've seen this trend here the last few years, is that you're starting to see players who have gone through the draft once or twice that have been given another chance. Typically, if you go back 7 or 8 years ago, this day was reserved for guys who were once first-time eligible. That is no longer the case. Sometimes guys 2 and 3 times through are getting an opportunity.
All right, we're going to get a little chaos here early off the top, Tony?
Why not? I mean, maybe some small defensemen.
All right,
here we go. To day 2 of the 2026 Upper Deck NHL Draft, where today our clubs will be making 191 selections in rounds 2 through 7 of the draft. So let's get started. The first pick in the second round, the 33rd pick overall, belongs to the Vancouver Canucks. Vancouver, you're on the clock.
All right, so 3 minutes. Vancouver officially on the clock here. 191 picks yet to go on day number 2. Vancouver's locked in, right? They know at this point who they're taking.
Yeah.
That we're not discussing anything here.
Only once in my career has anybody come to day 2 and called timeout to start the day. Which, I don't know what they were doing the night before.
That's a fine.
They're at Bada Bing or something like that. But yeah, they're locked and loaded here, guys. They're ready to go, and they've got a lot of choices here. I'm looking for them to continue to add the character that they're looking for in their group going forward. They're looking for that, right? That new breed Vancouver Canuck.
Well, they hit a home run yesterday with 2 character guys. It started with Caleb Malhotra. You were not going to find it better than that. Novotny, the next one.
Third pick overall in the 2026 draft, the Vancouver Canucks have selected Brooks Rogowski, Oshawa, in Ontario Hockey League.
Jason Brooks-Rogowski, a center from Oshawa in the OHL. He's going to turn 18 just 2 days prior to round number 1 of the NHL draft. So congratulations, he is now 18. He's committed to Michigan State University. The Spartans are loaded for Bear coming up in the future.
I'm almost embarrassed to take this off Tony's lap because he just introduced this kid to everybody. Brooks Rogowski is a monster of a human being. 6'7", 235 pounds. He's going to go back to Oshawa next year. Love his power, like his straight line speed. Hey, Tony, in open ice, if he gets a look at the net, he's barred down.
He is, and that's the part that nobody kind of talked about. And when I first saw him, I'm looking at this guy and just watching him get around the rink. He navigates the ice well, and he's starting to gain confidence in his offensive ability to make plays. And the other part is, with the size, he's starting to be able to use that to protect pucks to be able to get into those scoring areas.
You know what, Tony? This almost didn't happen, guys. You go back to his minor hockey career, there was a point there where things went sour, and he actually was thinking about quitting the game. Instead, he said, you know what? I'm a baseball guy, but I still want to play hockey. What he did was he went to high school to play hockey, and you know who found him there? Warren Reichel's son, Maddox, who at one point was a Canadian major junior player. Maddox Reichel, Bundy Jr., pounds the table with Roger Hunt, the general manager for Oshawa. They end up picking him. Wasn't sure if he was going to come. It turned out to be pretty good for Brooks. First pick here in round 2.
All right, so the Chicago Blackhawks, Mike Kelly, taking Xavier Villeneuve, a defenseman from the QMJHL. His uncle, Steve, played 120 NHL games with 5 different teams.
This is a guy that I thought we might see go in round 1. We had all of those defensemen listed, much of them bigger. We didn't have a defenseman taken under 6 feet last year. So when we were looking at the draft class this year, we saw a couple of guys in Tommy Blyle, Ryan Lynn. They both went yesterday. Villeneuve was the third guy who I thought might go. He didn't, but it's easy to see why he goes here in round number 2. The skill set is unbelievable with this guy. You talk about a guy who can really boogie. His hands are amazing. Books, you and I got to see him in Alberta at the CHL USA Prospects games, and he was highly, highly competitive there. Now, some people have some concerns about his ability to defend on a regular basis. That's going to be a work in progress, but with the puck on his stick, this guy's absolutely deadly.
There's no question about it. Small area speed, small area escapes, power play quarterback. He's full of you-know-what and vinegar. He's a very confident kid. I love the Hudsons, and we'll see where this goes. I love his upside offensively. His routes to kill plays are going to be key at that stature.
Did you guys think last year, with no defenseman getting drafted under 6 feet, that with what Hudson and Hughes and some of the other smaller players are able to do now in the NHL, do you think that's influenced the scouting a little bit to say, you know what, these guys might be somebody we should start to look at to maybe run our power play and maybe be able to fit in our lineup some way down the road? Is that going to help
100% true. It's a great point by you, Tony. And you know what you have to do, Tony? You just have to give him a partner that's going to give him some more time and space as well defensively. You know, just a protection, like a security blanket as a partner, and let them do what they do best, which is move offense.
You can't close the book on those players, but the fact of the matter is you can't have too many of them either. And that's not me just saying that. That's the history. And you look back at the recent Stanley Cup champions, big, bad, bruising, long reach style defensemen. That is in vogue, and I don't think that's going away here, guys.
I know you mentioned last year, not one defenseman taken under 6 feet tall. We've had 3 already so far in this year's draft.
And a few more coming.
Yeah. All right, so New Jersey on the clock, a minute to go here with their time. Sounds like we might have something brewing behind the scenes as far as the trade. We'll have to find out. Last year, that buzzer went off all the time on day number 2. We'll have to see if we get the same kind of fireworks here in Buffalo this time around.
I think they wore out the button last night.
They had to order a new button from Staples or something. Let's see. The deputy commissioner up there close to the podium, but kind of walked away. We take a look at the Devils War Room here from Prudential Center back in Newark, New Jersey. Books, take me through the war room. What's going on? What's being said inside that room right now?
They've got an interesting situation in New Jersey with Sonny Maida coming in and Braden Birch, who's the new assistant general manager there. Braden Birch, this guy's going to be a GM in the league someday. One of the hardest working. I had the privilege to work with Braden, and he's a star on the rise. Now, listen, they had a good day yesterday, the New Jersey Devils, and they're going to continue to look for, I believe, a player type. They had 2 Florida Panther executives that have moved into their organization now. So a little bit of a reset. I think New Jersey is so close to being very, very good. Here, again, if it's a timeout situation, if it's a trade, if it's not, again, player type. Look for the player type. Look for the sort of character that they want to start to insulate the organization with.
Really interesting. The challenge you have as a new GM to come in with scouts who have worked the whole year to build their list and then trying to blend those two things together can be a challenge sometimes. It requires a lot of hard work and collaboration.
The good news there, guys, is Paul Castron, Scotty LaChance, veteron guys who really worked the tour. They really worked the tour hard, and they're very trustworthy. And I'm sure Sonny's going to, look at them in the eyes and say, "Boys, what do we got here?"
All right. Well, the Devils, they were on the clock. Here we go.
There it is.
That's the sound we were looking for. Let's listen to hear what we've got.
Trade to announce. The New Jersey Devils have traded pick number 35 in the 2026 NHL Draft to the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange for picks number 37 and number 119 in the draft. That means Chicago is now on the clock.
All right, so our first trade of day number 2, the Devils sending pick 35 to the Hawks in exchange for picks 37 and 119. What does that indicate to you from Chicago's perspective that they want to jump up just 2 spots?
Well, they had a plan. We talked about it pregame. No, they have a plan here. Kyle Davidson and his staff, and they've targeted 2 players. When you take Villeneuve first, you got a player type, right? A transitional power play guy. We already talked about it. Now maybe they're going to go somewhere along the lines of a power body, something a little bit bigger. We'll see. But they valued somebody early. They already had these conversations. A lot of these conversations would have happened last night, by the way, not just this morning.
With the 3rd pick in the 2nd round of the 2026 draft, from Niagara, the Ontario Hockey League, the Chicago Blackhawks have selected Ryan Rubrick.
Ryan Rubrick, a left winger from Niagara in the OHL. Books, his brother Dylan was a 6th-round pick in 2023 by the Rangers.
Calgary Flames are now on the clock.
There it is. You got the big Tony. You're going to like this guy. He's a big, powerful body, 6'3", 210. You would have seen him at the World U18s in Texas 2 years ago. He's a late birthday, September 25th. Hockey IQ is in place. Skating's got to go to another level, guys. Open ice skating, a little bit more dart and dash there, a little bit more defensive zone commitment. I would like to see more there. That's a choice, though, right? Defensively, that's a choice. Physicality, he's not a power body. He's a big body. But you know what he does? He puts the puck in the back of the net.
Oh, yes.
He's really hard to defend in high-danger areas. And when he boxes out opponents, it's on his stick and off. And you're going to get a look at it right here a little bit. When he moves to the middle of the ice there, quick release. And here it is, more net front. I don't know how a 6'3" body gets that wide open, but he does. And maybe that speaks to his hockey IQ and his routes to get to that open space. I like this pick.
6 skill and shooting ability. This guy's a bit of an enigma when it comes to this draft class because all the way through the cycle, he was projected to be a high pick. Now, some people found some inconsistencies in his game, but when you look at the frame and the skill set, you have to be really excited there.
Well, I can tell you, I bumped into him on the draft floor this morning, and he didn't give me the elbow, but as I saw him coming, I got out of his way. That big body coming down, it looked like he was barreling down the wing as he was getting ready to get to his draft seat. So, good pick by Chicago, and obviously they got a lot of skilled forwards, and the depth in that organization, a little bit of size, a little bit of tenacity-ness, and maybe a little nastiness to the game will help the Blackhawk organization.
Sammy, how about this guy right here, Chase Harrington, picked in the 2nd round by Calgary.
So plays with the Spokane Chiefs in the Western Hockey League. The head coach there is former NHLer Brad Lauer. And a time back in history, Brad Lauer coached a guy by the name of Jake Neighbors. Straight up and down guy who was a really good shooter, more goal scorer than playmaker. Chase Harrington is a similar type player to Jake Neighbors, and he's really flourished under the tutelage of Brad Lauer. You're talking about a guy who plays the game in a manner that we're seeing it being played these days. Hard-nosed, get in, dig, and when I get the opportunity, I'm going to let it fly. And that's what Chase Harrington does, and that's what the Calgary Flames, and we're able to keep a close eye on him there, playing in the Western Hockey League, and not surprising here that he goes in this spot.
The New Jersey Devils have selected Matthias von Hanen from Everett in the Western Hockey League.
All right, so the Devils making their selection.
This is a great pick.
Yes, it is.
So this kid was really young for last year's draft. He's a September 11th birthday. He went through last year. Nice pickup here in the second round. I think Matthias Van Hanen is the second most prolific playmaker in this draft class. I really am true to that belief. He played in Everett this year. His statistical analysis was off the charts. He makes plays all over the ice, competes up and down the sheet, and he's got a sneaky release. So it's not just playmaking, sneaky secondary goal scoring as well.
I was on a line there with Ethan Bear with the Everett Silvertips. They played in the Memorial Cup, and Van Hanen's making plays all over the place. I think it was his coming out party. I mean, he had a really good playoffs as well. Coach Steve Hamilton loves this guy. Guys want to play with him because he finds that area in which to get them pucks in really good spaces. So Van Hanen's a guy who's had a great regular season. Obviously, the opportunity to represent his country as well.
Top six upside, guys. Top six.
You mentioned the playmaking. He finished second among all WHL skaters in assists this year. He had 66 of them. This was his rookie season.
Yeah, he can move it.
All right, so Matthias Van Hanen for the New Jersey Devils at pick 37 overall, and now we have the Seattle Kraken, who are now officially on the clock here.
Nice day for the Kraken yesterday, fellas? Having Chase Reed fall in their lap.
Man. Totally unexpected from all our side anyways, and I'm sure Seattle was the same thing.
With the sixth pick in the second round of the 2026 NHL Draft, the Seattle Kraken have selected Casey Mutrin from the National Team Development Program, USHL.
All right, Tony, Casey Mutrin. He's one of your guys.
He is one of my guys, and as I watched Casey develop the past couple years at the development team, he did play in 2 U18 tournaments. He played with his brother Teddy in the U18 in Frisco last year, and this year he was the captain. And he is a big body that is hard to move. When he gets his position at the net front or he gets the puck down low, defenders bounce off of him. And the one thing that I like that I think is starting to come is the polish around the net. I think he's starting to get a little comfort with the puck around the net. So I think there is some more upside for him to come here in the future.
I like the fact that you're wearing the C when you're playing on a national team for sure. And it was an interesting scenario because his brother Teddy was playing in Moncton, a good program in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League. There was some push maybe for Casey to go there. He didn't. He made the wise decision, and here he is, 38th overall.
In the second round, the Pittsburgh Penguins select Marcus Ruck from Medicine Hat of the Western Hockey League.
Sammy, you nailed it. What the Ruck?
Way to go, boys.
What the Ruck is going on here? I can't tell you how happy I am for this family.
Can you tell the difference in the kids?
One, only when they talk.
Okay.
Yeah, one, Marcus a little bit more nasally. That's the only thing I was able to figure out. The only other difference they have in life really is one likes ketchup and the other one doesn't. And I don't know which one it is. But you have to be really happy for the family. I mean, I think from an agency perspective, from a family and a player perspective, they were really selling the togetherness hard, fast. And honestly, I truly, truly believe that they are going to be better together. They seem to have that telepathy for one another, and I think that's a really interesting dynamic. Now, what might happen here is with Liam already being selected, he's the goal scorer, he is the projected higher player. What does their development path look like going forward? By all accounts, they're going to go to Medicine Hat next year. I would expect, because they're a little bit slight of frame, that a college career, probably together, will happen sometime after that, and then see where it goes once the Pittsburgh developmental team gets an opportunity to really get their hands on them. But there is no question in my mind that the ease of mind that these guys will have being able to play free, knowing that they've both been drafted by the Pittsburgh Penguins, may give them the opportunity to replicate what they did last year. Marcus led the CHL 108 points. His brother Liam 104 points.
All right, you see Mike Kelly in the background there. Mike Kelly, the Ruck twins going to the Steel City.
Yeah, what a great moment for the family. And, you know, as you guys alluded to, Liam the goal scorer, Marcus the playmaker. You take a look at his 97th percentile rank in playmaking among all draft-eligible forwards. Second in pass completions to the slot in the CHL. This guy is a bona fide playmaker, setting up his brother, setting up whoever else he plays with. So it is obviously a huge moment for them, and for them to play together. Fantastic.
The eighth pick in the second round of the 2026 NHL Draft. The Florida Panthers have selected Seamus Agnatavius from Geneva of Switzerland.
All right, Mike Kelly, the Florida Panthers, Simas Ignatavicius, a right winger. Only 2 players from Lithuania have ever been drafted, both first-rounders, Darius Kasparaitis and Dinas Zubras.
Yeah, great moment here. A dual citizen, U.S.-Lithuanian. Obviously plays for Lithuania internationally. Big body guy, well over 6 feet, and he can skate pretty well for a guy his size. A lot of raw tools. Pretty interesting player. See if you can develop him. You see, we had him as a late-ish first-round pick. But the transition 59th percentile shows that he can move pretty well for a guy his size. Good forechecker. Probably projects to be a bottom 6 forward, but a good bet to be an NHL player as well, guys.
You know, I had a good conversation with Derek Brassard yesterday, who was on the same team, and he talked a little bit about what this guy's going to be able to bring to the table. Character is at the forefront, willing to do whatever it takes to get better. You really
Vancouver Canucks have selected Nicholas Aramolson from Örebro of the Swedish League.
Yeah, I put a bone in Ignatavicius, and the fact is, Derek Brassard believes that he needs to come over to North America to learn that style of game because it is so much different in Europe and where he was playing. That may happen as early as next year. We'll see how it plays out with Florida.
All right, Books, how about this pick? Nicholas Jerome Olsen, a left winger from the Swedish Junior League, scored a hat trick for Norway in the U18 World Championship relegation game against Germany.
Yeah, this kid's a shooter. He's got some dart and dash and open ice, and you take a look at his statistical profile with the 20 and the 20. The thing about Nicholas is that the teams that he's played on, whether it be at the J20 level or even when he's playing for his home nation in Norway at the U18 level, they need him to put the puck in the back of the net. So I think he has understated playmaking ability. It's just that the surroundings haven't really provided the opportunity for that part of his game to evolve, if that makes sense. But you're going to see some net drive. He's plenty strong, guys. 185 pounds, drop the leg, take it to the hole, back of the net. Works off the flank. Generally speaking, he likes that side of the ice. He's not a guy that comes off the other side like his weak side. He likes to attack from the strong side, take a step to the middle, and boom, do this, bar down. So nice pick here for the Vancouver Canucks. Take a look at what they've done so far, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Caleb Malhotra, you know, guys that are going to be more complete maybe. Power, skill, offense.
I think any Norwegian player taken, we have to do the Viking row that the Norwegian soccer team has brought over to the United States and Canada as well. All right, so here we are, a couple of picks into round number 2. The Hurricanes, Stanley Cup champion Carolina Hurricanes, are on the clock. How difficult is that for Eric Tulsky and his front office to wrap their heads around this draft here, coming off of what just took place 2 weeks ago, them winning their second Stanley Cup in franchise history? Is there enough time to fully prepare for what needs to happen?
Look at that room, guys.
Yeah.
That's legit.
Yeah, his shirt's on. What's going on? We need Rod the Ball off.
There's plenty of time. It's 2 different lanes on the highway, guys. You're pro, you're in the playoffs, you're doing what you got to do, but your amateur staff has been working exceptionally hard all year long, and they're ready for this day. They don't stray from what they need to get done for the organization.
This is another organization that has synergy, right? It starts from the owner who appreciates what Eric Tulsky brings to the table. Eric Tulsky goes out and gets players that fit what Rod Brindamore wants to do. Taylor Hall, Sean Walker, you wouldn't think at this point in their careers that they would be significant contributors, but they were exactly that for the Carolina Hurricanes in their Stanley Cup run. You look at a player type, they're not afraid to go off the board. They're not afraid to go to Russia whatsoever. They're not afraid to take their time as well. Sometimes the timeout here with the way things go. I like to bust the chops of Eric Tulsky for doing that, but hey, you can't argue because they were the only team this year to do this.
Yeah, their only misstep, I think, the last couple of weeks was not informing Jordan Martinook last night that he was trading out of the first round. He's sitting there waiting. He's got
on his front porch. On his front porch.
And nobody told him they were trading out of the first round.
He's still sitting there.
He's probably still waiting.
And the beer's warm.
They may be moving back again. We shall see. 2 seconds left to go, so their time officially up here. So the last time that happened, it was New Jersey. They traded back 2 picks, swapping with the Chicago Blackhawks. We'll have to see what the Stanley Cup champs are going to do here, Tony.
Well, I think the one thing that you know with Carolina now, if you get drafted and you're in their organizations, there's expectations of how you have to play and how you have to approach the game, how you have to train to be ready for that opportunity. So they've kind of built a blueprint on what they expect of their picks and of their projects that are in their organization.
And they find their guys. And, like, think about the Rantanen thing, right? It could have blown up in their face. And what do they get? Stankoven, who perfectly, like I couldn't think of a better guy to fit what they want to do than Stankoven. Character through the work, works hard, never takes a shift off. And oh, by the way, he's got enough skill. I think he had, 11 tucks there in the
big ones.
playoffs. Like, unbelievable how they've found that blueprint that you talk about and continue to draft towards that. That's really important. What that says to me, though, is that their scouts have to do a really good job in drilling down on the personality and the character of a player. Because if you get somebody who's all skill and flash and dash and walk in like Rico Suave, that's not going to make the cut over there. You got to put your work boots on. You got to get the cinder block up in the air, and then you're going to get your opportunity to play. But it doesn't happen first without having that mindset.
Yeah, even Taylor Hall talked about going there and just having to almost reinvent himself at this stage of his career. I've never had to skate that much, and now I have to under Rod Brindamore, and he said it was an adjustment, but look how that one worked out.
Shocker.
Carolina trade.
After all of our Carolina, here we go. This is part of the strategy.
Yep.
They
have a trade.
They like the trade back.
The Carolina Hurricanes have traded pick number 42 in the 2026 NHL draft to the Calgary Flames in exchange for picks number 51 and number 68.
All right, so our second trade
of Flames are now on the clock.
Day number 2, Calgary now officially on the clock after Carolina swaps pick 42 to Calgary in exchange for picks 51 and 68.
So earlier on, 10 minutes ago or so, I was starting to talk about how I valued, and I think some teams valued, a lot of the same players between 33 and call it 55. Now we're going to get into a range here where the Calgary Flames felt on their list. They had a cut off. A line in the sand is what I call it, and now they invested 2 picks beyond that line. They're cut off because they value whoever this is at 42 just that much, and that's what happens when you build draft capital.
Yes.
You build opportunities to get creative. It's not so much about volume, it becomes about quality after that.
The 10th pick in the second round, the 42nd pick overall, the Calgary Flames have selected from Youngstown in the United States Hockey League, Tobias Trebel.
That's my guy. I love this guy. I think he's the first goalie off the board. We're going to see a run of them start right now. I believe he would be the first goalie off the board. In fact, I thought he was going to end up going in the latter stages of yesterday. Now, when it comes to this guy, he's got the height. Look at that. Every NHL team loves the height. He's a right catch guy, so it provides just a little bit something different, which I think teams like that as well. When you watch him play the game, though, he is calm. He's in position. He takes the puck square to the body at all times. And the other part about him, he gives calm to the rest of the group. All right, he's got so much poise. He gives up a bad one. All right, we'll just take a drink here. We'll get right back at it. What I find interesting about him, Ryan Ward, the head coach in Youngstown, says this guy's super prepared. Like, he'll come into the power play and the PK meetings, and he'll want to understand what both teams are doing in order to identify where the biggest threat might be for the opposition's power play and the vulnerabilities might be in his own team's PK. So really interesting in that he keeps those notes in his locker. He refers to them between periods, and then he builds up a book for the next time he plays that opponent. I love that sort of preparation. Obviously, he's a guy here who has the attributes that NHL teams will appreciate.
With the 11th selection in the second round of the 2026 NHL draft, the Colorado Avalanche have selected Igor Shilov from Victoriaville, the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League.
Sammy, Igor Shilov.
So this guy is an absolutely fascinating character to me. I will say this. In terms of running a power play, this guy has Kucherov-like skills that he has displayed at the junior level. Yes, that is high praise. That's a little bit crazy. Now, we have to discuss the rest of his game when it comes to it, though, okay? When I look at this player, I'm thinking about a guy who's supremely skilled, who at times is a little bit indifferent defensively, is a little bit indifferent on the backtrack. He comes to the USHL. This guy put up 82 points this year, 7th in the league, the best amongst all rookie scorers in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League. So that skill is there. There's no question. Absolutely deadly in the power play. And for this guy, he's got that escapability. He protects the puck for a smaller stature guy as good as I've ever seen at this level. He can win faceoffs. Like I said, on the half wall in the power play, look out, absolutely deadly. The rest of the game has to come a long way for him to be able to get the minutes commensurate to give him the opportunity to be able to produce in the power play. That will be the challenge, or as you like to say, Books, the opportunity moving forward.
So it's an opportunity for sure. You can't teach skill, Tony. He's got that in spades. The thing about it for me, guys, is this is where I stick to my staples. And he's going to an organization. He'll be challenged in Colorado because they have a high standard there. But skate, think, compete, and then your skill will rise to the occasion. If you start to waver at all on the relentless compete at the NHL level, your skill never has a chance to materialize. So he's going to have to go to another level in some of those categories. They're taking a shot at it here. It's well worth it at 43.
Huge fan of Chipotle, I read as well. Fell in love with the restaurant when he was in the USHL in Green Bay. So he's probably already searching the Denver area for the locations of other
That's where I think Chipotle started, in Denver. That's where their headquarters were. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Burrito or a bowl? What kind of guy are you?
I'm a bowl.
All right.
I'm a bowl.
Yeah.
I go bowl too. Simon Olivier, Matthew's dad, was his head coach in Victoriaville, and so he was urging him, hey, take a look at my son here, right? This guy's, he's buff, he's beef, he's ready to rock and roll. Shilov could take some of those signs from Big Matthew there in Columbus.
All right, a theme building here as we wait on the New Jersey Devils. Devils and Canes taking up a lot of their time, if not all of their time. So, Tony, while we wait on the Devils pick here at number 44, Tobias Treble, first goaltender taken off the board here on day two.
And again, it's a Logan Thompson type of goaltender and how he plays. I think the one thing that you said, calmness, I think his ability to be square and be able to be calm in that position is really something I admired in watching him. So, again, the goaltenders, generally speaking, we're going to see a lot of them today.
Yeah,
we are going to see a lot
of
run
here in the next few weeks.
New Jersey's made their pick. With the 12th pick in the second round, the New Jersey Devils have selected Nikita Sherbakov from UFA Junior and the Russian Junior League.
Okay, so
this is
Nikita Sherbakov.
Next order is selection.
I had him in the first round, late in the first round. He's a big rig, fellas, and understated offensive ability. So this kid, agile. He can make plays with the puck. He's not overly punishing physically, but he's rangy and he takes up space. His routes to do things, I really like it. So this is a very interesting pick. He actually has top 4 NHL upside. He really, really does. And on straight lines and the way he skates, this is a really good pick at 44.
With the 13th pick in the second round, the 45th pick overall, the Anaheim Ducks select Jaden Kurtz from Rogers High School in Minnesota.
Okay, Jaden Kurtz, selected 45th overall by the Anaheim Ducks, Tony.
Yeah, this is a player that's going to head to the University of Wisconsin, so I have had a close eye on him over the past little while. He did get to play some games with the Chicago Steel, started to make that jump from high school to the USHL, which is a really big jump. But he's a kid that's a good puck-moving defenseman, skates well for a big kid. He's 6'3", 194. He gets around the ice really well. And the thing I like at him, and again, it's been high school level, he finds a way to get the puck past that first shot blocker in the offensive zone and get it down towards the net, and for his forwards to make tips and screens and rebounds off of that. So I really like this pick. And again, he's a kid, again, he was on our depth chart as far as where we thought he'd go. We thought he'd be later in the day, but he's a young player that doesn't have a lot of experience at the higher level, but he is heading to Wisconsin. He will play a couple years of juniors before he gets there, and he's got a good chance to be an impact player.
Selection in the second round of the 2026 NHL Draft. The Los Angeles Kings select Liam Lefebvre from Chicoutimi of the Quebec Maritime Juniors Hockey League.
Sammy Liam Lefebvre, a centerman from Chicoutimi in the Q, tied for second among all Q rookies in goals this season with 32.
So this is a guy who's already gone through the draft once, and we talked about that a little earlier in the show, that the opportunity for some of these players who've gone through once or twice can have an impact. So when I look at this player, I'm thinking about, all right, look at the 59 games, 32 goals. That automatically pops for me. I think he's a guy who's remade and reinvented himself. The fact that he got moved from Rimouski to Chicoutimi and ends up making a long playoff run and then ends up going into the Memorial Cup, you start to see things where he's able to produce and play with that little bit of physical edge when the games matter the most. And I think those extended looks into the spring, when your team's playing for a championship, they haven't won a championship in Chicoutimi since, I don't know, 1995. and he was a big part of getting them there and getting them to the Memorial Cup. So I really like this pick here. He got a lot of late love, and what it tells me is, especially to the young people watching out there, if you don't go in your first year of draft eligibility, keep on keeping on. Learn to self-identify, learn what areas of your game need improvement, and then get after those areas and allow your coach to give you the opportunity to get this chance.
With the 15th pick in the second round of the 2026 NHL Draft, the Detroit Red Wings have selected Victor Plante from the U.S. Under-18 team in the National Team Development Program, USHL.
All right, Tony, Victor Plante, left winger from the NTDP. His dad, Derek, played 450 career NHL games. Older brothers, Max and Zam, have both been drafted already, so it's a family affair.
It's a family affair. The Minnesota Duluth is a family affair.
Look at it.
They're all going to be there together next year. And Victor plays similar to his brothers. He's just a smart hockey player. He's one of those undersized players. You can see right there, he's 5'10", 165. He is on the puck. He knows where it's going. He anticipates when anything gets around the offensive zone and there's a loose puck. Who's on it? He's on it first. So I think, as a smaller player, you have to think the game better than the bigger guys. You have to be creative on how you get to the positions to find those loose pucks and be around that. But he can make plays. He had a good U18 tournament, and I think, these three brothers together at college, I'm going to have fun watching these guys.
Fun. And Duluth is just a fun place to watch college hockey. No disrespect to the Wisco Badgers there, Tony, but it is really fun up there.
And it is in Madison, too, just so you know.
It's great in Madison. Actually, Madison's one of my favorite college towns on the tour. I got to admit, I love it. Anyways, getting back to Victor, you hit it right on the head. Up and down the lineup type of player, right? Energy, secondary offense, maybe better than that. I think he's got another level to pop still offensively, and when he gets to the college level eventually here, it's going to be interesting to see what his trajectory is. You know what you get, Tony? Consistent compete, like every night. You don't have to wind this guy up. Maybe he's a Chris Draper type of player. That kind of a guy at worst. And then I can see the value here for the Detroit Red Wings.
Great kid, great family. Mom, I believe, is a Hall of Famer at UMD as well for basketball and softball. So it's not just dad and brothers, it's mom as well. So what a family.
So
good genetics there.
Yesterday he's in the stands and he's supporting his teammates. And one of his best buddies is Chase Reed. When Reed got picked, this guy went nuts. He was sitting up in the seats. And I think that's really cool to support. I hope Chase stuck around to see Victor get his day in the sun here.
Interesting to see the Red Wings with the 2 picks, right? Kind of local sort of talent.
Pick in the second round of the 2026 NHL Draft, the Florida Panthers select Ryder Cali from North Bay in the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, folks, Florida Panthers, Ryder Cali.
So when you start to talk about a player type, and you're going to hear a little bit of that now as we get further in the draft, this kid plays like his hair's on fire. I love the fact that he gets after it physically and up by 6'1.5", 214 pounds, fellas.
It's a ring.
Hockey IQ, the skating is there, shot, offensive zone. He's going to be average to average plus that way, but he's going to be detailed defensively. This kid's a Florida Panther. He bleeds the way that the Florida Panthers are building their organization below what they already have at the NHL level, and that's a hard-out type of a player. I love the way he plays, and he was great towards the end of the season, whether it be at North Bay here, making a play off the rush, or even at Team Canada at the end of the year when he had to play a depth energy role. So this character type of player is it's just a nice ad. You like to have him.
I like that fit that you talk about, Books, because when you identify a player type and you go with it, we saw it with the Carolina Hurricanes, Florida now very much in that same mold. And what it says to me is the player can go into that organization and feel really comfortable about being what he is. He doesn't have to try and be a goal scorer or a playmaker. He needs to be that up and down guy, and the organization is going to embrace exactly that.
With the 17th pick in the second round of the 2026 NHL Draft, the Los Angeles Kings have selected from Trenčín in Slovakia, Adam Golyer.
Oh, wow. Good.
You like that one, do you?
Yeah, this kid went through at the World Juniors. I'm sure you recall, Tony, like this kid here.
Next selection is the Anaheim Ducks.
6'1", 200 pounds. Kingston's second round in the entry draft or the CHL European draft. Hockey IQ's off the charts. He played pro in Slovakia this year at Trenton. It was interesting at Trenton at the U18 Worlds because that's his home rink, and that place was electric for the U18 World Championship. What an awesome environment. First round upside. He really does have it. He's got second pairing upside. Skating to me at times, I hate to use this adjective, but I'm going to use clunky a little bit at times. I want to see a little bit more. I want to see it smooth out a little bit. But his brain is in place. His brain is in place. He's got better than secondary offense. We'll see where it goes. But potential top 4, right, Shakti?
Of the Western Hockey League.
Anaheim taking Mathis Preston here. He's a right winger from Vancouver of the WHL. Folks, he scored 4 goals in his first 5 career WHL games at the age of 15.
Another
good start.
Another guy that I thought was going to sneak into the first round. Love his two-way energy. A little bit of a hiccup. It's not an actual disease, draftitis, but some kids go through it a little bit in the draft year. They're not exactly the best version of themselves. Mathis Preston got traded from Spokane to Vancouver. He ended the season on a high note, representing Canada at the U18 Worlds. Energy, compete, two-way guy, can play up and down the lineup, rip a puck from the weak side flank on the power play. I really love his character. I'm really happy for him as well. He bookended his season. He was really good at the Lincoln Gretzky last summer, and then he was really good for Canada at the Worlds. A little bit uneven in between, but speed, tenacity, and this. He knows how to put the puck in the net as well.
Yeah, folks, you talked about there's 3 or 4 guys already that you thought would have been in the first round. Does that mean this is a deep draft? Do you have this as being, or is it heavy in the middle? What do you, if you look at the big picture of this draft?
Well, so that drops to 50. Yesterday on the broadcast, I was saying 25 to 45. Where I was splitting hairs between guys. Now we're in the 50 range. So
the Carolina Hurricanes have selected William
Curious, so that's at 50, and I had it like a 28.
The Swedish
Another
League.
guy we both had in the first round.
The hack, you said, huh?
Yeah.
William Hawkinson, a defenseman out of the SHL. He won gold with Sweden at the 26 World Juniors. NHL comparison, Braden McNabb, is that fair?
Wow.
I don't know if he's as heavy as Braden McNabb, but there's a defensive acumen to his game. There's no question about it. So, Books, we fell in love with this guy at the World Juniors. He just did everything right. He was on the right side of the puck. He's eliminating his man. He's getting back to protect the net front. He's making a really good, solid first pass. And every now and then he would choose an opportunity in which to jump up onto the rush. He has skating ability. You know, of course, the concern would be, and playing in the SHL really difficult at this age, is he going to be able to produce at a level where you can find a spot for him? For me, even as a 5'6" guy, or a complimentary guy to a guy who likes to get up and go, he's perfect in that role. So a little bit further down, definitely, than where both of us thought he'd go.
This kid's a monster. He kills plays. He's a leader. He plays exactly the way the Carolina Hurricanes value their players to play, and I really, really like the character of this kid. Like, honestly, I had him on one of my mocks, I had him inside the top 25. He's a Matthias Olin kind of a player.
Nice.
For reference.
Like it.
All right, so William Hackinson going to the Stanley Cup champion Carolina Hurricanes at pick number 51 as we await Edmonton, who is now officially on the clock. And how big is this weekend for Edmonton as far as that future? And yes, they're on the clock now, but big picture, they're also on the clock as far as their superstars up there, right?
Yeah, pretty fascinating dynamic that we've seen go on there. Of course, the hiring of Mike Babcock, and you have to wonder if that changes just the lean maybe in terms of what you're looking for. From a player type, right? He has a very specific player that he wants playing for him and the way he wants to play and go about his business. I think that would be in line with the existing infrastructure that was already in place in Edmonton, but I do think that that's something you just got to keep sort of in the back of your mind.
I'm going to kind of lean a little bit differently. I'll go yin to the yang there. This player might not see Mike Babcock. Like, it's going to be a while here for whoever they select. These players in this range, guys, are going to be 2-3 years out from turning pro and impacting the organization in a positive professional manner. So it's going to take some time. But this is, again, going back to the beginning of the show, this is important to build for the future, to build that interior of what you're going to need moving forward. Layers and layers, and Edmonton requires that.
Well, when you expend all of your draft capital in a win-now mode, this is the first time they're picking. And here, where are we? Pick 52? You're darn right, this is an important pick for the Edmonton Oilers.
Absolutely.
And they are taking their time with it. You can see under 30 seconds here on the clock. Tony, as we await to see what Edmonton does, and who knows, maybe moving back here with a potential trade with somebody, but where is Edmonton at, in your opinion, here with some of the moves they've made this offseason? How imminent is success next season? Otherwise, it could get ugly.
I think it's real imminent. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. When Connor McDavid said, I'll sign a 2-year deal, but in that 2 years, he wants to see some sort of progress, that there's a reason for him to stick around. So I do think the Mike Babcock hire was the right hire, considering that way everything kind of was laid out for them this summer. And we have a trade. I like that sound, too.
You like that? Yeah.
I like that.
We got our tracks. Let's listen.
The Edmonton Oilers have traded pick number 52 to the Tampa Bay Lightning in exchange for picks number 58 and number 133 in the 2026 NHL Draft. As a result, Tampa Bay is now on the clock.
All right, so the Bolts on the clock here at pick number 52. Edmonton trades back that pick in exchange for picks 58 and 133.
Edmonton came into this draft with the 2nd, the 3rd, a 6th, and the 7th. So obviously you want to increase your capital, you go and do that. Meanwhile, Julian Brisebois, he's sitting back in the weeds there, and for the first time in a long time, they have a full complement of picks. A 2nd, a 3rd, a couple of 5ths, a 6th, and a 7th. So the opportunity for those guys to move up and identify a player that they really like, they're using that additional draft capital to do that.
Yep, similar to what the Calgary Flames did earlier.
Yeah.
Same sort of strategy, and they clearly have a player in mind here. And Tampa Bay Lightning guys, they just keep coming, don't they? They find guys, they develop guys, and then they enter their team.
How important is this weekend? Hold that thought. Elliot Friedman, our NHL Network insider here on a busy weekend trade-wise. Elliot, our first time chatting with you again. What's the latest you're hearing?
All right, so Jameson, we have another move out there, and this involves a player. The Toronto Maple Leafs have traded Brandon Carlo to the St. Louis Blues for 2 third-round draft picks. So Carlo spent about a year and a half in Toronto, coming at the trade deadline in 2025. Moves on now, fresh start for everyone. As the Maple Leafs try to redo their blue line a bit, and St. Louis, which added Mason McTavish yesterday, adds another NHL player, Jameson.
All right, Elliot, thank you very much. So Brandon Carlo going from Toronto to St. Louis.
With the 20th pick in the second round, 52nd pick overall in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Tampa Bay Lightning select Oleg Kulibiakin from Halifax of the Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey League.
All right, Books, you want to take a gander at the pronunciation here? Oleg
Kulibiakin.
Nailed it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go.
It's my Polish roots there for sure. Hey, this kid, 5'10.25". What a season he had in Halifax, guys. 29 tucks, 44 assists, using a variety of roles. My scouting partner, Paul Gallagher from the Pro Hockey Group, really likes this player. He thinks he's got third-line NHL upside. Hockey IQ's in place. The skating's got to go to another level for the size, okay? So we're going to look for more power. At 178, you're hoping he's going to get stronger physically, and that's going to open up more space for him with his legs. He can really shoot it. He's got great offensive awareness and vision. You're going to see some of it here. He goes to the hole, backhand. You know, when this type of player plays in the Quebec League, similar to Sheilov, they generally have success because they're so crafty, Sammy, with the puck, and they got that offensive acumen. But again, it's just going to be predicated on his skating. Tampa Bay, like when they look at what they have in some of their Russians, I don't know, a guy named Kucherov, and they look at guys like this, they say, geez, if he can even be half of that, we're going to be pretty happy, right?
Flyers have selected from Everett of the Western Hockey League, Brett Liskey.
All right, Sammy, Brett Liskey, a defenseman from Everett in the WHL, tied for 4th among all defensemen in points during the WHL postseason with 17.
Yeah, and that's he's a late riser, this Brett Liskey. So you talk about a guy who comes into the Western Hockey League. He's got all kinds of hype to him. He plays. There's a guy by the name of Terrence Smith who's an NHL draft pick. Terrence Smith gets hurt. All right, and they need someone to go play alongside Landon DuPont. Liskey gets that challenge. So he's a right shot guy who ends up being able to play the offside. And as the playoffs continued, he started to put up more points, commiserate to what he had in all those games in the regular season. And then he goes to the Memorial Cup and he becomes a standout guy there. See him walk down the wall, no problem, get it to the middle of the ice, block a shot, eat a puck. I'll do that as well. Defend with some power in his game. He can do that. So there's a lot of different elements that Liskey brings to the table here for the Philadelphia Flyers.
All right, Mike Kelly, how about Thomas Galvis a defenseman from Czechia who was passed over in the NHL draft the last 2 years, but congrats to him. He gets picked here in 2026.
Love this pick by the Pittsburgh Penguins. We had him 2 years ago as a 4th rounder. Surprised he didn't go, but here you go. Anyways, this guy's a great skater, thinks the game really well, snaps a good first pass. Like you said, he's been through the draft twice, but you look at his puck carrying, 99th percentile among all defensemen, playmaking above 90th percentile as well. He defends well. Extraliga Defenseman of the Year, really well in the World Championship for Czechia also. So really like this pick by Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Mike, we talked about him a lot this morning before this draft, that he was one of our guys that we were looking forward to watching to see where he went, but had a real good World Junior Championship, and internationally he's been outstanding and undersized, but he can play.
The Toronto Maple Leafs have traded Brandon Carlo to the St. Louis Blues in exchange for picks number 73 and number 76 in the 2026 NHL draft.
All right, so that was what the Elliot Friedman check-in report was all about. So, Brandon Carlo going from Toronto to St. Louis. He talked about getting Mason McTavish. So, where do you think the Blues are heading?
You got to, from the Toronto Maple Leafs side, like Carlo, you got a steady Eddie type guy who can slot properly there.
With the 23rd pick in the second round of the 2026 NHL draft, the Calgary Flames have selected Alan Shaikhly-Slamov from UFA in the Russian League.
So just put a bow on that. Brandon Carlo was traded from Boston to Toronto. Going the other way was Fraser Minton, really good in that conditional first-round pick that we were talking about at the draft lottery. So the Maple Leafs move off of Carlo. They're trying to get younger on D and a little bit more mobile. Carlo does have that mobility. Now he's starting to be in the back nine of his career. He'll fit perfectly into St. Louis's program. And the Toronto Maple Leafs get a couple extra lottery tickets there in round number 3.
All right, Books, how about the Flames' latest pick here at number 55, Alan Shaikhly-Slamov, a right winger from Ufa Junior in the NHL.
Yeah, so he played in the NHL there in Russia, and he was over a point a game. He's got good size, 6 foot and a quarter, 190 pounds, stocky, strong. Secondary offense, guys. He's a support player. I personally had him as a minor league recall, but because of that skill and the compete and the size, he's going to add depth to the Calgary Flames lineup, and he's going to have time on his side.
Now, the interesting part about drafting out of the MHL, if you feel really confidently about your people that you have there, and there are select people that are really good at their jobs there, and then there are others where you have to really lean on the video, and you have to lean on maybe your network of people that you're talking to so that you can do a bit of a deeper dive. I think Calgary's pretty happy with what they have in terms of their scouting acumen.
His off-puck play is already responsible, so I guess that's a little bit of an anomaly for some of the Russian guys who are just pure skill, so he's already got that in place. One thing I do want to point out, too, is he's a really late birthday for this draft class. He's 7 days, I'd have to double check, 7 or 8 days away from being in next year's draft class, and that matters, right? Yeah. You got more runway there ahead of yourself to develop further.
All right, so that is the Flame selection here towards the end of round number 2, as the Boston Bruins now officially on the clock here at pick
Boston
56.
Bruins have made their selection.
And here it is.
With the 24th pick in the second round of the 2026 NHL draft, the Boston Bruins select Yuri Ivanov from Spartak of the Russian Junior League.
All right, so the Bruins selecting Yuri Ivanov at pick number 56. Next on the clock is the Carolina Hurricanes. You can see a Bruins fan in attendance here in Western New York in Buffalo. Day 2 always attended well by the fans, and Buffalo, a city that certainly loves to celebrate its sports teams and whatnot, and they are showing out in a big way here.
Yeah, they picked up J.J. Peterka yesterday, so they're busy trying to make their team improve over the summer. I think that's everybody's goal over the summer, is to make sure that your fans, your players that are coming to training camp know that your organization is putting forth the effort to improve your team. And then certainly Boston with that trade yesterday and adding Peterka, and maybe some more moves to come.
Fascinating, though, that Peterka goes from Buffalo. He goes to Utah, and then a year later, Utah moves off him. Fascinating stuff for Peterka. But when you watch him going back to his draft year, there are a lot of things to like about that player.
Just for point of reference, guys, like Ivanov is another goaltender that just went off the board there. So there's some guys still waiting around. Brady Noling from the U.S. Team Development Program. I'm waiting on him. We'll see what happens. But Ivanov's a big body. He's one of those Russia is developing goalies. They are developing goalies. They have a unique way of doing it, and Ivanov is another wave of that big, athletic, butterfly kind of hybrid guy, and worth the wait, maybe, for the Boston Bruins.
I feel the same way about Czechia. Tribal, Czechia and their goaltenders are really starting to develop in a neat way. I know there's been some North American influence in that regard as well, so we'll keep an eye on that typical run of goalies. We haven't quite seen it like we expected after Tribal was taken.
Ivanov, if he was born 4 days later, he would have been eligible to be selected.
That's what I mean.
So coming that close.
Very young. The one difference between the Czechia and I'm telling you, when you watch international play, it's interesting to see a goalie from Czechia. I know the Russians aren't there, but some of the European goaltenders, the Russians are generally wiry, more athletic, more active in the crease, and then you're getting some of these other guys that are more blocky and big. It's just fascinating to see how they're developing and what the athletics or the athleticism in different pockets of the world. What it looks like. It's
you talked about the uniqueness of the Russian development system right now for goaltenders. What is that, and how does that differ from maybe some of the other nations that have prolific goaltending development, like Finland or even the United States right now?
Yeah, so what they do in Russia is, and it's obviously a massive country, but they identify the goaltenders, the high-end goaltenders in different pockets, different regions all over the territory, if you will, and then they put them in MHL programs that have a VHL team and a KHL team, and they nurture that development. But what they do as well is they pluck them out of that development timely, like 3 or 4 times throughout the year. They all bring them into a goalie camp, a Tretiak-style goalie camp, and now they analyze what's working well, what you need to work on, how we can coach you up. So it's like we feed you out, you develop, you come back, we reassess, we give you homework, you go back out, and it's got that synergy, and it's a year-round thing, and it's really working.
Yeah, I think that's important. I mean, it's important to learn off each other. I think the U.S., David Lasson, the goaltender coach for Team USA, does the same thing. He brings them into Michigan, and they do their little goalie camp. They teach them what other goaltenders are and their tendencies are on how they're starting to improve in that position. And then they go back, like you said, and they work on their game in their own program, and then they come back again to revisit and see what the progress is.
Like the U.S. national team development program with their goaltenders, you look at some of the guys that have come through have been very, very good.
All right, certainly have been. Let's see here. Hurricanes on the clock. Their time has...
I feel like a trade's coming,
hit
guys.
0, yeah, no. Usually when Tony's talking, we get the trade alert, so I'll have you just vamp for like 10 seconds, and we'll be fine here. Let's see what Carolina is thinking. Their time is officially up. So what do you think? Trade back again? Are they...
I think their list looks a little bit different than most, so they don't see their player. Why not get more picks?
There it is. Here we go. Called it.
A trade alert. Let's listen.
The Carolina Hurricanes have traded their pick number 57 in the 2026 NHL Draft to the Montreal Canadiens in exchange for picks number 61 and number 125 in the draft. Montreal is now on the clock.
All right, so the Habs moving up to pick 57. Not well received here by the faithful in Buffalo. To be expected. We heard some news last night when the Leafs were on the clock. You'll have a good old-fashioned friendly rivalry, and the Buffalonians here certainly appreciate that and respect it as well.
When you trade back from 57 to 61, guys, it means you have a minimum. I mean, I don't want to overstate the obvious, but you already have 3 guys on your list that you really like. That's not a drop, a long drop, so this is good business. You just drop a few, I'll pick up another one, and I'll keep going. Anytime you got 2 or 3 guys, you'll run that out 50-50, maybe better odds to get your guy.
With the 25th selection in the second round, the Montreal Canadiens have selected from Victoria, the Western Hockey League, Timothy Runso.
All right, so Montreal moving up to get Tim Runso, a defenseman from Victoria. Jason, in the WHL, his dad Andre was a hockey player turned Hollywood stuntman and actor. He's appeared in things like The Walking Dead and whatnot. So I don't know. How's that for synergy?
That is actually pretty cool. You know, and it mirrors Runso, the way he plays the game. He's a versatile guy, 6'2", 186. Hockey IQ, skating. You see a lot of 80s on this, and I want to clarify something on these cards. This is in relation to their peer group, guys. This is not in relation to a current NHL player. It's how they pair up against their current peer group, and this is a good risk here for the Montreal Canadiens. He played a lot of hockey this year in Victoria. I think he's a third-pairing D on projection. No problem there.
With the
worth the value. They traded up. They liked him. He's a right shot.
The Edmonton Oilers select Rudolf Brzezalkins from Muskegon in the United States Hockey League.
I just put a bow on Runso. So Keaton Verhoff, he leaves Victoria with his 21 goals in a 16-year-old year. He goes to North Dakota, right shot defenseman. Runso steps in there and surely benefited from the absence of having Verhoff in their lineup. He gets more minutes, more situations, ends up with the Montreal Canadiens, and now Bruce Collins. I really like this pick as well. Watched him a little bit at Muskegon. You saw him at the World Juniors. Another Latvian goes. Latvia just continues to push the ball forward with their developmental program, and this is a country that's on the rise now. It used to be a must-win night. Not so much anymore.
The Dallas Stars select
Rudolph, he goes by Rudy.
We like Rudy better too. I think he's really good hockey sense, awareness on the ice. He can play in all situations. 6'4", big body. I mean, when you get a power forward like that can go up and down like he has, I'm excited about it. And I know Greg Brown, the coach of Boston College, is excited about it as well because that's where he's going.
So you can see Rudy throwing on the Edmonton Oilers sweater while he gets suited up in his new threads. The Dallas Stars just made their pick here in round number 2. It's Jacob Vanachuk. Tony, a defenseman from Tri-City in the WHL, led all WHL rookie defensemen in goals this season with 14.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's steady Eddie for me. He just, the confidence grew as the season came along. He plays in the World Championship there, the U18. He leads the tournament with 3 goals. So you saw him when the puck was coming up the ice. He found ways to arrive at the right time. And he's got a quick little wrister and he gets into the scoring areas as well. So he joins at the right time.
Taking a look at Rudy here from where he's playing for Muskegon.
Big kid, huh?
Big kid, up and down the ice. They got a nice program in Muskegon. They do things the right way there, and they're pumping out players.
They are pumping out picks, yeah.
All right, next pick is going to be Toronto. So we heard some friendly jeers for the Montreal Canadiens, and we assume we'll get a few of those when the deputy commissioner takes the podium to announce this pick at number 60 overall. And we talked off the top, Books, just how important, this weekend is, but specifically day 2, rounds 2 through 7 for the future of Toronto and what direction they want to head and head quickly.
They clearly like this draft, guys. They're loading up on picks. They're trying to make an impact right away, the new regime there in Toronto. And John Chayka likes volume.
With the 28th pick in the second round, the 60th pick overall, the Toronto Maple Leafs select Alexander Bielecki from Kitchener of the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Alexander Bielecki selected in the second round by the Toronto Maple Leafs. Mike Kelly, as you see Alexander hugging his family and friends, and what a moment it is for him here in Buffalo.
No doubt. Good skating defenseman. He's quick. He's got good offensive instincts. Consistency, the defensive side of the game, things that he will look to improve. I talked to Kitchener GM Mike McKenzie about him, and he talked about how much his stock rose. Had a great second half of the season, had a really good playoff, the Memorial Cup champs. I thought he could go as high as an early second round pick, but here he goes to 60. It's a good pick for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Dallas defenseman Miro Heiskanen loves how he skates and sees the game, so he kind of emulates a little bit of that in his own game.
I think it's really important that when you get high leverage viewing, so for example, Kitchener goes on to win an Ontario Hockey League championship and then they end up going on to the Memorial Cup. The pressure is big, the stakes are high, and when you can perform in those situations, as Bielecki did in both occasions, now you're finding a player that can handle that sort of thing, and you hope that that's a translatable asset that he can carry forward into the National Hockey League in his career there.
Two-way transitional D. The transitional part of it is on the rise. He's really good with the puck, guys. Like, he sees a play, he zips it tape to tape, he can join as an extra layer.
What's that moment like? We see a lot of these kids coming up, getting their jersey on for the very first time. You take me through that. We saw your highlight off the top of the draft show here. What is that moment like the first time you get to don an NHL sweater?
Yeah, mine was in my first game for the Colorado Rangers in the minors, because when we were drafted back in 1982, there were no big draft stages like this. You got a phone call after the draft and said, hey, by the way, you were selected by the New York Rangers. So my first time putting on that NHL sweater was for the Colorado Rangers in the IHL. And it is, an unbelievable feeling. First of all, you get some swag that's sent to your house. You get a Ranger T-shirt and a Ranger hat. You put it on for the first time. You think you're pretty cool walking around town with that. So I can imagine these kids feel the same.
29th pick in the second round, the 61st pick overall. The Carolina Hurricanes select Viggo Sorensen from Boro in Sweden.
Tony, Viggo Sorensen, centerman from the Swedish 4th League. No player has ever been drafted into the NHL from Sweden's 4th-tier league until now. He won gold with Sweden at the U18s.
We go.
We went.
It's a great name for a hockey player right there. Again, a little bit undersized at the U18s, 4 goals, 2 assists. He helped win the gold medal for Team Sweden, but he scored the opening goal in the gold medal game, so he wants the puck on his stick in the scoring areas, and in big moments he wants the puck. So I got a little bit of Zach Benson when I watched this kid play. He sticks his nose in there. He sticks his nose in there. He wants to be part of it. He's going to be engaged in the game. As an opponent, you know he's going to show that he's somewhere out there and be that agitator.
He was awesome.
I got a lot of time for him.
How rare is it to come from the Swedish 4th-tier league that we just talked about?
Philadelphia has made their selection with the 30th pick in the second round. The Philadelphia Flyers select Martin Slovalek from Karlovy in the Czech Junior League.
All right, so Philly making their selection here at number 62, Martin Slovalek.
So this is another goaltender. I want to put a bowl on Sorensen's old guys. He played in the 4th division, close to home. He's a type 1 diabetic. For medical reasons, he wanted to make sure that everything was what it needed to be. That's why he played close to home, and he really popped off at the U18 Worlds for sure. But here we go into another goaltender. Huge. Look at the size here, guys. 6'5" and a quarter, 183 pounds. Positioning, this is an area of concern that I'm monitoring. And why am I monitoring it? Because when you're 6'5", if you get outside of your posts, guys, if you get a little bit too active moving east-west outside the blue paint in your mind, you lose your size advantage. Why? Because you've got to track further back to make a second save. He's athletic. He's big. You can't teach size. We'll see how it goes.
All right, he led all goaltenders in the Czech U20 League in wins with 31 and games played this year with 42.
The last pick of the second round of the 2026 NHL Draft. The New York Rangers select Benjamin McBeth from Calgary of the Western Hockey League.
All right, folks, Ben McBeth, defenseman from Calgary, the WHL finalist for the WHL Rookie of the Year. His hockey nickname, I like this one. Sammy goes by this too, Beefer. What a name. You liked Viggo? I like Beefer better.
This is a great pick for the New York Rangers. Honestly, I had him way higher on my list than he popped off this year in the Western Hockey League. This is a kid that's going to benefited from. He was already committed to go to college, to go to Denver, but because of the new CHL agreement, he goes to play in the Western Hockey League for 1 year. Hockey IQ, skate, being used in all situations. And you know what happens, Tony, to high-end prospects like this when they go to Denver? They get better.
David Carl.
Holy
cow, does he do a good job developing?
If David Carl's not the best coach outside the NHL, I don't know who is, with all due respect, and I say that respectfully, but he just wins and he produces players. And this kid here, he's on the rise. He's got top pairing upside, all situations.
All right, round 2 officially in the books. Ben McBeth right there putting on his sweater for the very first time. Quick timeout here, and then we're back for round number 3. Flames on the clock at pick 65. We're back from Buffalo next.
Collect top rookie prospects in the 2026 NHL Draft Digital Card Set. Complete the 10-card set for a physical version of the draft's #1 win. Now available on UpperDeckEPAC.com.
You're at the starting line for your next event. 4imprint has the right promotional gear, bottles, bags, hats, and tees delivered on time to energize your customers and your team. Race now to 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
Ever wanted to brew the perfect beer for game day? Meet Pinter, the home beer system built for sports fans. Fresh beer, brewed and tapped by you. As simple as brew, chill, tap, done. Craft 12 pints with every brew. Crisp lager, juicy and hoppy IPAs. Pinter is the ultimate game day teammate. Bring the stadium atmosphere home. Get your friends over and pour fresh beers. Get yours free now when you join our flexible beer plan. Go to pinter.com/sports to claim your offer today.
This is the story of the one who knows that being ready for the unexpected comes from having a partner like Grainger, whose professional-grade products and next-day delivery help ensure that he and his team are prepared to rise to every challenge, so he can be confident that he has what he needs when he needs it to help keep patients safe and happy. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You have no idea how long Marvin has waited to sing like this. But with his new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, he's back under the bright lights, right where he belongs. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Big room booked again? Easy Cater always has options. Learn more at easycater.com.
How's that feel?
Been hoisted, but the season isn't quite over yet. Stay tuned to NHL Tonight for the latest on the draft, awards, trades, and the official opening of free agency. NHL Tonight on NHL Network.
Welcome back to the draft in Buffalo. Round 3 officially underway. 2 picks already in the can here. Joe Gidla to the Flames at 65. Samu Alalari going right after that to Chicago. Books. Gidla, we know that last name. Some bloodlines in this draft. Dad Jerome, Hockey Hall of Famer. Brother Tej, 6th overall in 2024. The first pick in Utah history. Does Joe play like Dad at all?
Joe's his growth has been a little bit slower to arrive than his brother has, but you know what he's got? He's got competitiveness, he's got hockey sense, and he's a really driven athlete. So we'll see where this goes with him. I think he's more of a bottom 6, tenacious, sort of responsible two-way guy, and going to Calgary, no pressure, kid. Nothing to say here.
Looks like Dad there in that picture.
He does, for sure.
Tony, how about Samu Alalori, a defenseman from the Pelicans Junior of the Finnish Junior League? He was named the 23-24 U18 SM Rookie of the Year. Some other players to win that: Jesperi Kapanen, Jesse Puljujärvi, and Kaapo Kakko.
Some good names there. He led the Finnish team at the U18s with a goal in 3 assists and 5 games, so he can score a little bit, but he's more recognized for his two-way style play. He's got a physical presence to him, a 6'2", 210, big kid. And this guy, I thought I would go a little bit higher, so I think the Blackhawks got a good pick in that spot at 67. I had him way up in the 30s, so I think the Blackhawks did quite well there.
All right, how about the Rangers, Sammy, taking a goaltender here from Gatineau, Denai Shaikov. What do we know about him? He played 50 games his rookie season. That marked the second most games played by a rookie in Gatineau history.
Kazakhstan born. There have been 3 goalies from Kazakhstan that ever play in the NHL. 3 of them were drafted. They're not the same guy. So some guy signed as free agent, ends up playing here. So this is a guy who's got some athleticism to him. He never gives up on a play. He goes into a Gatineau team that's on the rebuild here. So he's getting tons of minutes, tons of pucks. Really good for his development here. I know there were a lot of guys in at various times to see him. Gatineau's a pretty easy place to get to. It's not too far from Ottawa. They tend to play on different days than the Ottawa 67, so you can get into that area and see multiple games over the course of a weekend. So again, now you're looking at a situation. We talked about some of those goalies, the Russian goaltending drafting and development, or the development program that they have there. You get in, and most important for goalies is A, playing games, and B, as you get drafted, finding a slot in which you can continue to play more games. Like, let's be honest here. The average goalie takes about 7 years from his draft before he's able to have any sort of impact in the National Hockey League level. So what does that mean? You can't draft too many of them because you have to have them to play, but you also want to have enough of them that in the event that someone gets hurt or doesn't quite work out, that you have that next guy coming in the pipeline. We're seeing at the National Hockey League level right now, basically a 2-goalie system for most teams. We saw it in the playoffs for a lot of teams as well. That's just the way that we're moving right now because of the stress, the travel, and all the other things that come along with it, including the mental acuity.
From Regina of the Western Hockey League.
All right, so the Canes taking their time, but in the end, they choose Zachary Lansard at pick 68, Sammy.
Yeah, so Lansard, right shot guy, 68 games this year at 56 points, all right? Looks into the postseason, picks up a couple of more goals there. He was named the Rookie of the Year last year, and what you want to see is a guy who comes into the league and then finds that steady improvement. Here he is playing against Swift Current. Regina is a place, as we know, where Connor Bedard came from, getting the opportunity to continue to develop. But again, you see a guy who goes from Rookie of the Year, what's your next act? What do you do next? What do you come back with that you've taken from year one into year two? So Lansard is a guy now who's definitely inspired by the unfortunate passing of his mom, Pauline, courageous battle with cancer, and a guy who's going to be definitely motivated by that. His dream comes true here today. You love to see that situation come to fruition from a small town in Manitoba. We'll see what he's able to do with it and take his career forward, but gotta love those kind of stories, guys.
Core values, guys. Carolina, core values. Not the biggest guy, but tenacious, competitive, fast, up ice fast, creates turnovers, and then when he gets a puck around the net, he knows what to do with it. So that's a Carolina Hurricane in a nutshell.
Speaking of the Carolina Hurricanes, Sammy, you were talking about goaltenders and identifying them and developing them. But a lot of teams out there looking for the next Brandon Bussey. How does a guy like that fall through the cracks?
Yeah, it's amazing. So you just continue to do your work, and it's your pro scouting staff, right? Like, we're all talking about the amateur side of things here, but your pro scouts are so important because when you can find a guy like that,
with the
that's home run type material at
Toronto Maple Leafs
no
selected
cost.
Ethan McKenzie from Edmonton of the Western Hockey League.
All right, good folks. Ethan McKenzie here.
I really like this pick. So here's a guy, again, who's benefiting from the rules, the rule change, if you will, when the CHL and the NCAA decided to go the way that they did. Late bloomer from the Edmonton Oil Kings, really came on the radar this year, made Team Canada.
Yeah.
Junior hockey.
Which was a big surprise for a lot of people.
Yeah, it was a big surprise for a lot of people. He plays the game the right way. He plays it hard in both directions. Understated offense. I don't know that his offensive metrics are going to be the same at college or pro, but the fact that he gets around the ice the way that he does, guys, and that he can play a responsible kind of all-situation brand of hockey.
Made their selection.
I like that for Toronto Maple Leafs. And he's not an easy out physically. Like he's not the biggest guy, but he's a game.
I know Mike Kelly likes him as well. Kel's passed over in the draft last 2 years, but a draft combine standout this year, top 10 in 7 different events.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you where else he was top 10 in the CHL among all defensemen in zone exits, zone entries, beating defenders one-on-one. That shows his skating ability. We had him projected 47th overall, so we obviously like Ethan McKenzie and his player profile. But again, like you talked about, guys, blossom this year, good with the puck. Probably see him as maybe a number 5 defenseman in the NHL, but there's a lot to like about his game.
All right, Kels, thank you very much. The Preds like Dmitry Borchev. Books, he's another goaltender from the MHL, finished third among all U18 MHL goaltenders in save percentage this season, .929.
Yeah, 2.25 goals against average. So another Russian goaltender here. This one's a little bit different for me. So his positioning is on time. There's no question there. Laterally, he's very quick. His low net coverage, his high net coverage. I think that this kid has got 1A, 1B starter upside. That's how good I think he is. So this is a great pick for the Nashville Predators.
With the 7th pick
it's worth the risk here because I don't think as risky as it appears at number 7.
A lot of people had him as the first goalie off the board.
They did.
There is that.
All right, how about the Winnipeg Jets pick here? Samuel Reinek.
Next pick belongs to the Ottawa Senators.
Samuel, what a moment for him. Stands up, the hugs. the congratulations and then makes his walk to the stage.
The goaltenders union is on full display here.
Here we go, right?
This is how it rolls out. So Samuel, big rig. You can see him there, 6'3", 190 pounds, left catching goaltender. It's for Sammy. You know, you saw him too at the U18s with Slovakia, and I think the bias a little bit leans towards the way that he finished the season. He's really competitive. Again, butterfly, athletic type of a style. At times, you're going to see him right there tracking. He gets above the paint and not so much in the paint sometimes. And so I'd like to see him just refine it a little bit more as he ages. But he catches it. He sees it. He's on time athletically. He's got great feet.
Yeah. He's got great hands, too. He scored a goalie goal for Fargo on March 28th in his 8th career USHL game. So
how about that?
He can do it all.
How about that? Goaltender goal and drafted.
The union has evolved, fellas. They do it all now.
The 2026 NHL Draft. The Ottawa Senators have selected Adam Nemec from Sudbury, the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, we know that name. Talk about bloodlines. Simone Nemec, the older brother of
next order of
Adam
selection
Nemec.
belongs to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
72 overall to the Ottawa Senators, Sam.
You know, at times what you see from players is that they're selected in the import draft and they don't necessarily come over to play for their respective teams in the Canadian Hockey League. But then you see that they're playing pro, they're not getting the required minutes. Maybe they feel like they're getting buried into a bigger, older lineup. Well, for this guy, he comes over after the World Juniors. It makes it a little more convenient. He's already here in North America. You know, you've seen his brother get traded here. And then you come in and you get into a younger lineup. You get playing with your peer group and you start to experience success. Over a point per game here for Nemec. You see his 21 assists there, so he can score a little bit. He can make some plays. And a guy who's not afraid to help out on the defensive side of the puck. So you also, I think when you're looking at players, you also appreciate what the bloodlines are. Like if the brother's gone through it, what's it like? He's gone through some hard times and adversity already. He can be a real good guiding light for his brother.
All right, so Adam Nemec going to the Ottawa Senators at pick 72. Now Toronto back on the clock here at pick number 73. What do you make of the pacing so far on day number 2?
Let's go to the Leafs because, you know, obviously the changeover in management, change in coaches. You got to remember they won a minor league championship, and so they do have prospects that have progressed well enough to win a championship. So they got some assets in their organization to go along with the draft, to go with the new management style that's in place. So Maple Leaf fans, you got to remember only a couple years ago you were a goal away from beating the Stanley Cup champions and maybe winning a championship yourself. So they fell fast. They can climb back, and they're going to have to scratch and claw to do that, but I don't think it's that far away as many people would anticipate.
I agree with that. There's certainly enough there on that roster already. Last year was an anomaly by a lot of those players underachieved last year.
Selection in the 3rd round, the Toronto Maple Leafs have selected Zach Olsen from Saskatoon in the Western Hockey League.
All right, you can see the Leafs fan there. Yeah, he likes it, I think. Zach Olsen.
He's not a fun guy to play against. He's hanging out with Colin Priester, the general manager of the Saskatoon Blades. He had some of his draft-eligible guys in to celebrate this important day, but he's not a fun guy to play against. This is a guy that plays in an organization, Saskatoon, that continues to develop really good players, and you'll see him get in between the paint here. No problem. Has some finish to his game. All right, yeah, we can do that as well. Just be a little patient. Wait for the goalie to get out of position and go upstairs. More from Olsen. Where are a lot of these goals coming from? They're coming from between the hash marks. You want to see your big guys be able to get down there, not only to get open and available, but to be able to finish like Olsen did. His 18 goals, 16 assists, decent scoring profile. You have to like the height, the size, the fact that he's a right shot guy, and the fact that he will bring some physicality to the game.
You mentioned those 18 goals. How about 4 of them coming in one game against Moose Jaw on December 9th, and not just in one game, all 4 goals coming in the second period. So when it rains, it pours, and he buries them.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Yeah, he was feeling it too. He was feeling it that
certainly was. But feeling also, it right now too. What a moment for him and his family getting drafted.
And another one of those type 1 diabetics. They'll have Max Domi to help support him in that regard.
The 2026 NHL Draft from Red Deer of the Western Hockey League, the Avalanche select Beckett Hamilton.
Okay, Beckett Hamilton, centerman from Red Deer in the WHL. Sam led Red Deer in scoring this season with 62 points. He scored 3 goals in 5 games for Canada at the 2026 U18s.
I love players who self-identify, okay? And so when I'm looking at Hamilton, I had a chance to speak with him at the Combine, and he said, I'm just telling you, I've been on the radar here a little bit, but this year I really flourished. Mark Hapshide was the head coach in Red Deer. He's got all kinds of head coaching experience. So Hamilton felt very comfortable and then really started to come along. He is a self-considered late bloomer and understands that the process takes some time. Sometimes you get players who come up through the minor system, they've been really good, and they want to push the ball forward quickly. Oh, I have to get here quick. I have to achieve this mark. This guy's not like that. He identifies that what his career wants to be and methodically going about how to get there. An Avalanche organization that will really appreciate the guy's ability to play a two-way game, but also the self-identification, knowing that he's going to put in the work to get to the next level.
NHL draft. The St. Louis Blues have selected Luke Shire from the U.S. Under-18 team, National Team Development Program, the USHL.
Okay, Tony, Luke Shire, defenseman from the NTDP. Hometown, Charlotte, North Carolina. Grew up playing for the Carolina Premier Hockey Program. He is committed to Boston University to be a Terrier in the future.
Well, a U.S. defenseman that played for the U18s. I thought he was the most reliable D there. I really was impressed with his play. And I think he's got really good upside from the standpoint that he's a bigger kid. And the other thing that he's done really well, he's gained confidence offensively to be able to walk the line. And again, when you're a defenseman and another right-handed D, it seems like we've had a lot of right-handed D picked in this draft already, but he finds a way to get that puck through to the net. So I think offensive side of things, there's a lot more upside with his game.
I thought he led by example overseas at the U18s at the end of the world. Like, he was really competitive, and when he jumps out from his crease to defend in the corner on the half wall, he's got some aggression there.
And nastiness.
That's right.
So there is Luke Shire adjusting the hat. Got to make sure that thing fits just right. And family and friends, the pictures, the moments they'll never forget. And what a moment it is for that young man right there, donning the St. Louis Blues sweater for the first time. I love that. Love that stuff. Never gets old.
Never gets old at all. And, and a big part of it is the family was along for the whole ride. They should be here today to celebrate. Yeah, they should be here to celebrate it. They should be proud and know that they were part of this whole
rides, the car rides at 6 a.m. when they're
about that,
young and stuff, right?
But the baseball stuff, you got that with your kids.
It is a journey for every hockey parent out there or any athlete's parents. Like, the investment, the time, the sacrifices, like it is, you don't get here without all of that.
The stress.
The stress that goes along with it. What I'll say to that end is, and this is a much larger conversation, but I hope some of the general managers out there that are sitting at home and watching and having all their people there, that they reconsider coming back here to continue to give that great experience to the kids who are drafted.
All right, the Leafs making Vance Goodmanson their selection here in the middle of round number 3 at pick number 76, Tony.
Yeah, 6'3" defenseman. Again, won the gold medal with Team Sweden. He had 4 assists and led Sweden with a +8. He's on the ice in key situations, and he just does things right. And simple decision maker, good skater. As a defenseman, you want reliability. You want someone that you go over the board, you know what you're going to get, and that's what he gives you. Every shift, he plays the same way. He can play in all situations. So I think he's a really good pick. Vance Goodmanson.
His dad, Matthias, played hockey in Sweden and Norway for 10+ seasons. So his dad, international experience, and Mans hoping to do the same, follow in dad's footsteps and maybe play over here in North America professionally as well. The Rangers are on the clock.
We saw a record number of Swedes taken in round 1 yesterday. Boots, you and I talked about it a lot. Their under-18 team really playing the game the right way.
Next selection belongs to the
Goodmanson is another guy coming out of the Swedish international system. That's someone who's obviously very highly thought of, but it's amazing how they just continue to pump out players.
Sammy, how about Charlie Morrison here for the New York Rangers? Their pick, defenseman from the Ramparts in the Q, NHL bloodlines. His great uncle Dan Bouchard was an NHL goaltender, 656 career games played from 1972 to 1986. He is committed to play hockey at UConn.
You see a lot of flashes in his game. He spent some time injured this year, and he's made the decision to go to college. I would have liked to see him get more games because of the injury and playing with Eric Veilleux and the Quebec Remparts. They're a team that's gotten younger. You saw Maddox Dagenet drafted his teammate yesterday, and they're on the rise. The ability to get games and just hold off that college career just for a little bit longer to get the mileage, I think that's something that Morrison could require. And it's interesting, again, you talk about your minor hockey career, you think you're one thing and maybe you're something a little bit different. I think this guy is going to identify eventually as a good skating, puck-moving defenseman who's going to have to be very hard to play against. I think right now, just finding what his niche is something that Morrison is going to need to continue to work on.
All right, Books, how about the Canucks selecting a goalie here in Dmitry Evchenko? He is from the MHL, recorded 4 shutouts in only 19 MHL games this year. 11-5-1 record with a .922 save percentage.
Yeah, so here we go again, guys. Another Russian athletic butterfly style. He's active in the crease, so this is a guy that they're just going to have to settle him down a little bit. Statistical analysis is fantastic. Does it translate to the next level and then the next level and so on and so on? Time will tell. But he just needs to be, another guy needs to be refined, right? He just needs to be dialed back a little bit. Super competitive athletic goaltender.
Another one, 6'3". When are we going to see the Mike Richter, Mike Vernon again at the 5'10", 5'11"?
The Dustin Wolf.
The Dustin Wolf. There you go.
Red Wings have made their selection with the 15th pick in the 3rd round of the 2026 NHL Draft. The Detroit Red Wings select Mikko Urshula from Prince Albert of the Western Hockey League.
Here come the goalies.
The goalies are coming, Mike Kelly. What can you tell us about this guy at 79?
Well, some goalies have already gone off the board, obviously. He was our 2nd-ranked goalie in the draft, so we think highly of him. And if you take a look at his percentile ranks, slot shots, inner slot, rush shots, pretty good. These are dangerous shots that he is very good at stopping. He's a big guy, 6'4", 225 from Czechia. Undrafted last year, 28-4-4 record for Prince Albert in the Western League. Like I said, he handles those difficult shots well. Need to work on his quickness in the net as he faces increased competition in his career. But he's got a lot of those kind of raw tools. And like I said, we liked him a little bit higher than he went here. So good pick.
All right, he was named a finalist for WHL Goaltender of the Year. You liked him, the Red Wings liked him, and that is their selection at pick 79. Quick timeout here. The Kings on the clock in the middle of round number 3. They are on the clock with pick 80 coming up next.
Collect top rookie prospects in the 2026 NHL Draft Digital Card Set. Complete the 10-card set for a physical version of the draft's #1 wing. Now available at UpperDeckEPAC.com.
Relive these past playoffs one series at a time. All the intensity.
What a brilliant play.
All the big goals.
Overtime winner.
All of one series.
Sparkling save.
All in a row. Series in a day. On NHL Network Daytime.
No, not now. Yeah, dude, that doesn't look good. I know what to do.
What's that?
I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, I can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Oh, nice save.
Saving the day is easy. With CashNet USA.
When you need money fast, be the hero. Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need now.
This is a story about the one. The one who looks to Grainger to make sparks fly. Getting it done right is a craft. It takes experience, the right material, and the right partner like Grainger with a wide range of professional-grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every product Brunt makes is named after one of my buddies in the trades who inspired it and helped us design it. Matt Marin, Union Drywaller, needed a wedge boot with serious comfort. Tony Tora, Army veteran and jack of all trades, needed a pant that's built tough and versatile. And John Shevlin, contractor and business owner, needed a work hoodie that performs in any situation. Every step of our design process revolves around listening to the guys who actually do the work, because they've earned a seat at the table.
Carolina Hurricanes, your 2026 Stanley Cup champions. The official collection, available now at NHL Shop, a Fanatics experience.
You know these players, maybe even seen their highlights. Now you can see the full games that defined the careers of some of hockey's greatest.
There's been so many great moments.
Superstar Summer Tuesdays on NHL Network Daytime.
Welcome back to Buffalo. We're officially in the middle of round number 3. A couple of picks gone while we were away in commercial break. But Mike Kelly, one of those guys selected the LA Kings at pick number 80, Blake Zielinski, centerman from Des Moines. He is the winner of the Gaudreau Award, an honor now bestowed upon the USHL player that best embodies the legacy of the late Johnny and Matthew Gaudreau.
Yeah, I like this pick for the LA Kings. You see, we had him 53rd, so obviously we think they're getting good value here. This is a hard-nosed forward. He drives the net. He plays hard. Under 6 feet tall, so not the biggest guy in the world, but he's not intimidated on the ice. He goes to the gritty areas of the ice. Take a look at his percentiles here. Defensively, 90-plus percentile. Physical, 80-plus percent. So he's got that element to his game. He's committed to Providence College, and our data comparable. So when we look at data of NHL players, not to say he'll be this guy, but what attributes remind us of a player. Ryan Hartman's the guy that comes up, and watching him, I see that in him as well. So like this pick here.
All right, Kels, thank you very much. After that, Jason, how about Thomas Harenko here, centerman from Nitra over in Slovakia?
So Thomas had a fantastic World Junior Hockey Championship over the holiday season representing Slovakia. He's a little bit light, guys. He's a skilled guy. His hockey IQ leans offense more than defensive commitment. But again, you can teach that. He has a low ranking by my staff because of that. He just doesn't engage quite enough yet. And he's never going to be a physical specimen. He's not going to run anybody over. But he craves the puck offensively. He wants to make plays on the power play. He'll work the half wall, and he can be dangerous that way. He'll sneak up and bite you.
Yeah, and I like this kid a lot, and I really like what I think he's going to do in the future. I think he's going to come to Western Michigan and play for Patty Ferschweiler, who I think is one of the best coaches at developing kids as well. So if that is the case, I think the kid's got a smart head on his shoulder to recognize there's areas of the game he needs to improve, and who better than Pat Ferschweiler to help him along to do that.
Speaking of running people over, Sam, how about Ryan Chudzinski, who was just selected 82nd overall by the Anaheim Ducks? His dad, Rob, was the head coach of the Cleveland Browns back in 2013. So they'll just run you over in the I formation on the ice, I guess.
Works over at BC. His brother plays football over there. But Chudzinski's a guy, again, who's a difficult guy to play against. He gets under your skin. You see there's some goal-scoring acumen there. And it's interesting. The Moncton Wildcats, for whatever reason, have a really good pipeline of American-born players that go up there, and they really like to play in that town. And you look at his numbers here in the playoffs, also really good. So, again, we've talked at length about performing in situations that are most critical. Chudzinski did that. 71 PIMs plus 30. You have to like those metrics as well. But again, he'll get under your skin at times, and then when you leave him alone, you get distracted. He ends up putting it in the back of the net. Again, not afraid to go to the net front.
All right, so 3 picks have just gone by here. And round number 3 is Yellow Kings are taking their time. No more time left on the clock, so that indicates that maybe a trade is coming here from the LA Kings perspective. Who knows?
Can I just put a bow on the Thomas Harenko conversation? We might have something coming up here in a minute, but
you ask, you shall receive.
I'm telepathic.
Way to go, folks.
Trade. Yeah. The Los Angeles Kings have traded pick number 83 in the 2026 NHL draft to the Minnesota Wild in exchange for picks number 89 and number 153. Minnesota is now on the clock.
This might be the first they're picking in this draft, Minnesota.
It is.
Yeah.
Moving up from 89 to now 83, so Minnesota officially on the clock here. A lot of irons in their fire as far as trying to attract some big names across the NHL, but we got to kind of supplement that with the draft, which they've done a decent job of throughout the years as well.
They absolutely have.
Minnesota has made their selection with the 19th pick in the 3rd round of the 2026 NHL draft. The Minnesota Wild select Adam Andersson from Leksand from the Swedish Junior League.
Adam Andersson, centerman from the Swedish Junior League. Jason, he won the gold medal at Sweden at the U18s. His goal versus Slovakia held up as the eventual game winner. Not too bad.
I really like this guy. He's a monster. 6'4", 218 pounds. Updated. It says 205, but he's since been updated at 218 after the combine. Hockey IQ, skating. Secondary, potentially depth offense, but he'll kill penalties and he'll lean on people physically.
Drafting in his own mold there.
Oh, man.
Bill Guerin.
Power style.
The guy
hard
gets
player to play against. This guy's, he just gets after it. I love that about him.
All right, Tony, how about Malcolm Gastreen, left winger from Modo of the Swedish Junior League. Older brother Milton was a second-round pick by Washington in 2025.
And just traded last week to St. Louis, so we know that family well. And, you know, for him, I think he's just one of those relentless workers. He's a forechecker. He's on the puck. He's young for this draft as well. One of those players that has that longer runway, but a little bit undersized at the 5'11". We're seeing a lot of those forwards in that same type of body frame, and I think he's one of those guys that comes from a place where Peter Forsberg and the rest of that beautiful little Swedish town, that small town that the Forsberg and Hedman and the Sedin twins came from, and Naslunds. A lot of history in that town.
No kidding. No kidding. It's a very proud hockey community at Modo for sure.
All right, so you take a look at Malcolm Gastreen and some of his specs here. Scout speak. Well, that went away quickly, but you saw it on the board and what he's kind of bringing to the table or the ice, so to speak. The deputy commissioner back at the podium here as the Toronto Maple Leafs are on the clock. They've got about 2 minutes to go here in round number 3.
Volume, for the Toronto Maple Leafs, guys. Volume. They just keep rolling out these picks in this draft class, and they need it. They did come off the American League Championship this year, which was great for the Ben Danfords and the Easton Cowans and the Arthur Akiyama, the goaltender there. Keep an eye on that because he's on the rise. He had a fantastic playoff.
Is that Artie?
Artie, yeah.
That's his nickname, Artie? I've heard about Artie.
Calder Cup champ, Artie.
Did you see our Maple Leaf fan there in the crowd? I think he's added a clipboard to his
taking notes.
Willie Desjardins, line 1.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Is he officially?
Yeah,
Has he moved himself into the front office here?
That is commitment.
Look at that. He's charting. He's tracking. Okay. He may have a spot on our
John Chaika sent a spy in. He sent in a spy, just dressed him in plain clothes.
He's waiting for the pick.
He wants to be in that room, not here with his clipboard, but that is some.
That's one of Leach's guys
right there. Yeah,
he's got them all hidden.
Listen, I haven't seen Mark Leach walking around an arena with a clipboard in my career. I'll tell you that.
All right, he's dialed in. They're dialed in, and everybody here on the floor inside KeyBank Center awaiting the Maple Leafs in their pick here at number 85 overall. 30 seconds to go.
You know, Tony, you talked a little bit about the American Hockey League and their Calder Cup, and what Toronto has done, like a lot of kind of bigger markets, higher spending teams, is they supplement their prospects with older, more experienced guys to get an opportunity to win, because winning is just as much as part of the development as what your skill set is. Learning how to win, knowing what it takes to win is a skill. And it's a hard thing to teach because there's so much in a lot of times not in control of what happens. You are with your AHL team.
NHL draft. The Toronto Maple Leafs select Juuso Anasto from Jokerit of the Finnish Junior League.
All right, Books. So Toronto takes their time, but they go after a goaltender here, Juuso Anasto. He won the 2025-26 U18 SM Serie Championship with Jokerit.
Another big goaltender. What can you say? 6'4", 200 pounds.
She's like some.
Yeah, you know, in this region here, guys, like your goaltender, your evaluator, Curtis McElhaney, for example, for the Toronto Maple Leafs, he's going to take a long, hard look at Juuso, and he's going to say, okay, I love his foundation. What can we work with? I have to be honest with you and say that I believe he's a depth prospect at this point in his development. But having said that, he also has a solid foundation to build upon. He's really big in the net. He needs time. He needs a long runway, so it's worth the risk that way. He's a 2008 straight up. There's just some, again, I keep coming back to some refining to do with that size, his crease composure, and his presence.
The Pittsburgh Penguins select Pierce Bowie from Owen Sound of the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, the crowd going wild for Pierce Bowie here. Left winger from Owen Sound in the OHL. It was like Pierce, a lot of family and friends in attendance today. Sammy led all OHL skaters in power play goals this year with 19.
Is wicked on the power play, and this is a guy who gets after it. Like, he's got that fast twitch thing. Both with this, there's Ethan Belchez picked yesterday in the first round. That's really cool that he stuck around. 68 games. He's a dual threat guy, but really good in the power play, like you talked about. So he gets around the ice quickly, good off the hop in terms of his first step, a little bit on the smaller side. So this is a guy who made a lot of noise early in the draft cycle this year. You see him get to this spot. It fits Pittsburgh's typical draft profile, a smaller, skilled guy who's really smart, playing in a small place like Owen Sound. Became a big star there. You see him just look around, no problem. I'll get that second opportunity. I'm not giving up on this play. Thank you very much. So again, you're betting on what the skill looks like as it continues to develop. One thing that I saw at the Combine, though, like for a slight stature guy, he was ripped and performed well in a lot of the different Combine testing events. And I think understanding that, hey, if I'm going to be a smaller guy, I better be built, I better be strong, and he's working his way towards that, no question.
Yeah, I love that, and I think that when you're a smaller player and everybody's telling you, hey, you may be too small to make it to the next level, you're trying everything in your mind. What do I have to do to prove everybody wrong? And some of the things is think a little bit differently and how you train and what you do as far as adding little things to your game that people don't think you can put into it. And I'm impressed with this pick. I'm impressed with this kid, and I'm going to cheer for him and hope that he is able to succeed, because, you look at the third round, the Penguins, they take a little risk on him because he's undersized. Yeah, maybe, but they obviously have a lot of confidence and belief in the kid.
He has an engine, and he puts the puck in the back of the net.
All right, so Pierce Bowie going to the Pittsburgh Penguins at pick number 86 overall as we wait what Ottawa is thinking here towards the end of round number 3. Are we starting to see any themes develop here on day number 2?
Well, Pittsburgh, for me, the Rock Twins and then Bowie, that's undersized sort of skill guys right there. It's almost a line, isn't it, guys, right there?
And when I'm the goalies, I'm still Brady Noling, who I think is somebody that should have gone by now with this many goalies have gone so far. So I agree. I'm expecting to see him go real soon here.
Yeah. Brian Valentini's still on the board.
Senators have made their selection with the 23rd pick in the third round. The Ottawa Senators have selected Oscar Holmertz from Linköping in the Swedish Junior League.
All right, Mike Kelly, how about Oscar Holmertz here, a centerman from the Swedish Junior League?
The next selection was
we had him 66th overall. So, again, we like the value here by the Ottawa Senators making this pick. He was over a point per game with Linköping. Played 11 games in the SHL, and not many U18 skaters played 10-plus games in the SHL this season. So when you look at his percentiles here, he's going against men. We got Christian Dvorak as a comp for him. Not a ton of flash in his game, dynamic elements per se, but a guy that we would feel is kind of slot in as a third-line player in the National Hockey League. And again, we're liking value on a lot of guys when you're coming to me, but Ottawa's looking at the data. They're making that pick and get him at 87th overall.
Yeah, Mike, you mentioned one of the younger guys to play in at least 10 SHL games this year. He was one of only 4 U18 skaters to do that. We talk a lot about NHL bloodlines. This isn't an NHL bloodline, but some really good bloodlines. How about this? His Uncle Anders represented Sweden in swimming at multiple Olympic Games. So if the ice ever melts, this guy is good. He's fine.
VO2, right?
We don't have the stunt guy?
Well, yeah.
Timofey Runsell, we need a stunt guy.
Yeah, we got stunt guys, actors. We got all walks of life here in the draft.
We got future Emmy Award winners here for voice.
That voiceover off the top was fantastic.
Yeah, it was.
I like this pick, guys, for Ottawa, though, because he's got an A game and a B game. Like, he tracks up and down the ice. His visual, like the way that his routes defensively and offensively, it's really important that he can provide more than just one trick.
Yeah. Explain that to the kids that are listening that are high-skilled players, what that means and what they should add to their game.
The National Hockey League is a hard league, so and a guy like yourself, even Tony, you might have only had the puck. You're a prolific scorer, but you only have the puck on your stick maybe a minute and a half per game, right? What are you doing the rest of the time? What are you doing when you're not scoring? What are you doing on those days you don't feel great? You don't have the puck touch. Well, you better check. That's a choice. You got to check. You be on the right side of the plate defensively. Do other things to allow your team to be positioned to be successful on your worst day. That's your B game. What what does your B game, your worst day, look like in relation to your opponent? Because I already trust your A game. That's why I'm drafting you. But now the compete and that secondary,
Boston
I need that
has
from you.
made their selection with the 24th pick in the third round, the 88th pick overall in the 2026 NHL Draft. The Boston Bruins select Nils Bartholdsson from Rögle of the Swedish Junior League.
All right, so Boston making their next selection here. It's Nils Bartholdsson, right winger from the Swedish Junior League. Tony, tied for second among all U20 national skaters in goals this season with 23 of them.
Well, I'm going to ask you two. I didn't ask you two in purpose when I got this report from another scout that this guy reminds me of Viggo Bork. And so the way he plays and with the same type of similar skill but not as much polish to those skills, he's got some of that in him. So that got me really excited to be able to talk about this guy, but not big, strong.
You want to talk about height? 6'7" goaltender that catches with the right hand. Only 2 goalies, 6'7", log games in the NHL this season.
Monster.
And a lot of right-handed goaltenders in all of this draft so far.
You know, the best part about running my staff at the Pro Hockey Group, similar to the Florida Panthers when I was there, is that Brandon Foss, who works for the NHL Network, he doesn't think that this guy's going to be an NHL goalie, but some of my other guys, they think that he's going to be at least a recall. 6'6". I had to get you in there, Fossy. So 6'6", 212 pounds. We'll see where this goes. Butterfly goaltender. You know, he's kind of he's in the way right now. He's not refined. He's a project. I have to say, honestly, he's a project, but he's got the foundation in place. We'll see where it goes.
Thomas. Right, if you're wondering why my reaction was the way it was, Brandon's right here. He's
coming across the desk in a minute.
All right, how about the Bolts at number 90, Tomas
The next pick belongs to the Ottawa Senators.
One of those off-the-board type picks that, you know, we do a lot of research and have a lot of information on a lot of guys, and sometimes organizations kind of have their own plans, right? And they go off the board with one of these picks. What does that tell you guys about when maybe not everybody is akin or aware of a certain guy, and it's one of those picks that you're like, yeah, okay, I can see that.
It tells me that you trust your scouts. Like, you give your scouts a job and an assignment, and a scout will come to you with the guy that, hey, he's not commonplace amongst draft lists and whatever else, and you go to bat for that player because you've watched him specifically. You see something in his game that you think will translate. And I love the fact that these off-the-board picks happen on occasion, because what you're saying to your staff is you mean something. You bring value to the table. You have something that you identify that you think is going to work for the Tampa Bay Lightning, then you go and identify it, and then let's talk about it. So I really appreciate that.
With the 27th pick in the third round, the Ottawa Senators have selected Louis Félix Bourque from Drummondville, the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League.
All right, Louis Félix Bourque here, Ottawa at number 91.
The next pick belongs to the Vegas Golden Knights.
I'm just going to put a bow on the Kralovic pick. He's 20 years old, guys. He's a 2005, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do with him in regard to signing him, bringing him over to play North America in the American League or not. He's already played at a high level in Slovakia there, and he tracks to be a two-way defenseman. Louis Félix Bourque, 6'2", 214 pound, right shot forward here. You know, fourth line guys, they have to have an element at the Drummondville, at the Quebec League level. And with Drummondville, he's scoring, Sammy. He does that. Drummondville's a really hard building to play in, by the way, in the Quebec League. Physicality, I want to see it go to another level. I think he's going to have to be even more tenacious and use his size as an advantage. But he's got that approach to be that bottom line checker, two-way secondary offense guy.
You know, I liken it a lot to baseball, guys. When you look at the money where the salaries are going, right? As everyone's salary goes up, the bottom guys go up too. So now you can find a job as a fourth line guy and be very successful in that role. You look like a Garnet Hathaway type player who's put together an unbelievable career, but he brings so much to your club in terms of what does he bring to the room? How does he mentor your younger players? Does he give you energy? Will he give you fight and pushback? Those guys are really important, and now they're starting to make money in the game, and I liken it to baseball because if you go back 10 or 12 years ago in baseball, the utility guy became something really popular where you could play multiple positions. Before that, when I worked in baseball for a long time, you were very much pigeonholed to one spot. You were a middle infielder. You were an outfielder. Now you're seeing guys who are able to do it all over the place and make a ton of money doing that. I think we're starting to see that in hockey here as well.
Louis Felix Bourque, he's got the clutch gene as well. He scored 7 game-winning goals this year as a rookie. Only Danny Briere scored more goals in a single season among Drummondville rookies. He scored 8 back in 1994.
Who's that?
1995.
What?
Danny Briere. Yes, okay. 8 game-winning goals his rookie season back there in the early 80s. So Louis Felix Bourque going at 91 to the Ottawa Senators as the Vegas Golden Knights are on the clock here at number 92.
Yeah, the other thing we were talking about the B game, and we're talking about different things to help kids out there. But I think if you play every game that you are in, always know that there's eyes on you.
Yes.
Whether it be opponents, whether it be a scout in the stands, whether it be your coach, someone's always going to ask if you are potentially draft worthy or potentially a college player. Someone's always watching. So when you're on the ice or you're in the locker room or you're walking into a hockey rink, somebody's making some sort of observation of, do we want them in our organization? Do we want them on our team? And so I think that's a good reminder for all of the young players is just you have awareness that everything you do is being evaluated and graded in some way, shape, or form.
I'm going to further that conversation. I think we're just about to make that pick, but I want to further that conversation, Tom.
Of the 2026 NHL Draft, the Vegas Golden Knights select Benjamin Wilmot from Barrie of the Ontario Hockey League.
Go ahead, Sammy. You can put a bow on that one, and you can also talk about Ben Wilmot here, a centerman from Barrie in the OHL. He's committed to Ohio State University, the Ohio State
belongs to the Montreal Canadiens.
So let me just talk a little bit about that. Books and I go to the Combine, and we sit down with prospects twice a year. We did it in Alberta this year. We did it again at the Combine. And when you talk about having eyes on you at all time, when a player walks into our interview, I'm observing. Are you well dressed? Is your hair kept? Do you represent your organization or your family well? When you shake a hand, are you shaking it with some gusto? Are you looking the person in the eye? Are you engaging in conversation? We'll get to more of that in a minute. But Wilmot here again ended up getting traded to Barrie. You see his 27 goals, 15 of them after the trade in just 20-some-odd games there. He's a guy who gets after it. He's got some rub to his game, a little bit of grind, gets under your skin. I like that type of player. A good pick there for Vegas.
All right, so Vegas taking Benjamin Wilmot, but the Montreal Canadiens selecting Cooper Cleaves at number 93, a defenseman from Dartmouth. He was passed over in the NHL draft in each of the last 2 years. He recorded an assist in his first ever NCAA game. So there is Cooper Cleaves, and what a moment for him as he makes that walk down the middle of the aisle here and gets to put on a Habs sweater for the first time in his life. And like I said, what a moment after being passed over the last 2 drafts, the emotional roller coaster that you ride, and now that moment has finally come.
Yeah, and Dartmouth, they had a fantastic season, Dartmouth, and this is what you get. You start to get some exposure for some of your prospects, and Cooper Cleaves, good on him. There's not a lot of pizzazz to this kid's game. You know exactly what you're going to get. Size, two-way, shutdown, honest competitor, older guy, right? So this is interesting. I'm seeing some of these CHL guys going to college. Now I'm seeing some of these older college guys or older European guys getting selected. It's interesting because he's still on the clock. He's got time.
So I just want to get back to that point. Books, when we were sitting there and JP Hurlburt walked into our interview, what did you think?
Super impressive. So JP comes in a suit, and it's the very first thing I say to him, wow, JP, you look fantastic today. Words out of the kid's mouth, how classy was this? He says, the National Hockey League is the best league in the world. I owe it to you guys to come in looking as good as I can because that's how I want to be. I want to be a player in the best league in the world. I owe it to you guys to present as best as possible. And I thought to myself, wow, and he wasn't he wasn't dicking around about that. Like, he was serious. He did it every day at the combine.
Wow.
One little thing for me that I just every time I think of represent the league, because the league's more important than you are as a player, and that mentality of our great players and the Gretzkys and Richards and Howes and all that. Sidney Crosby, when you see in an interview, you don't see his hat on backwards and any sloppiness to him. Hat's on floor, looks the camera in the eye, looks the reporter in the eye, shakes his hand when the interview's done. That's how you represent the game of hockey and how proud you are to be part.
Master class. And I hope the league at some point, whenever he decides to retire, hires him and teaches everybody how to be a pro. He is the consummate pro. But getting back to these younger players, you're talking about the hat backwards, your shirt's untucked, your head's down, your body language. Like, these things matter. Same thing when you go out for a warm-up. All right? You got the flow going? Are you just being a cool guy, ripping pucks off the glass to scare kids behind the glass? Like, what are you doing? You take that part seriously. That's part of your preparation. And if you're lackadaisical during your warm-up, there's a good chance you're going to play that way in the game. There's a warm-up for a reason, to get warmed up, not to look cool. And so all of these things matter. All these observational opportunities matter, whether you're on the ice or off the ice. Someone looks at you and they can make that determination. And remember, your first impression is usually the lasting one.
You mentioned Sidney Crosby. I think of the guy who was taken first overall last year, Matthew Schaefer. He was yesterday. Talk about representing the league.
Thank you, yes.
Unbelievable.
Columbus Blue Jackets select Alessandro Di Iorio from Sarnia, the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Sammy, we had to wait a couple of minutes here for Columbus, but Alessandro Di Iorio.
Yeah, so Di Iorio plays with the Sarnia Sting. They had a coaching change this year, and once that was all settled, they decided to name him captain. And that's a big responsibility for someone his age. But if you track back to where he started, at the Youth Olympic Games, he scores 6 goals. And usually when you go to that event and you perform well, it's the elite of elite. And then you go on to the 17s. This guy played in 2 under-18 World Championships, did so as an underager. And you expect that type of production to continue along. In fact, so much so that at the start of this draft cycle, many had this player as a first-round pick. But coming back from injury, not quite getting back up to speed, you know, a coaching change, all these different things. And the thing that you talk about, Book, sometimes is that draftitis. Yeah. I think Di Iorio experienced some of that. He has the skill well above where this draft slot suggests. And so you're Columbus, you're saying, maybe this year was just a flash in the pan. When I look back in his history, he's produced and performed at every level internationally and been part of those big teams and a big part of those teams.
He ended the season on a high note, and not because he scored a ton. He had 3 apples at the U18 Worlds, but the way that he played the game, Tony, he earned more trust from me with his 200-foot compete, and he was involved. He was above it when they didn't have it. You know, all the little details and preparation. I want to put a real quick bookend because I can't get it out of my mind now. When you guys are talking about preparation for players. This year at the U18 Worlds, I was at that game of Bratislava, and the weather was beautiful. And they were warming up outside with the soccer ball. And this one team, I'm not going to say who it was, 4 kids came to the warm-up with the soccer ball with their cell phones. And they were sitting there, and they were checking their cell phones, and you know, I don't know what they were doing, but I, as a scout, was sitting back. They don't know who I am from Adam, and I'm taking notice of that and taking notes. And I'm thinking, so what did I do then? I went in and I watched how they started the game. Not one of those 4 players started on time. You know why? They weren't there mentally. They weren't ready to play.
I saw your reaction when he said that. As a coach,
that would have
go ahead.
As a teammate, if I saw it, I might have grabbed him by the shirt and said, hey, we got a game here to play in 2 minutes, and I want you ready. I need you ready, and we all do. And doing this, it would have really bothered me. And,
out, right?
You know, the only thing you want as a teammate when you go into a locker room is you want the guys next to you to have that same passion and competitiveness and intensity and determination to play well and help each other play well.
With the 31st pick in the third round of the NHL draft, the Vegas Golden Knights have selected Sean Burrick from Penticton in the Western Hockey League.
All right, Books. Sean Burrick, a defenseman from Penticton, 6'8", 214 pounds, the only D-man, 6'8" that was picked in the draft since 2017. Jack Sparks picked in 2022 by the LA Kings. This is a big boy.
I don't think this is going to come as any surprise to you guys. This guy's a defensive defenseman. He's going to need some time. He's going to have to continue to work on, you know, what he can do well. And We'll see how it goes for him. He's going though. He's going to Denver, and I keep looking at some of these things. And I think to myself, if David Carl and his staff see something, I'm all over it. Hockey IQ's in place. The skating, he's got time. He's a big body. It's going to take time to grow into that there. Offensively, I got him as a 30, so that's well below average for the draft class. But defensively, his metrics are there. He's long, he's rangy, he's huge. See how it goes. Recall D. That proposition on
the 2026
Phil
NHL
Armstrong's
draft.
probably ticked.
The Utah Mammoth
He's picking next, and he missed out in the 6'8" guy.
From Michigan in the Big Ten Conference.
This is a great pick.
Okay, that's
Tony.
the opposite of that.
Yeah, you guys have been saying his name under your breath here for a couple rounds here. So, interviewed with all 32 teams at the draft. So there was a lot of interest in getting to know the kid a little better. But the combines,
turn this over
are what they are. And obviously, at least Utah gets a hold of Valentini, and at Michigan, what does he do? He's one of those players that's going to go on the ice. He can be put any position you want him. He's going to be out there and he's going to compete. He's going to be around the net. He's going to find a way to be part of that line. So I think that this kid was underappreciated by quite a few teams today.
And how about that vest, though?
Yeah,
you see
sick.
that?
Is beautiful.
Here's the one thing I'll say about Valentini, and this is why he was picked 96th. He is a player that is worth more than the 96th pick, okay? His skill and talent alone, he's been that way all the way up. Wait to the fourth round. The idea was that he was going to go to play in Kitchener, and at the last minute with about a week left, he decommitted from Kitchener and went to Michigan. And I think that didn't sit well in a lot of people's minds.
Sure.
And the scouting community takes notice of that. Off ice, on ice, we've been talking about it. So now he's got an opportunity as a fresh start with Utah to tell everybody else, this is the player you missed out on. And the one thing I will absolutely guarantee about this guy, he will work to the end of the earth to tell others that he is going to prove them wrong. I can guarantee you that.
All right, Adam Valentini, the final pick in round number 3. That youngster, a lot of puckheads out today in Buffalo, rounds 2 through 7. Our draft coverage continues with the opening of round 4 next.
Are you certain this is decaf? Are you for imprint certain? I'm like lightning today.
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4imprint. Wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by visiting 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
Time to sell the car. All right. Whoa. Okay. Mileage. Check. Accident-free, baby. Sold.
Sell your car today on Carvana.
The biggest launch in Harry's history is here. It is this, Harry's Plus. This product took us 10 years to make. We bought a factory in Germany, we built custom machinery, agonized over every single detail of this product, and it is finally here, Harry's Plus. Less nicks and cuts, less tug and pull, the best razor I've ever tried, just an effortless, wonderful shaving experience for a lot less than Gillette. You get all of this for only $10. I can't wait for you to try it.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? Financing the aluminum giant, building better homes? Mizuho was there. The merger of 2 logistics titans? Also us. Anywhere an industrials company needs a corporate and investment bank, we're there. Mizuho Americas.
Presenting the greatest hits from nuts.com. The freshest nuts, the juiciest dried fruit, the creamiest chocolates, the crunchiest snacks. Whatever snack you crave, taste the greatest hits from nuts.com. Order now and get 20% off plus free shipping.
At GovX.com, this is what service looks like. And this, because service wears many uniforms. If you're your spouse served, military, first responders, or government, you've earned more than respect. At GovX.com, unlock special savings on the brands you trust because your service should be rewarded every day. Over 2,000 brands, thousands of exclusive discounts just for you. Savings for those who serve. Join for free today at GovX.com.
Things at work don't always work. But with Easy Cater, the food always does. Ugh, not again. EasyCater is tech that won't let you down. Learn more at easycater.com.
The Carolina Hurricanes, your 2026 Stanley Cup champions. The official collection, available now at NHL Shop, a Fanatics experience.
You don't have to spin in circles this offseason. You have to tune in to NHL Network's Hockey Summer. Get the latest news and updates with NHL Tonight. Dive into our player rankings and our countdown shows. Plus, a mixture of fun hockey events. Tune in to NHL Network's Hockey Summer.
And now Stankoven with a turnover out in front for Blake. Still loose. Stankoven shot. Save Hart. Second chance for Stankoven. Save Hart. Now they went up to score! Jackson Blake in the slot, and it's 2-0. Carolina, Blake having a great postseason and puts the Canes up to a large 2-0 lead.
Unleash the Hounds.
Jackson Blake, now a Stanley Cup champion with the Carolina Hurricanes, previously a fourth-round pick back in 2021. So we'll have to see who gets selected in 2026 in round number 4, who is on to become a Stanley Cup champion down the road. We've had a couple of picks so far as we listen to Seattle right now.
Fedorov from Torpedo Gorky in the Russian 2nd Division.
Okay, so at pick 99, it's Viktor Fedorov, but
next order
Hoops, I want to go back to Yaroslav Brizgalov. No relation to the former NHL goaltender. This guy committed to the University of Merrimack in the future.
Yeah, he played at Medicine Hat this year, guys. He had a nice season, 13 goals, 42 assists. He's a plus player. He's a late bloomer. For me, at 6'3" and a bit and 216 pounds, like he's another one of these big bodies that has just taken time to grow into that frame. He plays physical. He's got finish. He's, as it says right there, I think that's a great statement. A relentless forechecker. Part of the staples I talked about at the beginning, that was one of them. You have to have that when you're not scoring. So nice pickup for the Canucks in this range. Character kid. And coming from a winning outfit in Medicine Hat, yes. It matters. It matters. They're teaching you how to win in high leverage situations.
All right, at pick number 98, it's Jonas Kemps of the Florida Panthers, a defenseman from Chicago in the USHL. He participated in the Chipotle All-American game this year, spent his 24-25 season with the NTDP. How about Viktor Fedorov, Boots, number 99 to Seattle?
Yeah, so Viktor Fedorov, 5'10.5", 183 pounds. He's represented by Dan Milstein, who seems to represent all the top Russian players that have come into the National Hockey League. Yeah, I like this pick, guys. I really like this pick. He's got the hockey IQ. He's a good skater. He's got the shot, a little bit of physicality in there as well. So, the numbers don't jump right off the page, but he's got the B game already. So his B game might provide an uptick and a little bit more A down the line. Two-way guy, can be used up and down the lineup, and he's a hard out.
Sammy, how about the Flames pick here at number 100, Igor Barabanov, a centerman from Saginaw?
Yeah, you're betting on skill here. So Barabanov has been through the draft a couple of times already. He's an 06 birthday. We're seeing that as a trend here as we get into the latter rounds of the draft. But watch the skill that this guy has. Barabanov from mid-range, no problem. Little high on the stick. Yeah, I'll take it from there as well. Played on a Saginaw team that's got some guys coming. We'll see Zhilkin here next year. You look at Klepov, who was taken in yesterday's first round here, and Barabanov had some good chemistry. But a guy that Chris Lazary really appreciates. I'd like to see him shoot the puck a little more, but hey, how do you argue with 91 points in 68 games going to the post every night for the Saginaw Spirit?
It was passed over in the 2025 NHL draft. Barabanov finishing second among all OHL skaters in assists this season with 63. So Barabanov to the Flames to start round number 4 here with pick 100. Columbus on the clock right now at pick 101.
Yeah, and we got to compliment Rick Bowness on that last little surge that they had late in the season. Start. I thought they were going to sneak in there. And now they got a lot on their plate with Werenski, the rumors with Werenski coming out. So hopefully that settles back down and Werenski stays there, gets signed there, and has a long run there. Because I think they got a lot of pieces in place.
Yeah, they Columbus. Do. And, we're going into a phase in the National Hockey League, Tony, that I really believe that the certain markets, call it Columbus, call it, actually pick them like the smaller markets, the Winnipegs, the Ottawas, all these we need to make sure that some of this type of noise doesn't start infiltrating several organizations.
Great point.
Yeah, you want everybody. It's a competitive league. Yes, everybody's close, but I don't want it to start to separate because salary cap and player wants, et cetera, et cetera. Let's all dig in for that team that invests in you.
It's been a wild couple of weeks, and certainly going to be a bumpy offseason in the NHL. We'll have to see where the pieces fall. All right, Columbus on the clock, under 30 seconds to go. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll find out who they pick at number 101 next.
Ever wished you could brew your own beer, but figured it was too complicated, too messy, too much effort? Well, now you can. Meet Pinter, the home beer system everyone's talking about. Fresh beer, brewed and tapped by you. No fuss, no guesswork. Just brew, chill, tap, done. And this summer of soccer, bring match day home with the limited edition USA Pinter. Keep fresh beer on tap for every big moment. Host the ultimate watch party and bring the stadium atmosphere home all tournament long. Fresh beer on tap for every big match. You don't need a sports bar for the ultimate summer of soccer, just a Pinter. Right now, get your limited edition Pinter free with our flexible beer plan and save $264. Tap into the world's best beer experience. Free Pinter. Freshly brewed beer. Zero fuss. Go to pinter.com/USA to claim your offer today.
This is a story about the one who can fix nearly anything and turns to Grainger, who has almost everything. He troubleshoots issues, maintains the facility, and keeps it all on track. Few may see him put the work in, but when they see the results, they know he's the one who keeps the doors open. The high-quality industrial products you need, plus a million more. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Before the action, before the race, or the game, or the stunt, there's always a crew working behind the scenes that makes it all possible. From the job site to the pit box, Brunt Workwear is proud to stand behind the crew.
The only thing I knew about the sled hockey team is that they sucked.
Hear the story of the USA sled hockey team that went from worst to first at the 2002 Olympics.
If the thing was held in Italy, if it was held in Sweden, you wouldn't even be invited. It's all up to you, pal.
It's just amazing how your mind just goes back to that time and that energy.
Ice Gold, a journey from worst to first, Saturday, 8 Eastern on NHL Network.
Welcome back to Buffalo. As you can see, 4 picks into round number 4. Before the commercial break, Columbus was on the clock. Well, a trade happened during the commercial, and Washington now on the clock. So let's listen.
The Washington Capitals have selected from Spokane of the Western Hockey League, Tyus Sparks.
Right, so the Caps trading up from pick 112 to 101 to get Tyus Sparks, a centerman from Spokane in the WHL. He was born in Idaho. Only 2 players born in Idaho have ever made it to the NHL. The last Idaho-born NHL draftee was Bear Hughes back in 2020 by Vancouver. So there you go. The Idaho native, Tyus Sparks, a centerman drafted by the Washington Capitals. Clearly identified, this is a guy they wanted to have, and moved up 11 spots with Columbus to make sure that they acquired him.
He's got a power element to his game, guys, and he can really shoot the puck. He's got a good release. You know, in this range here, what are you looking for? You need that energy. You need that pushback. You need that secondary element that maybe he's going to be able to score a little bit for you as well.
Think about Jacob Chychrun back in his time.
Sure.
Think about J.P. Hurlbut back in his time. These guys on the weekends were living in areas where hockey wasn't the hotbed. They would fly. This guy did it from Idaho to fly out of Idaho to go and find better hockey on the weekends, and did it from the age of 10. Like, that's crazy, that kind of commitment. Dad played in the CFL. This is a guy who was acquired by Spokane with Mathis Preston, who we saw drafted earlier, going the other way to Vancouver. Matt Bardsley, the general manager there, identified Sparks as a guy that he needed to have in that return for Mathis Preston amongst another bunch of pieces that went the way of the Spokane Chiefs.
We talk about the car rides with the parents at 6 a.m., taking planes on the weekend.
Yeah, crazy.
Whole different level of commitment, isn't it?
Yeah, and I know the Chatrooms story because they were in Florida and flew to Michigan quite a bit of times for games on weekends and stuff, and that is a big commitment. And Jacob Chatroom has turned out to be a pretty darn good player, so I think all those plane rides were worth it.
What we're seeing now also is the growth of hockey, right? Like once teams get established and once you go through a couple of generations of players and they establish themselves in those certain areas, like Florida, you're seeing it, Dallas, Arizona, LA, all of these different places, it's really starting to happen now. And as we further that along, the minor hockey programs raise, and now we're seeing the commitment by the USHL to expand into the Southwest. You're seeing some pretty famous and deep-pocketed owners backing those programs and starting to grow. And it's extremely important. And you think about hockey and where it is in the United States, it's still really young, especially in the southern part. But again, all these guys want to go and play in these hot markets, Vegas and wherever else, and you're going to see it start to grow rapidly in those areas. We've already seen it.
Yeah, and you talk about growing the game, and it's not just the Stanley Cup champions in these remote markets. Just think about the youth hockey push that we saw from NHL players being back at the Olympics and what Team USA winning gold has done and will do to the numbers of participation in the United States when it comes to youth hockey and Team USA.
Yeah, it continues to grow, and I think the NHL as well has made a significant conscious effort to realizing that we have to put rinks in different places that normally we wouldn't have done, because there's a lot of kids that do want to play our game, both on the female side and the male side, so the boys and girls. The growth in girls sports and girls hockey in particular, because of what our women hockey players have done at the international level, has really kind of pushed that group of young ladies that want to be hockey players now, whereas 30, 40 years ago, there weren't a whole lot of women hockey.
It's expanding, and it's expanding fast, the PWHL.
Well, I'm old enough to remember the 1980 Miracle on Ice team, like watching that live and listening to Al Michaels make the announcement. And then years later, go scouting that building, which was actually a really cool experience for me. I'm a Canadian kid at that time, and I remember how much I was energized watching that Team USA team, that group of college kids back then. I can only imagine what it's doing, the wave of success at the American. Listen, the model in the United States, it works. It's been on the uptick for several years. They're winning at the highest levels. I love to see that wave going all the way to the West Coast, and I think eventually, Tone, you're going to see college hockey in the Washington area, the Portland area, all that, the Seattles. All down to USC, UCLA. I'm not talking about club hockey. I'm talking about a brand new conference out there.
So good job by Pat Kelleher and all his group at USA Hockey. Pat's usually a guest on our set, but Pat has had lots of travel. I did talk to him to pump him up about this draft with the American kids coming. And we got another trade that I'm interrupted. Pat, we love you. Anyways.
Seattle Kraken trade pick 102 in the 2026 NHL draft to the New York Rangers in exchange for picks number 131 and 148 in the 2026 NHL draft. New York Rangers are now on the clock.
Rangers officially on the clock now. Seattle taking up all their time and trading down back from 102 to 131 and 148. The Blue Shirts trading up to get to 102. So somebody they've identified that they want, and you can see inside their war room right now. And doesn't look like a lot of stress inside that room. They clearly know who they want, and they're going to make that pick shortly, hopefully.
It's nice and chill there at the practice rink. So they're not in the big midtown. There's no draws to step up for a bite to eat or anything like that over
New
there.
York Rangers select from Ottawa, the Ontario Hockey League, Spencer Bowes.
Okay, Spencer Bowes. So the Rangers trading up to get
Montreal Canadiens.
Spencer Bowes, a left winger from Ottawa in the OHL. He was named the first star in his first career OHL playoff game. He had 3 points in that debut back on March 27th. So you take a look at Spencer right here. And again, we love these moments. You hear your name called. You can only imagine what is running through your mind at that moment. Everything you've done in your hockey career to that point kind of culminates right there, and then it's searching around for family and friends and advisors and hugs, and then you make that walk right up down the middle of this concourse here and up to get your sweater and put it on for the first time, take a couple of pictures, and then away they go. And the real journey just begins, right? It's a journey to get to this point, but all the players backstage always tell you, yes, this is now when the real journey begins. And how does it change? How is it different from what they've done to this point?
They're going to get on a plane and go to a development camp within the next week, so they're going to have a chance. The scouts will be there, the general manager will be there, the coaching staff will be there, so you'll have an opportunity to, again, make that first impression when you are representing your team. So there's a lot more after today that is going to happen fast for him.
I think this is really timely to talk about a development camp, especially when we're looking at Spencer Bowes, guys, because at 5'11.5", 172 pounds, and sort of just coming into his own this year offensively, he has a long runway ahead of himself, and he's going to go to Providence, another fantastic program in the NCAA ranks. When he goes to development camp, now what does that mean for a young athlete who's just been drafted? He's going to go there, he's going to test physically, they're going to get his body measurements, all that kind of stuff. There's going to be some homework, there's going to be some takeaway. To compete, the infrastructure, how that team wants to play. But now he's got another voice in his ear of what we need, what we think we can do to help you to get bigger, stronger, faster, and then go back to junior or go to, he's going to go back to junior for one more year before he goes to Providence, I believe, Sammy. So Dave Cameron, he's just going to continue to coach him up as well.
Yeah, and another example of just, kind of putting an exclamation point on what it is. You're going to be introduced to a development staff. I was up yesterday with the LA Kings staff. You got Mike Donnelly, you got Jared Stoll, you got Sean O'Donnell, and you got Greener. So you got 4 former NHL guys that have gone through every different phase of what it takes to get to that league. And they're going to be there to be your kind of mentor, to kind of share some ideas. And you should have your notebook out, and you should, whatever they tell you, you should absorb and try to apply as fast as you can, because that's their job. They were really good at it as players, and now they're sharing that information from a development side to try to help you along.
Yeah, no, he'll be able to benefit from Derek Brassard, who was recently hired by the Rangers. He'll be looking after some of their prospects moving forward. A Ranger for 5 years himself, so he knows what the expectations are of putting on that jersey and what's going to be required for Bowes to make that step forward. But I like what you're talking about, Boogs. He's a Carleton Place guy that's just outside of Ottawa. You get to play for the hometown team, spend another year getting miles, because if we see the improvement out of Bowes like we did from the start of this year to the end of this year, you hope that that developmental path keeps rising like this. But really slow getting going in the first half, a really good second half of the season for Bowes.
You bring up an interesting player there, a player type in Derek Brassard. What's interesting about Derek Brassard's career? He bounced around a little bit, right? He played on several teams, even played overseas. But you know what? Teams always wanted him. Like, they wanted him for a reason. He fit a player type that they wanted. So that's part of player development as well, isn't it? Because right now, you have homework. The takeaway is you need to do this, this, and this to become a New York Ranger, for example. But you know what you're also doing? You're training and you're coaching yourself up to make sure you're the best version of yourself, because it might not be a New York Ranger uniform. You have to give other people a reason to believe in your game as well.
All right, so Spencer Bowes, the latest pick at 102 by the Rangers. As we await what's going on here with Montreal, we assume a trade alert is coming. So as soon as you start talking, we'll get that. But we were talking about themes throughout the day, and you can see some of the best available prospects right now. But how about the run-on goalies that we had in round number 3? 7 goaltenders taken in round number 3. Tony, that's a ton.
That's a ton, and the one I expected to be in that round is still available. So I'm hoping to hear his name soon in Brady Noling. And the other things, again, we go back to the undersized players. There's been a little bit more excitement, or a little bit more of an appreciation for that type of player as well. And, again, the draft is kind of always unique for one way, shape, or form on how it all plays out. And I mean, we still got a lot of good players, a lot of good players available out there. I'm looking at my sheet right here in front of me, and I'm thinking, man, there's 4 or 5 guys that should have gone way before now.
Yeah, interesting when you talk about the goalies. At least 20 taken every year going back to 2018. I think there was 18 taken that year. We're on pace to reach that mark again. The other trend that we've seen recently is the height of players, like 6'2" and above, 6'4" and above, 6'7" and above.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare get that thing going again. That's a trend that we don't want to come back.
He wasn't on camera.
Oh, I know, but everybody out there, any kid out there is like, you know, they're doing it.
I think we had 13 6'7" players taken last year.
Man. Oh, here we go. Let's listen.
Trade announcement. Montreal trades this pick, number 103 in the 26th NHL draft, to the Los Angeles Kings in exchange for picks number 113 and 190 in the 2026 draft. LA is now on the clock.
So Montreal moving back a couple of spots here. They trade away that 103 pick. LA moving up to 103 now in exchange. Montreal gets 113 and 190. So LA reset the clock. They're officially on the clock.
Los Angeles selects with pick number 103, Thomas Vandenberg from Ottawa of the Ontario Hockey League.
Oh, back-to-back 67s.
Next order of selection is Boston. Boston, you're on the clock.
Jason, Thomas Vandenberg, centerman from Ottawa, the OHL, tied for third among all OHL rookies in goals this season with 25. Another one of those guys off to Providence College, wants to study economics there. Smart kid.
Wow, that is impressive for sure. I really like, buddy. Yeah, great look. He looks like he's an economics major already, this kid.
He's ready for Wall Street.
Dialed in for sure. I really like this kid, guys. Like Thomas Vandenberg is a player that can be used in a variety of roles up and down your lineup. We project him at the Pro Hockey Group as a third line forward, a two-way guy. But if you look at his statistical analysis at the major junior level this year, 25 goals, 25 assists, trustworthy. I love his compete. I loved his compete at the end of the year. He had one goal for Canada at the U18s, and I walked away from that tournament really impressed with everything about his game. So round 4, please. He's ticking off a lot of boxes here, and I like the opportunity that lies ahead for Thomas for sure. And going to Providence, again, you go there and you play for Nate Lehman, and you get better. Like, you just get better. And I'm just really happy for these kids that they get these types of opportunities.
Well, that's just it. The runway's a little bit longer now, right? You get through your junior career, you still have plenty of competitive hockey left. The one thing about Vandenberg, he's young. Like, he's 7 days I think, from being available for next year's draft. Again, you have that additional
Boston
runway.
Bruins select Matvey Kotkov from Yaroslavl Juniors in the Russian Junior League. Next order of selection belongs to Carolina.
All right, Boston, Jason, going with Matvey Kotkov, a right winger from the MHL. He missed the first 2 months of the MHL season due to injury. Didn't miss a beat, though. Returned in November with 8 points in his first 9 games. So you talk about hitting the ice running. He did.
Yeah, this kid's interesting to me, guys. He's super competitive. He loves to have the puck on his stick. He's shifty. I think he leans shooter more than natural playmaker / distributor. Hockey IQ is there. When I say hockey IQ at 80, I'm leaning heavily on the offensive side here. There's some defensive commitment that, again, has to, evolve, if you will. Mid-range physicality, a little bit of bump, I would say, but nothing overpowering that way. So what does he have? Offensive vision, and he's a great shooter.
6'1", 185 pounds. So the Boston Bruins selecting Matvey Kotkov
with
there in round number 4. Let's listen to Carolina.
Carolina selects Michael Burchild from the USA National Team Development Program in the USHL.
Yeah, good pick.
What do you like about it so much?
I like the fact. Sorry, Sam, for cutting in. I like the fact, again, the U.S. player played 2 U18 tournaments, was a 17-year-old and an undersized kid. He went, showed up in Frisco, Texas, stuck his nose in there, grinded it out. He's on the puck. He's involved. He's on it. And so probably not a great finisher yet. He can score goals, but he works for those goals. So, again, a heart and soul type of player that's always out there for you.
Mike Kelly, another one of those guys off to University of Denver. David Carl guy.
Yeah, that always helps when you can play for David Carl. And to kind of touch on that, obviously we had him ranked quite a bit higher, 43rd overall. The competitive player, smart, good skills. Again, not sure he's elite in any area per se, but a well-rounded player. Maybe a Michael Granlund comp, minus the shot of Granlund, who has a great one, but maybe that type of guy.
All right, Kels, appreciate that. The next name off the board, 106 to the Nashville Predators. It's Jakub Flores, a defenseman from the Finnish Junior League Books. The Devils asked Flores what kind of car he would be. His response, a Land Rover Discovery, because it can do just about everything. I love that response. I would have said I'm a Pinto.
Right.
That's just me.
Do they even make Pintos anymore?
Probably not.
No.
Guys, you're too young to remember a Pinto. Let me tell you right now, I remember a Pinto. Interesting prospect here, good size. Simple is the best way. Simple, efficient is how I describe Jakob Flores. I have him as a 7, a minor league recall, potentially a guy that could fit in your bottom pairing, but not a lot of flash to his game. A little bit of understated offense. We'll see. He just needs time. He needs some runway.
It's a program that continuously seems to be developing top-end defensemen, the Nashville Predators.
Next order of selection is Detroit Red Wings.
Landon
Detroit
Nyes
is on the clock.
going to the St. Louis Blues at 107, a defenseman from the University of Massachusetts, Tony. He was the third youngest defenseman in NCAA D1 hockey. He scored his first career goal in his second career game.
Well, you know, he's a kid that trusts his skating, and as a young player coming into college hockey, that's one thing that's hard to get confidence in, is to be able to gap up. It's to be able to hold positioning, and he trusts the skating to be able to do that. His gaps, and he closes quickly on the line rush again. So I think there's a lot of upside for this kid. Like you said, the third youngest defenseman in college hockey this year. Again, a standout at the Combines. Did a great job showing up ready for the Combines to make a good impression. And so there's a kid that we can watch closely as the years move on.
It's important getting that invite to the Combine. I think there was 92 players invited there this year. So you get that additional opportunity that many others, when you're talking about 224 draft picks, don't get the opportunity to get that. And so you can go there and make an impression personally with your interviews, and also physically with what you're able to do with the testing.
He's a big rig, 6'3", 210. Like he's got that physical component.
Bench press champ for 2026 at the Combines.
Much like myself.
I don't know how many.
What are you benching?
We were bench pressing chicken wings and pizza at a local establishment.
As you should be. One in Rome or Buffalo. That's what you do.
Then I ran over to your restaurant for a little gelato when I was done.
Yeah, some good stuff that night. You need the nightcapper, right? So Landon Nyes at 107. We wait to see what Steve Yzerman and the Red Wings do here at 108. And while we wait on that pick, let's talk about the future of the Red Wings. And Larkin, another one of those guys who, maybe wants a different destination. Where do we go? And you guys talked about this theme. It's a trend that maybe we don't want to see happen or continue to happen here down the road. But what do you make of where Detroit is at in their quote-unquote rebuild and where this organization is now heading?
We are in the player empowerment era, period, end of story. So now you can be a player who goes and signs long terms. You can get no movement clauses, and then you have the opportunity
Detroit Red Wings
to ask out.
From Peterborough, the Ontario Hockey League, Adam Levac.
Okay, and
Next
then
order
to continue on to that
the
thought.
New York Islanders. Islanders are on the clock.
If you're a hockey club and you make that commitment to the player, but as a hockey club, you also have to deliver. So Larkin's been there a long time now. He hasn't seen the playoffs. He was vocal about it last year. Steve Yzerman went out and did a couple of things this year. They couldn't quite get over the hump once again, and so Larkin says, all right, it's time to go. So it's very interesting how this is all playing out now, because there was a time where the team dictated so much, and now everyone's going to have to embrace this player empowerment era, and I'm not sure how you go about doing that. The one thing I can say, though, is you put together a program that has good culture in it, that is constantly striving to make the playoffs, that doesn't have to get into a rebuild mode every 8 years in a cycle or whatever it is. You have probably a better chance of maintaining and keeping your players. But again, the players have so much power because you can go and get that long-term money and then still kind of direct where you want to go during the course of that time or afterwards.
What a special day for Adam Levac, who was just selected here in round number 4 by Detroit. Not just making his hockey dreams come true, it's his birthday.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
We'll
what a day it is for him. And you can see turning 18 today. How about this? Got into the game's only fight at the 2026 OHL Top Prospects game. So maybe a little grit and sandpaper to his game as well. They'll love that there in Motown.
Yeah, Rob Wilson's the head coach over there. He likes the way this guy plays. Like, he really gets after it. He's one of those guys who tends to cross the line maybe a little too often. I was in a game in Ottawa one evening, and it got a little bit goofy there, and Levac was at the center of it all.
I don't mind that.
Is that something you can dial it back?
Right?
You can't drag it out of a guy.
That's the most important point is if you can get him close to that point, he goes over it every now and then. At least you know he can get there.
The NCHC Conference, Lincoln Keene.
Islanders
Next
taking Lincoln Keene here at pick
Ottawa.
109.
Ottawa's on the clock.
Arizona State, Lincoln Keene. And he was the youngest D in college hockey besides Keaton Verhoff. So only played 30 games, but it was in the third pair. He didn't play a ton of minutes, but as the season went along, Coach Greg Powers said he could see that he was growing into that position and the role that he expects him. Be a hard-nosed defenseman, tough to play against. He was part of the U18 last year, the bronze medal in Texas, and I thought he had a really good tournament there. So he had 2 years at the program. So I think his first year in college hockey for a young defenseman, sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming, and he kind of settled into that 5-6 slot, and he's got a lot of upside, and I think Greg Powers will give him that opportunity to be in top pair here. So
I think it's really interesting how you position that, Tony, because he was really good, I thought, a year ago in Frisco, like at that U18. He was really good. You could see his skating. You could see some things on projection. A little bit of a setback this year, but it's a heavy lift at college.
From Deerfield High School, Massachusetts, Elliot Lennon.
So Elliot Lennon out of Deerfield High School in Massachusetts. The Ottawa Senators selecting him in the middle of the fourth round here with pick 110.
Well, just to continue on that theme, we see how the developmental patterns have changed, guys. And so, like the Verhoffs, the Keens of the world, they go into college hockey, and it is very, very difficult to play at that level, at that age. So there seems to be a groundswell amongst some people who come out of minor hockey who are trying to rush things. What's the quickest way for me to get there? Get where? Get to the National Hockey League. The one positive thing I can find in the developmental system now is you can go and play junior hockey for a number of years. The signing period has changed now. You get 4 years. It used to be 2, so you don't have to rush out of there. And then you can continue the development by going to play college hockey. And so you take your time, you get your IQ going, you learn to play in a number of situations, you get the reps, you get the miles, you get the games as a younger player, okay? And then you start to say, all right, I'm physically maturing, I can start to work out more, I can deal with the college schedule that's on weekends, and I can progress my game against bigger, heavier, stronger players. And now if you take that developmental pattern, you say it's 3 years in junior hockey, all right, I've accomplished some things there, I've rounded out my game, I know what I'm going to be. I can go to college hockey, and now I can play and identify with being that player for a couple of years in college hockey. There's no rush.
With pick number 111, the Boston Bruins trade this pick in the 2026 NHL Draft to the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for pick number 170 in the 2026 NHL Draft and Winnipeg's fourth-round pick in the 2027 NHL Draft. So Pittsburgh is now on the clock.
All right, so Pittsburgh trading with Boston. Boston moves back to pick 170. Pittsburgh moving up to pick 111. So they are on the clock right now. Going back to Elliot Lennon, the goaltender out of Deerfield High School in Massachusetts. Big boy, 6'5", 181 pounds, committed to Brown University.
League, Parker Von Richter.
That's a nice setup they got going there.
Columbus Blue Jackets.
All right, Parker Von Richter here. So Pittsburgh moving up a couple of spots to select Parker Von Richter at number 11. And there he is making his way down the steps here at KeyBank Center. What a moment. You see the smile right there. And an exhale, too. It's like, we did it. We did it.
Pittsburgh Penguins. Here I come. You know, to revisit what you were talking about, Sam, and we talked about Lincoln Keene going and playing only 12 minutes for a defenseman. That's not a lot of minutes. And I think the agents and a little bit of that self-evaluation that you were talking, Book, about earlier, about saying, am I ready for that moment? Am I ready for college now? Because now you have more opportunities to go elsewhere to wait to get to that. Maybe a year in juniors would have been helpful. Maybe a year in the USHL or the CHL would have been right before Lincoln to go play at Arizona State. So you got to really identify what's the best path. And like we said before, the paths are always different for everyone. Gavin McKenna's path this year, obviously, was to go as a youngster to go face those bigger, stronger, tougher guys that they were in college. And then it took him a while to get going to be a dominating player at the college level.
Well, and to your point, if you look at Parker Von Richter, who the Pittsburgh Penguins just selected, this kid's 20 years old.
Yeah.
You know, and he went to the Ontario Hockey League, you know, in Brampton this year in Barrie. Like, I'm just looking over my game reports and my stats on him, and you know, he's just a reliable two-way guy, and he's going to UNH now. So he's older already. Now he's going to move on to the college ranks, and it's a good vet in this area of the draft, right? He's already learned how to win at the OHL level. He's identified himself for his strengths and his weaknesses. We'll see where it goes for him going forward, but it makes sense.
So Pittsburgh loading up here. You can see some of their picks in 2026. The Ruck twins, Galvis, Bowie, and most recently Parker Von Richter here. You start to see a theme of some of these teams and what they're trying to do here as far as identifying things on day two.
Older players, that's seemingly a trend that we touched on earlier in the show. When you're a little bit closer to what you're going to be in the National Hockey League, it's easy to take those players because the developmental time is expected not to be quite as long. But by the same token, the Parker Von Richter that you talked about completes his career in the OHL, and now there's 4 more years that he can go and play college hockey. The Penguins don't have to make any sort of decision on him, but if you like the progression that you saw this year, and I like that progression, what's it going to look like 3 years from now when he self-identifies again, gets bigger, and even stronger? Like, I want to get back to that point that families are out there. Let's do what the Joneses did. We got to rush. We have to get there quickly. Sometimes you can hurt yourself by rushing. Slow and steady wins the race. It wins the marathon, and that's what you're trying to do here. You're looking to be a marathoner and not a sprinter.
All different paths lead to this point at the end of the day. All right, quick timeout here. Middle of round 4, Columbus on the clock at pick 112. We'll see who they select next. A look at their war room in Columbus right there.
No, not now. Yeah, dude, that doesn't look good. I know what to do.
What's that?
I'm going to cashnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, I can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Oh, nice save.
Saving the day is easy. With CashNet USA.
When you need money fast, be the hero. Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the money you need now.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Homer, the homebody who only goes outside when nature calls. So Mom uses Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price. Delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
You're looking at Carvana's newest and proudest customer. So proud that we're teaming up to create Shackvana. Shackvana will be 100% online so customers can shop from anywhere.
That's so Shackvana.
Visit Shackvana or Carvana and buy your car today.
The biggest launch in Harry's history is here. It is this. Harry's Plus. This product took us 10 years to make. We bought a factory in Germany, we built custom machinery, agonized over every single detail of this product, and it is finally here, Harry's Plus. Less nicks and cuts, less tug and pull, the best razor I've ever tried, just an effortless, wonderful shaving experience for a lot less than Gillette. You get all of this for only $10. I can't wait for you to try it.
This is a story about the one who can fix nearly anything and turns to Granger, who has almost everything. He troubleshoots issues, maintains the facility, and keeps it all on track. Few may see him put the work in, but when they see the results, they know he's the one who keeps the doors open. The high-quality industrial products you need, plus a million more. Call, click Granger.com, or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone loves a collection of greatest hits, especially from Nuts.com. Small batch roasted nuts, the freshest, the crunchiest, luscious dried fruit, the plumpest, the juiciest, handcrafted chocolates, the richest, the creamiest. Whatever snack you crave, taste the greatest. Build your own box of greatest hits from Nuts.com. Certified snack hits, no skips. Order online now and get 20% off plus free shipping on Nuts.com.
The quest is complete. The Carolina Hurricanes have lifted the cup. Go behind the scenes from round 1.
I'll remember this one for sure.
To the Stanley Cup final.
Keep believing here, right? Let's ready to go.
Period of our lives here. Got nothing to say for this. Go.
And the party is on! Yeah! Way to go, Jarl!
Quest for the Stanley Cup. Only on NHL YouTube.
Which club will make the biggest splash when the market opens? See who goes where when the bell rings on free agent signing day.
I expect he can be a really helpful player for them.
Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network.
Welcome back to the 2026 draft here in Buffalo, middle of round 4. Before the commercial break, we were waiting on Columbus to select at 112. During that commercial break, we did have a trade, so now the Wild are on the clock. Columbus trading away pick 112 in exchange for picks 121 and 185. Minnesota at 112 selecting Caden Lemire, Sammy, a right winger from Prince George.
And a 6'4" right winger at that, playing with the Prince George Cougars. He played with a first rounder. We know who that was. Carson Karls there. An Edmonton product, and the guy who's super athletic. So not just into hockey. I appreciate those guys that have backgrounds that like to do other things and play other sports. I think anytime you have an opportunity to do that, you increase your athleticism. But you get a chance here to watch a guy who's scored 9 goals, put up 29 points. He's got that size that Minnesota appreciates. A bit of a project pick here when you're looking at this player, and we'll see again how it pans out. But again, you look at an organization that has a player type, Bill Guerin picking in the mold of what he was as a player, big, strong, heavy, tough to play against, and just enough ability to provide some offense.
Yeah, and that's how he built the Olympic team too, didn't he, Tony? Like really big, strong, hard to play against, and that's obviously his model. That's how he wants to build out the Minnesota Wild. They had a taste of success this year in the playoffs, and they want more of that.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Billy's done a heck of a job. You get put the, and I was one of the guys that said, Billy, how do you leave Cole Caulfield off your team?
Sure.
And you know what? And in a lot of teams, in a lot of situations, they still could have won with Cole Caulfield, but the team that he felt confident in, his coaches felt confident in, were the players that he selected, and they did it.
They did it, yeah.
I mean, it's quite an accomplishment because that was not an easy term. Everyone thinks it was Canada, U.S. There were a lot of other countries that were there.
It's a world game.
It's a world game.
Certainly
to be able to come out of that was pretty impressive. So nice job, USA.
All right, waiting on pick 113 here, Montreal. No time left on the clock, so maybe another trade coming. We shall see. 2 o'clock Eastern time here. We started 11, 3 hours in. What do you make of the pace halfway through round 4? You don't have to say anything, Sammy. I can say it on your face.
Did you say pace?
Pick up the pace?
Yeah.
Is that?
So I've been there, done that. You guys have been on this side. I've been down there aggravating you guys to all you know what. But part of the reason that this is starting to happen now, guys, is that lists are starting to dry up in terms of I really identify this player as a value add for our organization right now. They go to their futures list and they start to take a look at next
year. Here we go. Crowd likes it.
Trade announcement. Montreal Canadiens trade pick number 113 in the 2026 NHL draft to the Vegas Golden Knights in exchange for picks number 117 and 223 in the 2026 NHL draft. Vegas Golden Knights are now on the clock.
A fan in attendance didn't love it, but Vegas moving up to pick 113. Montreal moving back to 117 and 223.
If you don't mind me just picking up on that, guys, at this point here, so what your general manager's looking at you and saying, like, what do you guys think? And we're going to say, well, I really value this positional player, this guy, this guy, this guy. And he's going to say, okay, well, what's our depth chart look like? Where are these guys going to slot in? What are their time? What's our futures look like? Like, what's the future draft look like? And then we're going to have a list of, call it 100 guys that we've identified already for next year. We've already started to apply value, and that's how this starts to roll out. This isn't just a fly-by-night thing.
Select Jonah Sivertson from Prince Albert of the Western Hockey League. Next order of selection belongs to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
All right, so the Golden Knights taking Jonah Sivertson, a right winger from Prince Albert in the WHL. Jason, his grandparents are his biggest fans. His grandmother, known as Grandma Sivertson by teammates, has battled cancer for years, I should say. So she's obviously plays a huge role in his life and a very important figure in his life growing up.
What a nice year Jonah Sivertson had there playing for the Prince Albert Raiders in the WHL. He really spiked offensively, 24 goals, 29 assists. He's a big body, guys. 6'3", 200 pounds. He's one of those guys that's got sneaky great hands, and he's going to sort of, he's wiry, I guess is the best way for me to, he's going to sneak up on you with his speed and his offense. Great stick in close to his body. Why does that matter? Sometimes big guys expose the puck outwards, and it's easier to check. He's hard to check, this guy. I think he's got bottom six upside with secondary offense. Look at his metrics in relation to his peer group. Very solid, right? This is a safe bet in this area for the Vegas Golden Knights. This is a Kelly McCrimmon type of player.
Well, of course it is. He comes from the Western Hockey League, and Kelly McCrimmon and the Vegas Golden Knights have had a lot of success with players coming out of the Western Hockey League. When you know the people so well, when you know how they develop, the coaches that they have, you can trust it beyond the layer of even trusting your scouts. And I think when you have that additional layer of trust, you go back to the well, and why wouldn't you, with the way Vegas has had success over its time in the league so far.
Talking about scouts.
Yeah, there he is. There's our guy. Yeah. We got to get him on the set.
We got to get this guy up here with that clipboard. I gotta get to know this guy. Get up here.
I want to know what he's thinking here at pick 114. He's got his clipboard.
What I want to know is if there's anything written on that clipboard, or if it's a decoy.
If it's a decoy.
I love it. There's the Toronto Maple Leaf War Room there in Toronto. So they're getting a good chuckle. Maybe they're seeing what we're seeing and having a good hoot about that fan. But you got to appreciate the passion from that guy. Looking the part with his clipboard. Let's see if he likes this one.
Toronto selects Patriks Plumums from Zemgali, Latvia. Next order of selection belongs to Utah. Utah's on the clock.
All right, Jason, so Toronto going after a goaltender here, and Patriks Plumums from Latvia, named the top goaltender at the U18 World Championship, finished second in save percentage at that tournament. How about this? .947. Yikes.
This kid stole games this year. He's a really athletic, emotional, competitive goaltender, 6'3", 203. He looks kind of reserved right now, but he doesn't play like that, boys. He was really good. Here's the thing. There is a little bit of inconsistency at time with that. Despite his statistical analysis, it is great, but you have to do that in relation to the level too, right? Like he's a better goaltender than that level. Butterfly style, the crease awareness and the tracking. He ends up on his stomach sometimes, if you know what I mean. So he's got to slow things down a bit.
Next order of selection in the fourth round belongs to Winnipeg Jets.
Utah not wasting much time with that selection at 115. Carl Axelsson.
Well, you asked him to pick the puck, pick the pace up.
Pick up the pace, pick up the puck and pick up the pace. So, and they certainly did that. He's another goaltender, so another run on maybe goalies here. Another team takes Plumums, and now Utah gets Axelsson, 6'3", 184 out of the USHL in Muskegon.
13 goaltenders have gone today already. Ryder Federer, who is a CHL goaltender of the year, is still on the board.
Smaller guy. Brady Noling.
From the U.S. program.
Harrison Bettinger,
Harrison Bettinger from Kelowna.
The 116th pick, Winnipeg Jets select Zach Wooten from Green Bay of the United States Hockey League.
Tony, Zach Wooten, left winger from Green Bay, the USHL, named the first team USHL All-Star, finished third among all skaters and goals this season with 35.
35 big ones, 6'2", 205 pounds.
Oh, there it is.
That's our guy. He's got actual information.
He's got a sick list.
Look at that. He's maybe working on trade calls here. The guy does it all.
He does.
Listen, we need to get this guy on set somehow. Get him some makeup, get him up here. Let's get it going. Unbelievably effort.
John Chyka just hired him.
Tony, go ahead. Zach Wooten here. Yeah.
I mean, this kid is a late bloomer from the standpoint that all of a sudden he popped and had such a dominating year offensively in the USHL, going to Wisconsin. And this kid plays that big power type of game. He's up and down. He gets to that real strong on the stick. And like you just said about the player earlier, puck is tight to his body as he's getting his release up, but he looks bigger than 6'2", and he gets up and down the ice.
He does
very well for a big fella.
I like his skating a lot.
You like that? And Sam likes
compete. I like to compete on
here at 117 by Montreal. Defenseman from Saskatoon in the WHL. Grew up in the Sea of Red. The Klimke family had Calgary Flames season tickets. Committed to North Dakota, but now they might want to switch their allegiances to the Montreal side of things, Sammy.
You know, it's always a lot of fun in the junior hockey circles when you score the teddy bear toss goal. So if you're not familiar with that, it happens right around Christmas time, and everyone buys a teddy bear to support local charities. When you score the goal, they all huck them on the ice. Klimpke had that opportunity to do it going back to last year. Aside from that, average size defenseman at 6 foot, 174 pounds. We don't see a ton of those guys. Puts up 47 points this year, 43 assists, so leaning heavily to the playmaking side. You look at a guy who was able to wear a letter for Saskatoon, a really good program that continues to produce players. Klimpke, nice work by him. You see he's born in Calgary and getting the opportunity to play for that great Saskatoon Blades franchise.
Tony, how about Justin Graff here at 118 by the Nashville Predators, left winger from Cedar Rapids, passed over last year in the draft, but his older brother Colin plays for the San Jose Sharks. We know Colin Graff. Tell us about Justin.
Well, we know about Justin from the brother part of it, but what do you call it? Second degree black belt in some sort of what would we call it when you do that martial arts stuff? So he is
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, one of those things.
One of those.
He's dangerous.
He is dangerous. So martial arts. But the kid can play hockey too, and obviously having his big brother there to be the mentor for him. Born in Boston, Mass, like you see, but
next order of selection
he's a kid that the Nashville Predators are really happy was available in the 4th round.
How about the Devils at 119 taking Lav Gashalom here, a centerman from the NHL. He's the first draft-eligible player to ever lead the NHL in assists in a season. He had 53 assists in 51 games, Books. Not bad.
Yeah, no, he had a fantastic regular season. I like this kid's skill a lot. His statistical metrics play out that way. He needs to play in your top 6. And if he doesn't play in your top 6, he's going to be a recall. He cannot play in the bottom. His defensive side and the physicality in his game, it just doesn't translate to being a bottom 6 NHL player. So you're taking a risk on the skill in this area and hoping the rest of it planes out.
Gashalov, 5'11", 186. We'll see how that translates down the road.
The Western Hockey League, Marek Skalinska.
All right, so Philly making their pick. Marek Skalinska.
Next order of selection belongs to Columbus.
We got everybody in the house here. I don't think that's a real Gritty. That's a real fan, though. And he is fired up about Marek at 120.
Fake Gritty. Nice.
So he's another goaltender from Seattle. WHL won the bronze medal with Czechia at the 2026 U18 World Championship. He had a .921 save percentage at that tournament. So a couple of goalies being taken here over the last couple of picks. You had Plumans at 114 by Toronto, and then right after that it was Carl Axelson at 115 by Utah. And now you've got Skalikna at 120 with Philly.
The interesting thing about Marek is he's a very competitive goaltender. There's absolutely no question about that. One of my concerns, guys, is that when he gets down in his butterfly, he starts to lose his size advantage a little bit. What do I mean by that? He sits low on the backs of his heels, so he's not sitting tall. And if you're not sitting tall, you're not utilizing your upper body to be tall and square. So some work to do there. He's athletic. He's got good feet. He's really competitive. But just, again, I keep coming back to refinement. I don't know. It's stuck in my brain. I'm sorry. Everybody's going to have to put up with it for the rest of the day. That's just what he needs. He needs a little bit of time. I love his compete.
Columbus selects from Youngstown of the United States Hockey League, Evan Jardine.
So Evan Jardine at 121 for the Columbus Blue Jackets here.
Evan Jardine's going to Ohio State, another Youngstown. I think that's their 4th player picked already in the first 2 days of the draft. 27 goals last year, so the kid can score some goals, good hockey sense. He's got a wide base and strong on pucks. He protects it really well around the net. Good vision to go along with that. So Steve Rollick will have a nice player coming to the University of Ohio State, or the Ohio State University, as the football team, I think, started to make that their way of describing their school. And you can see him here around the net. Like when you score goals like that, you're in the right spot and the goalie's out of the net for you, but you can see him underneath coverage there. He finds a way to get that stick open, and
I can tell you he's got good hands, because his secret talent, or his hidden talent, he told us, plays the ukulele.
Ooh,
so
nice.
I don't know how that translates on the ice, but yeah, go figure.
Very nice. A couple of those goals, 11 of them on the power play. That's amongst the USHL leaders in that department. From a Youngstown program that you mentioned, Tony, continues to pump out some good players here.
I like Tony off the rush when he's coming on his weak side like that.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Got things falling down over there.
Yeah, we got some coffee machines falling on me and stuff. But he kind of teases you with the puck. He baits you, and then he goes bar down on his weak side. You know, like he's almost baiting, like he's going to go across the ice with a pass. He teases it, and then he just has that quick release. I like that in a player.
You keep abusing Books down there. We're getting the Maple Leafs analysts up here. You're going to be in the crowd with your clipboard.
I'm getting shipped out.
Yeah. So what a moment it is for these youngsters.
Oh, I love it.
The name called and then getting signed some autographs. Yeah, why not, right? Just talk about day one last night and the red carpet, the kids getting off the bus, and it is a whirlwind for these kids, not just this weekend, but the last 365 days. What a journey. It's for some of those kids, that journey still hasn't quite, gotten to the end goal, which is to hear your name drafted. So the best available prospects, who are you guys most surprised that we maybe haven't heard their name called? And here we are towards the end of round number 4.
I'm going to stick with the goalie. Yeah, me too.
And same with me. Hafley I like as well. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll be hearing his name soon.
You surprised by this amount of best available still at this point in the draft? We're waiting on 122, and our lowest projected person was 75th overall right there. How far off are we when we come to that, or is that the eye is in the beholder here of like what you see and how you project a certain guy compared to somebody else?
Yeah, so each organization has a player type that they value, especially later on in the draft. They have to, again, tick off a certain amount of boxes, and that's attractive to that organization. But I would be contradicting myself, JMO, if I didn't say, I had guys from 25 to 45 that I valued sort of the same. So when you get into this range here, 71, 77 to 120, you can see how it fits,
Boston selects from Örebro, Sweden juniors, Oscar Olsson. Next,
the Bruins selecting Oscar Olsson, left winger, out of the Swedish Junior League, 6'4", so good size. Jason, 187 pounds, played 32 games last year, 14 goals, 16 helpers, totaling 30 points.
Two-way support guy. I'm not so sure that he projects to score a ton at the pro level. So I've got him as a 13F, like a minor league recall. Hockey IQ, skating, and shot are in place. His offensive zone. I think I'm probably in relation to the bigger picture. I wish I could have a do-over on that a bit. I think he's probably a 75, but I'm splitting here. So what do you get? You got a big body who's going to do some other things for you. So it's worth the risk here for sure.
Next order of selection belongs to the Buffalo Sabres.
All right, so goalie going off the list here. You heard Buffalo on the clock, so they get the loud pop. The Blues going after a goaltender, and Vladimir Proskurin, a goaltender from the NHL. Books, 6'1", 170.
Same thing, right? We're running our way through these Russian goaltenders with no surprise whatsoever. See where he's going to go next year, because he doesn't have in his profile a KHL timeline on the horizon. 6'1" though, so we're getting into that. We're getting into a different size category here.
All right, Buffalo on the clock, and we're told something special is about to take place. So let's see who they take at 124. Okay, well, they need a couple more seconds, so we'll wait on that. You saw a couple of Sabres fans in attendance here. They are super excited about this pick coming up towards the end of round 4. The Let's Go Buffalo chants have already started, so love the shirt on that guy. Feeling festive, feeling good. Vibes are high as we take a look at Proskurin here, the left-handed catching goaltender. And you can take us through some more of his abilities. I love that shirt.
That's a great shirt. A lot of the Russian goaltenders, when we start analyzing them, it's pretty consistent, athletic, like butterfly athletic. They're wiry, they got great hips, they got great feet, and that fits the bill right there for Proskurin. They battle, boys. They're competitive goaltenders, like really dialed in.
It's interesting the way they practice. I covered a lot of Russian junior games when they would come over and play against the CHL, and they, like the way they practice hard, they practice heavy. Taking shots to the head, which is an absolute no-no here in North America, like high shots, risky shots, and they just get used to it. So pretty interesting how they go about their business.
All right, let's see what Buffalo does and how they go about their business here at 124.
If you would please direct your attention to the screens as we pay tribute to Niagara University Club hockey player Bradley Burden. The NHL is pleased to welcome to the stage the Niagara University Purple Eagles hockey team. To make the next pick for the Buffalo Sabres, please welcome Bradley's sister, Shannon Burden.
With the 124th overall selection, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from St. John, Oliver's Murnix.
Just a great moment there as the Niagara Club hockey team honors their late teammates, Bradley Burden there, and Bradley's sister honoring her brother as well. So, and making this selection in round number 4 for the Buffalo Sabres at 124.
I mean, a nice touch by the league. Obviously, the emotions change really fast when, you think of Bradley and think of his family, and to be here today and Buffalo to be able to recognize that there's an important community member that was lost, and see the family and the emotion on the family.
So Buffalo selecting Oliver's Murnix here, a centerman from St. John in the QMJHL. How about this? In May, he became the youngest Latvian player to ever suit up at a world championship.
Yeah, and we talked about the Latvian production. This is a guy who comes over to the CHL and wants to kind of further his career from there. Really interesting player because there's no real element of the game that jumps out at you. But the one thing that you can trust with this player is that he's going to get in your way. He's going to bother you. He's going to bump you. He has skill. So you see flashes of different elements to his game. You don't see all of those things come to the fore.
Two-way checker. Plays really hard, guys.
I mean, Latvia's on a pretty good run here, international.
Yep.
Absolutely. Sure. And they work hard for that, too.
They play the right way.
They do.
They just play the right way.
Yeah, 100% agree with that.
All right, couple picks left here in round number 4. How does the strategy change as far as we talked about early strategy in round number 2? Where are we at strategy-wise for some of these teams now trending towards later round 4?
As little as 115 names.
Wow.
Those are guys that you're identifying that you want to truly interject into your organization. And then if you have draft capital as it's falling down and you're running out of names, you move on.
Well, here's the name from Carolina, and they go after a goaltender here. Ryder Fedorov, a goaltender from Ottawa, the OHL. Books named the OHL goaltender of the year in his rookie season.
So here we are at 5'11 and a half, 184 pounds. Look at the saves that this kid makes, like the desperation saves, CHL goalie of the year. That's no small feat. And the Dustin Wolfs of the world, those types of goaltenders, they give these smaller guys, they give NHL teams a reason to believe, don't they? Yeah. If you're going to work for it, and he is definitely going to work for it.
Well, did you see Brandon Faust over there jump up when that selection was made? That's his goaltender that he said is so far under the radar that he couldn't wait to celebrate his pick, and he was able to jump out of his chair over there and celebrate it.
So when I take a look at him, Tony, the one thing, and whether Brandon Foss likes it or not, his positioning's got to improve by another 5% or so. Why? Because he's got to make sure that he's square at all times and he's in the blue paint. He's active, he's athletic, and it's just going to result in an uptick in some other areas. But boy, oh boy, does this kid compete to make
he
saves.
battles. He sure does.
With pick number 126, Colorado selects from Wenatchee of the Western Hockey League, Tobias Tversnik. Next order of selection, San Jose Sharks. San Jose's on the clock.
All right, Books, so another run of goalies. Many runs here, but it seems like once a team takes it, it's not too long after that we see another goaltender selected here. And these are back-to-back goalies now with the Avs selecting a goaltender at 126.
I'm losing track here, but I feel like we're up to 16 goaltenders. So what you get here is a goaltender that gives you that different look, a southpaw. Hey, Tony, back in the day when you're coming in on a southpaw goaltender, what was the feel for you as a shooter? I'm always curious about that, lefty-righty, because the righties they're an anomaly, and that's what this kid does. He gives them a different look.
Yeah, and I thought about that in the playoffs when Bussy came in. Like, is that a difference in the mindset of the shooter? And it absolutely is. And from the standpoint that you have a certain area when you're in a position on the ice, whether you're in the slot or you're on the right side coming down the wing, that you are programmed to think the best chance to score is shooting it in that area. And then when you look up to fire that shot, you see, man, that looks different. You sometimes do hesitate. Right. You sometimes do change your shot kind of in flight. So there is a little bit of that. I think the great goal scorers, and I was a hacker and whacker type of goal scorer, but the great goal scorers, I'm sure it makes no difference to them.
Very interesting. So this kid here, he gives him that different look, and he's a battler, and he's got good size. He just needs some time to further develop. But the amount of goalies, this is becoming a story for the day.
17 goalies, 7 in this round right now.
So positioning is average. Lateral quickness is in place there, guys. His high net coverage becomes average because he's active moving left to right. That matters, and he's just got to clean it up a bit.
Selection.
Finally,
there it is.
Oh, guess who?
Finally,
our 18th goalie.
There you go.
A big surprise because I thought it would have been one of the top 5 goaltenders in today's draft. But no, and then this kid has showed up in a couple big situations and performed really well. And it's particularly that CHL and the USA Prospects game when he had 42 saves. One Canada dominated that game. So I think there are moments for him that he just thrives in that position of big moments. So he'll probably be the U.S. goaltender for the World Juniors next year. At least he'll be one of the two that will be getting an opportunity to be the starter there, and got a lot of upside on him. He's going to BU. His favorite goaltender was Jake Ottinger, so why not go to BU? And surprised that it took this long to get him on the draft board, but got lots of potential.
But he's not rushing there. He's going to make a pit stop in Saginaw first and play with the spirit. And I think that's great because, again, the number of games at that position is absolutely imperative. So 2 years at the program, all right, now we're going to go and probably get 50-plus in the OHL, and then I'm going to go to BU. I should be able to handle most of the schedule at BU and be ready at that time. I will have had World Junior experience. I'm a big guy who's just going to continue to fine-tune the body. So I love the thought pattern that he has. And go figure, like Mike Greer, he's killing it here the last couple of days.
He's having himself a weekend in Buffalo, that's for sure. So Brady Nolan going to the Sharks at 127. And who do we have here at 128? Axel Hilofsson for the Colorado Avalanche here to round out round number 4. Mike Kelly, tell us about Axel.
Well, gentlemen, as I sit here at my fireside lounge, I was wondering where Axel would go in this draft. Look, you're going to show the graphic. We had him a lot higher. I'll tell you why. He's an offensive defenseman, but he's undersized. 5'10", loves to join the rush, sees the ice well. Kind of that typical modern undersized defenseman. The reason why he goes where he goes, though, I think teams are probably wondering, is he elite enough in any areas that will allow him to play in the NHL at his size? The skating's got to get better. The dynamic elements of his game, you probably want to see more if he's going to be that guy. And I like the comp, Sam Malinsky, undrafted player. Well, he's a player now. That's what Colorado's hoping they get from Hilofsson.
All right, sounds good, Mike. Yeah, 5'10", 164, as we mentioned, not a single defenseman that was under 6 feet tall selected in last year's draft. Underway in round number 5, quick timeout, then we're back to talk about Utah's pick coming up at 1:30. Connor Davis at 1:29 to kick off round number 5 by Vancouver. We're back in just a moment.
Collect top rookie prospects in the 2026 NHL Draft Digital Card Set. Complete the 10-card set for a physical version of the draft's #1 wing. Now available on UpperDeckEPAC.com.
I like winning on the field, but it's even more fun winning on Deal Dash.
Lori won $2,000 Tiffany earrings for just $1, and Joseph won an iPad for just $6. There's millions of fast auctions. So try today at DealDash.com for $50 of free credit and your first win guaranteed.
Stop buying generic Viagra if you haven't tried this new 87-cent generic Viagra from Friday Plans. It took me 2 minutes to get a free prescription for 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra. It was $7 total. I felt like an idiot when I found out. CVS was charging me $406 for the same 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra that I got for $7 from Friday Plans. Don't be an idiot like I was. Try this. I just went to FridayPlansMethod.com and answered a few medical questions. And that same day, their licensed doctor gave me a free prescription. Within 3 days, the pills arrived at my door in a discreet package. The shipping was free, like the prescription. When I tried it, it kicked in within 30 minutes. And my wife definitely noticed. She told me I'm like a new man. I feel like I'm back in my 20s again, and my confidence is through the roof. They work just like the name brand. Don't be stupid like me, paying the high pharmacy prices. Go to FridayPlansMethod.com and get this $7 deal from Friday Plans now before it's gone. It will be the best $7 you've ever spent. Put a smile on your wife's face. Go to FridayPlansMethod.com and get your free prescription today.
You read every label at the grocery store, but have you read your dog's food label? Sundays for Dogs gently air dries meat and superfoods to preserve nutrients and flavor. It's healthy, complete nutrition with no artificial preservatives, fillers, or synthetics. Plus, there's no refrigeration or thawing required. Just scoop and serve. See the difference real food makes in your dog's life. Get 30% off your first box today.
Are you certain this is decaf? Are you 4 imprint certain? I am like lightning today.
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4 Imprint. Wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by visiting 4imprint.com.
4 Imprint, for certain.
This offseason, relive recent All-Star weekends, your favorite outdoor spectacles, and classic moments that remind us of the greatness of our game. Saturday hockey highlights this offseason on NHL Network.
All right, welcome back to Buffalo. Round number 5 officially underway, and the pace is certainly picking up here because you can see the amount of selections that were made during that commercial break. Connor Davis, Theodore Knights, Finn Kearns, Simon Katalichki, Andrew Robinson, and Morgan Anderberg here. So pace is picking up here towards the start of round number 5.
I'm going to look there at Andrew Robinson. We're seeing players come at a high pace now, like you mentioned. A little earlier at pick 131, Finn Kearns from the St. Andrews College program, which is a prep school that continues to gain popularity in the Ontario area and producing a lot of really good players. Goes back to Warren Fogle, most recently Dean Letourneau's a guy there. Kearns had 163 PIMs, gentlemen. Along with 40 points, and then ends up going to play 15 games with Sudbury, has 17 points in those 15, or 17 PIMs in those 15 games. The point production goes down, obviously, as you go to a higher level, but a player here obviously plays with that grit and grime. Coach David Manning over there at St. Andrews doing a good job continuing to recruit and pump out high-end players.
We just saw Morgan Anderberg go, a centerman from Vexia in the SHL, among first-time draft-eligible players this year. Anderberg's 39 games in the SHL are third most.
I want to go back to Katalicki. Let's get our
Winnipeg
pick here
selects from Quebec Ramparts of the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League, Alexandre Taillefer.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, and Katalicki, Simon Katalicki, 6'4", 198. He did have a goal in 6 games for the bronze medal for Czechia in the U18 tournament there. But as this kid's got it all, but he's got to use that frame to his advantage. And I think as a big guy, if you have it, you might as well use it. And I think that's something that Calgary will ask him to be more aggressive at, finding that rhythm and that that style of play that's going to be successful for him to have a chance to play with the Flames. But he's certainly got the tools to do it, so we'll wait and see his development.
At 135, as you take a look at Alexander Teifer walking down the aisle there, selected by the Winnipeg Jets, a defenseman, 6 foot, 164 out of the QMJHL.
Yeah, spoke to his head coach yesterday. That's Eric Veilleux, and he said his turnaround in his mindset year over year has been the thing that's allowed him to be able to be picked here by the Winnipeg Jets. If you go back a year ago, the attitudinally, it just wouldn't have worked. So to flip that mindset around, your attitude around, and become a guy who's more willing to being coached and more coachable, Eric Veilleux says he'd go to bat for this guy any day of the week, and really thinks he has an opportunity to play, not in your top 6, but somewhere down the road in your bottom, in your lower pairing. Sorry,
that's high praise as well from Eric, because he's a hard.
He is a hard guy.
He expects a lot.
How about Kent Sauer? Goes by KJ, Tony, a centerman out of Andover High School. Missed a lot of time this season due to injury. Played just 20 regular season games, but what's the upside with him?
He did. He's a 6'3", a big kid as well. I had the pleasure of coaching his uncle Kurt, that played for me in Colorado. It's just, so we got a little bit of family ties. His other uncle, Michael, played with the Rangers. His dad, Kent, was drafted by Nashville. So he's got some family. Good, solid, reliable player, good prospect.
Filip Ruzicka. Next order of selection belongs to Nashville. Predators are on the clock.
All right, so Ruzicka was one of those best available guys, and his name coming off the clock here. Sammy, a goaltender out of Brandon in the WHL, owns 2 records for Brandon goaltenders. Most saves in a shutout, 47. Most saves in a postseason game, 64. Sees a lot of rubber and stops a lot of rubber.
That's the best, right? Like, that's how you're going to develop. You're going to get into situations where you get with a younger team, and you're going to get pelted on the odd night, and good on him for doing it. We're seeing another Czechia raised goaltender here, comes into the league, a .906 save percentage. Yeah, the goals against 3.19, but it's the save percentage I'm more keyed in on here. Picks up 26 wins. That's second most amongst rookies. And in fact, at the end of the year, was in the mix for the WHL goaltender of the year. He sees he gets a little lost here, but no problem. I'm not going to give up on it. Down low, covering the bottom part of the net. We're seeing that again. That's a trend with this goaltender. And
nice.
6'7".
Well, that's just
Don't do it. Don't you do it.
What? 6'7".
Oh, my.
I had to.
Continue.
That's why size matters right there, though, right?
That's it, because when you're able to cover the lower part of the net and you have that size, when you get back up, you're still recovering and you're still covering a large part of the net, which is clearly why the NHL is moving towards that way with its goaltenders. But the fact of the matter is, he's maybe taking advantage of that a little bit too much on occasion.
I agree.
Be a little bit more upright, to stay and take away a bigger part of the net than when you are when the butterfly, as opposed to being in that scramble position, and as puck moves side to side, you end up kind of falling down and falling over, and then you lose half of the net up top.
We up to 19 goaltenders now?
Still a few good ones.
Yeah.
Good ones left, too.
All right.
Absolutely.
So we're waiting on Nashville here at 1:38, minute to go in round number 5 on their pick. Checking on our Toronto analyst. He's somewhere. He's got some time to go here. Toronto picking 158 here in round number 5. But what's kind of caught your eye this weekend so far, just as far as themes or
With
anything jumping off the page?
138th selection of the
Want to hear a
2026
selection first, and I'll
NHL
get
draft. Nashville selects from Borkjolven, Sweden, Filip Hemmier. Next order of selection belongs to the St. Louis Blues.
The excitement of seeing young kids that have worked so hard to get this day in their life, and the families of it, is probably my biggest takeaway as far as the trends going. But that's lots of goaltenders for me. And I don't know the history of the league to say that this is one of the most in a draft up to this point, but it sure seems like a lot. And I have a few that I like coming into this day that are still on the board. So we'll hear a few more names from the goaltender side as well.
So we just heard Filip Hemmier here. He's selected 138th overall by the Nashville Predators, left winger out of Sweden, 6'1", 170, played the Swedish second tier overseas.
So the one thing I wanted to ask Books about, we've talked a little bit about it before, like in terms of the list, have you ever run out?
I have never run out, no, but we've gotten pretty close, and I'll tell you, I got the stick guy from my general manager at that time because he's like, "Are we going to run out of players here?" And no, we've never ran out of players. No, it's never happened.
Nicholas Bogus.
I do know teams that have though, for sure.
All right, then what do you do at that point?
Nicholas Bogus selection belongs to New Jersey
Tony.
Devils.
Yeah, NTDP player for Team USA. Did play a year at Waterloo, so we only got 1 year with the program. He's headed to Michigan State to play with Adam Nightingale. I'm sure he's going to play a year at juniors before, but he missed a few months with the foot injury that really set him back in this development year. So showed up at the U18. He battled through that injury. I don't think he was completely healthy. So I again, for a player that wants to be on the ice, I think he tried to play through it a lot. Probably his viewings weren't quite as good as they should have been, but I do think that this kid gets healthy. He's going to have a really good future in front of him. And you go with Nightingale and you're playing with all these first-round picks, high draft picks, and you're only going to get better.
What's he got, a 50-man roster over there? Everyone we heard yesterday, Michigan State.
Nighty, yeah.
I see Nick Bogus putting on the sweater there. His dad, Chris, was a 6th-round pick back in 1996 by the Toronto Maple Leafs. So when it comes to bragging rights, maybe at the Thanksgiving table, Nick has bragging rights over Dad because he's drafted at 139 here in round number 5. When it comes to draft picks, the San Jose Sharks have had a bunch of them, and they have done quite well with them. E.J. Raddick with the organizer of those draft picks, Mike Greer, the Sharks general manager, and what a weekend so far for him, E.J.
Yeah, no question about it, J-Mo. It has been a big weekend for the San Jose Sharks, and we're fortunate to have their general manager joining us right now from their situation room in San Jose. And Mike, let me just start. You make the move to get that 9th pick. Did this all play out according to plan for you to be able to draft the forward Stenberg 2nd and then get one of the defensemen at 9?
I can't hear you.
All right, Mike is having a little trouble hearing me right now, so we'll see. We want to send it back. We'll send it back up to J-Mo.
Eej, we'll take it from you. That's live TV. Communications don't always work when you need them to. We know you'll get that figured out.
I can answer for Mike Greer,
love to hear out from Mike Greer's perspective how it's going.
Mike Greer is fired up and happy with how the last 2 days have gone with all the stuff that he's been able to do.
I don't think this was my earpiece isn't working.
No.
Check out the brains I got going with all these moves right now.
I've got it going right now. Mike Greer's done a heck of a job. I mean, he just keeps adding to that. We already, all of us have talked about how promising San Jose is for not just the future, but tomorrow. I mean, when they show up in training camp, how excited are those fans and that franchise? And what you want your best player. You want Macklin Celebrini to be excited at the direction of the team. We talked about that earlier about players saying, hey, I might want to leave this franchise for this reason or that reason. Yeah. When you're a young player like that and you see your general manager making trades and doing what he's got to do to improve his team the way Mike Greer has done, Celebrini's got to be happy.
It might be a destination now for other players to go to San Jose. Trade alert.
In the 2026 NHL Draft to the Colorado Avalanche in exchange for picks number 149 and 222 in the 2026 NHL Draft. Colorado is now on the clock.
Okay, so New Jersey trading back. Colorado now on the clock here at 1:40. 3 minutes to go for them in round number 5.
Can I just pick up on something here? You guys, we're talking about Michigan State a lot, right, over the last couple of days, and rightfully so. I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches. Here's the thing that people also have to understand, that there's one puck. You know, on Friday and Saturday nights, you're going to be battling for ice time. You know what else these kids are doing through the course of the week? Battling amongst each other. This is a high-end, high-octane roster of high-end recruits, Tony. Like, when you practice your guys at Wisconsin, you're practicing them hard against each other. They're making each other better. Better roster, better players.
Absolutely. Hockey League, Cole Tuminero. Next order of selection, New York Islanders.
We saw this guy at the Chipotle All-American game. He was a late ad, actually, and the guy who had suffered injury earlier in his career. If I can remember correctly, a defenseman, Tuminero.
Defenseman out of Chicago in the USHL, Tony.
Now a big boy, 6'4", 225, so that's a big kid. 148 PIMs in the UHL. And sometimes you're like, well, what good does PIMs do? It shows that he wants to play aggressive. So don't ever hesitate saying, oh, he takes too many penalties, he's undisciplined. That shows he cares, and that shows he stands up for teammates and he battles. Because if he had that many penalty minutes and he wasn't being productive, the coach coach wouldn't be playing him.
All right,
The
Cole
Islanders select from
Chiminero
Brantford
taken
of the
at 140 by the
Ontario Hockey
Colorado
League, Vladimir
Avalanche. We're going to take a timeout here. The Islanders on the clock at 141. They just made that pick, so we're back with Columbus on the clock at 142.
Blue Jackets.
No, not now.
Yeah, dude, that doesn't look good.
I know what to do.
What's that?
I'm going to cashnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, I can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Oh, nice save.
Saving the day is easy. With CashNet USA.
When you need money fast, be the hero. Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the money you need now.
Ever wanted to brew the perfect beer for game day? Meet Pinter, the home beer system built for sports fans. Fresh beer, brewed and tapped by you. As simple as brew, chill, tap, done. Craft 12 pints with every brew. Crisp lager, juicy and hoppy IPAs. Pinter is the ultimate game day teammate. Bring the stadium atmosphere home. Get your friends over and pour fresh beers. Get yours free now when you join our flexible beer plan. Go to pinter.com/sports to claim your offer today.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
With Chewy, pets get their care taken care of. With everything to be their healthiest, happiest selves. Quality meds, supplements, and nutrition at great prices. For help with health, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
What are you doing? We need to save time.
There.
What just happened?
I just saved time. By buying a car in Carvana. It was all online. Got pre-qualified instantly. Great terms. Save time and buy your car in Carvana.
The perfect snack box is everything. So customize your box. Sweet and salty your box. Protein pack your box. Movie night perfect your box. Build your own incredible snack box at nuts.com and get 20% off plus free shipping.
This is the story of the one who knows that being ready for the unexpected comes from having a partner like Grainger, whose professional-grade products and next-day delivery help ensure that he and his team are prepared to rise to every challenge, so he can be confident that he has what he needs when he needs it to help keep patients safe and happy. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Things at work don't always work, but with Easy Cater, the food always does. Ugh, not again. Easy Cater is tech that won't let you down. Learn more at easycater.com.
Your best source for everything hockey is here. The NHL app is your place to get every highlight from every game.
McDavid for the net.
Off the ice player content you won't find anywhere else.
You guys have a helmet I can throw on for this?
The most NHL Edge advanced stats and game analytics, and ways to catch up on the game how you want, when you want. When it comes to following the NHL, don't settle for anything else. Hockey is better on the NHL app.
Relive these past playoffs one series at a time. All the intensity.
What a brilliant play!
All the big goals.
Overtime winner!
All of one series.
Sparkling save!
All in a row. Series in a day. On NHL Network Daytime.
Welcome back to Buffalo, middle of round 5 here on day 2 of the NHL draft, and a couple of names going. The pace is picking up, Sam, but Beckham Edwards in the commercial, his name was called, and by far maybe the loudest cheers that we've heard on day 2. The crowd here went nuts for him.
Yeah, London, Ontario guy who plays in Sarnia, and so you have those roots that there are a lot of people in that those areas of Toronto that are Detroit Red Wings fans, and Books, you identified earlier that they're looking at guys Detroit now with ties to the state. And so when it comes to Edwards, he and Diorio were thought to be two guys that were 1 to 3 round picks. It hasn't quite worked out that way. But for Beckham Edwards, a 6'1" guy, leans a little bit more to the assist side of things. We had the opportunity to spend some time with him at the CHL USA Prospects Challenge in Alberta and just kind of get an understanding of what this guy is all about. good skater. Yeah, he can get to pucks first. It's what he does with it after. We'll keep an eye on Beckham Edwards, though. He has had some international experience, and when you get chosen to play for those events, there's a rigorous process for that to happen. I just think, again, here in his draft year, you get some of those viewings where you're not at your best, and it happens on multiple occasions, and you sort of slip down the list. But in terms of where the history is for Edwards, it says a lot about people having prior knowledge of what he was even in his underage years. So we'll see how it plays out for him here, getting an opportunity to play with the Detroit Red Wings potentially somewhere down the road.
Folks, how about Washington's pick? It's 144. Big defenseman, 6'5", out of Thayer Academy in Massachusetts, straight out of high school.
Yeah, so Brian McFadden is heading to Northeastern. He's not scheduled to start or enroll in school for a couple of years, guys. So curious to see where he heads to next. He's got options. He can be going to St. John in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, Maritime Hockey League. Yep. My mistake there, guys. 2-way D, right shot, big body. Needs time. He's going to have tons of time.
Seattle
understated offense. I don't think it's really going to be there. I think he's going to lean more shutdown, big body.
All right, we just saw Eric Fassard go for the Anaheim Ducks, defenseman out of Guelph, the OHL. Didn't score a goal in his first 52 career OHL games, then had 5 in his final 29 games this year. So turning it on at just the right time.
Yeah, they'll get an opportunity to play at the Memorial Cup next year, as will Vladimir Dvoretsky, who we saw go to the Islanders at pick number 141, recently traded from Brantford to Guelph. The Storm beefing up here for the Memorial Cup, which they will host in 2027.
All right, so Florent Houle going 147 to Utah, and then Lucan Huff, the pick after that, 148 to Seattle. So we're all caught up here. 2.5 minutes to go. Now with the New Jersey Devils officially on the clock. I think our Toronto Maple Leafs guy left.
Yeah,
I think I saw him running for the aisles and stuff.
From Cheka and said, "Hey, bring me your notes.
We need you in the war room."
Guys, you are terrible scouts. The man is right in front of us with the clip.
He heard us.
I need that guy up here.
You're right.
Somehow, some way, that guy is coming up here today by the end of the day.
All right, we will effort that. He's smiling right now. He's got the
He knows we're talking
He's
about
coming. He's coming. We'll wait on that. Meanwhile, the Devils just making their pick here, and Daniil Rusikovic here. So that is the most recent pick. This for the New Jersey Devils.
I think we're getting to the point now here in the draft in round 5, and you know, you talk about your list, Books, but as you create that list, you're finding something in that player that you think is going to translate, and you hope the rest of it comes along. So is he an elite skater? Okay, great. Well, he didn't have any points. Maybe he's not agile. His straight line speed is really good. These are things that we can work on in the future, but you're trying to identify at least one element that says, you know what, I think with some more work that will pop, and then you hope everything else rounds out that player to give him an opportunity to take that step forward.
6'4", 188 pounds. He is a goaltender out of the Russian Junior League. All right, round 2. Not as in the draft picks, but we're going to try to effort the communications with the Sharks, their general manager, Mike Greer. So, EJ, take it away for try number 2 here.
Thanks, JMO. Yes, it is round 2, even though it's probably round 5 right now. But we'll try round 2 with Mike Greer from the San Jose Sharks. They're general manager and one of the movers and shakers among the many managers that had a lot of moves going over these last several days. Mike, thanks for the time. And I wanted to start, you made the pick, or you made the trade to get the 9th overall pick. So you had 2-9, and then you had a later pick, which you also moved up. But was the plan to grab Stenberg probably at 2, a forward, and then take the best of the D at 9? Was that the plan?
Yeah, that was the plan. You know, if we held on to both picks, you know, we felt like we'd had a legit chance to get one of the D. You know, we didn't think we'd be able to get Keaton there, so we were really happy that worked out. So it was a good day for us. The guys behind me, the scouts here, have done a great job all year, and you know, it's a nice reward for them for their hard work.
Belongs to the Colorado Avalanche.
Let me ask you about Ryan Lynn, because you traded up to grab him as well, another defenseman. What made him worth getting up and moving up in the draft to grab as another talented blue liner?
Yeah, we're really excited about him. You know, we've watched him a lot over the last couple of years, you know, internationally and at in junior. We just really like his competitiveness, his smarts. I think he's one of the smartest D in the draft. He's not the big imposing D man, but he's got some physicality and compete to him. And in our eyes, he's one of the best rush defenders in the draft as well. So, the way the game is today, you got to be able to defend the rush and compete and win loose pucks, and he does all that stuff. So we're excited to have him.
Mike, you've built really a tremendous pool of talented young players here, and now you have your guy Macklin Celebrini. He is going into his third year. He is eligible for an extension. What are the contract talks like? Is that something you'd like to get done as soon as possible?
Yeah, we haven't really gotten into it, to be honest with you, yet. I think it's something once we get through the draft and the beginning of free agency, hopefully we'll start to get into those discussions. And, Mac's been great for us. It was 3 pretty lean years here, and, with Mac leading the way, he kind of pushed it forward this year where we took a pretty good step. So we hope to make that climb. And, we'd love to have Mac here in San Jose and as a Shark as long as possible.
2026 NHL Draft, Los Angeles Kings.
All right, Mike, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it. Congratulations. You have put together quite a group of young players in really a short period of time. So keep up the great work. Thanks for the time today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, Mike Greer, the general manager of the San Jose Sharks. So, J-Mo, we got it done in round 2.
We did. We got it done in round 2, even though we're at the end of round 5. A couple of names going off the board while you were interviewing Mike Greer there. Theodore Lechner, Teddy Lechner, as he likes to be called, Minnesota high school kid. What do we know, Tony, about him?
Well, Teddy Lechner is a guy that, is a kid that made the jump to the USHL, and we know how tough that always is when you go from Minnesota high school and you jump into Muskegon and you have to go out and play against the bigger players. But what he did when he got there, he was very, very aggressive, both offensively and defensively. He stuck his nose in there. You can see all these plays from high school, even as a forward or as a defenseman, jumping down to the net front to be in a power play position to tip one in. So the big body used it well in high school, and now it's a big chance for him to step in the USHL and show that he's ready for that level.
All right, seeing Georgios Pantelis thrown on the King sweater here at 153.
Brandon Wheatkings, and another guy who's been identified as Canada to represent the country internationally. So it was just a matter of time. A super nice kid. I had a chance to talk to him at the Combine. You can see he's got decent size at 6'2", 210. He's a right shot guy as well. I mean, what is it that he's going to plane out to be? Books, what do you got here?
Third pairing D on projection for me. I think the offense at the junior level is a nice to have. It's not going to be a need to have necessarily for his game when he evolves to the pro game. Two-way is a maybe. I think he's better served as a shutdown guy. When he plays for Canada at the U18 level, that's sort of his role, uses his stature to kill plays, and less is more with Giorgio.
Cooper Soller just taken 154th overall by the Tampa Bay Lightning, centerman out of the USHL. Sioux Falls. Tony named the USHL Rookie of the Year. Led all rookies in goals this year. 26 goals.
Another smaller player, 5'10", 172, a center. And you mentioned the goal scoring ability, but the competitiveness and the drive to go to the net is something that stands out with him. And he is going to go to Western Michigan to play for Patty Ferschweiler as well. Played at Shattuck, won a national championship there. Played with the Little Caesars before that. So this kid is on his way to being a pretty impressive player, and Western Michigan, Patty Ferschweiler have a chance to give him a chance to be ready for the NHL someday.
All right, how about Ryan Brown, Boakes, left winger out of London in the OHL. Older brother Aiden plays pro hockey overseas in Germany.
This is a sneaky, really good pick by the Dallas Stars. I'm not shocked at all by this. Our friends, over there, that scouting staff, they do a fantastic job. Joe McDonnell. He came on in the back half of the season, started the year in Sarnia, got traded to London. By the time the playoffs rolled around, guys, he was being used in a variety of roles. He's not the biggest body. He's at 5'10 and a half, around 180 pounds. He's crafty. He reads the ice really well. He makes plays offensively. I just think he's just getting started. Yeah, he needs strength. Yeah, he needs more volume. But I have him as a bottom 6 forward, but I honestly think that he's going to be able to create better than secondary offense in time if he hits on all his metrics.
Been a while since we've seen Dallas. What are those guys doing over there?
Well, we know one thing they're doing. They're working the phones.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, working the phones, and they just took Ryan Brown at 155. Back to the fireside chats with EJ Raddick.
Thanks, J-Mo. And now we're going to be joined by the general manager of the St. Louis Blues, Doug Armstrong, and one of the busier guys over the last several days. Army, thanks for taking a few minutes for us. You came into this draft with 4 first-round picks. You had 7 of the first 76 selections in the draft coming into it. You guys must have been busy over these last couple of days. How has it been for you?
It's been a lot of fun, obviously, as you're trying to reinvent your team. We try to do that through the draft and through some player trades, and we're able to accomplish a little bit of both. So it's been a eventful few days, but we're excited about our future.
How about the move last night to trade the 2 picks to get McTavish from Anaheim? What was the process there? Because we had heard a lot that there was some smoke in terms of whether or not you guys were going to make a trade for McTavish. Why did it wait right up until basically the pick?
Jacob Van Dien.
We'd have to ask Pat that. No, we were. We decided on what we were going to. We could move to get the player, and Pat wanted to make sure that the player that he wanted was there. So at about pick 13, he told me that if that guy was there, we could do the trade. But more importantly, from the bigger picture, we were looking to add players to between that 22 and 26 range, 21, 25 range that could grow together. McTavish certainly fit the bill of that, and the centers are hard to find in this league, and coming in behind Robert Thomas and with Dvorsky there, it gives us a real good player that we can hopefully grow with, and his game can grow with us and we can grow with him.
How about the 2 guys that you did select in the first round, Lawrence and Dagenet? What can you tell us about them?
Yeah, Lawrence is a player that we like his 200-foot game, a centerman. He's sort of coming off of a difficult year starting in the USHL and then got injured and ended up in college hockey. We were able to get to see him play at the tournament at the end of the season, and we just think he's going to be a good 200-foot player.
Close
I'm not retired yet, boys.
We're at the end of round 5, and he's not disclosing any kind of strategy from here on out.
No, listen, the St. Louis Blues, they're an organization similar to the Washington Capitals in my estimation. They have a really neat way of resetting their franchise.
Yeah.
They never seem to be like peaks and deep valleys. It's like peaks and then halfway down the mountain, let's start climbing back up again, and creative on the draft floor, creative behind the scenes, and making hockey trades.
Yeah, they were interesting from the standpoint that there were times of the season you're like, man, they got her all going, and there were other times you looked at them and you're like,
what is it?
What's happening out there? So that's kind of been the last 2 years. They've shown great, stretches or chunks of the season. You're like, man, these guys are for real. So I think Jimmy Montgomery has learned a lot about his team in his first couple years there, and I think the changes are done for a purpose, that more consistency in what they've done, and they got a chance to succeed.
We talked to Jim early in the year.
The Western Hockey League,
this pick here.
Cooper Williams.
Cooper Williams out of Saskatoon.
Next order of selection belongs to the Vegas Golden Knights.
The idea with the St. Louis Blues, talked to Jim Montgomery, and I was doing a game there early last year, and there was so much talk about Binnington. Oh, is he going to make the Olympics? What's going to happen with Binnington? So on and so forth. But he said, to be quite honest with you, as a team, we're just not defending nearly well enough around him. So you address that part when you go out and get Brandon Carlo. You get another depth guy, a veteran guy to go along with their already veteran group. When I look back at last year with St. Louis, you think about all the noise. Is Binnington getting traded? What's wrong with him? Why aren't his numbers good? Is Thomas getting traded? Is Kyrou getting traded? So on.
Oh. Sorry. Something in my throat here. Yeah, I was eating some granola here in the middle of the commercial. And Will McLaughlin, as we mentioned, picked 159, taken there by the Vegas Golden Knights. And he won a gold medal with Team USA at the 2025 Hlinka Gretzky Cup, recorded 3 assists in 5 games. He is a commitment to Colorado College. So there you go.
Back to the Western League for Kelly McCrimmon and his staff.
Young Pens fan right there, awaiting what they do at 160. No clipboard needed for him. He's just kind of going off feels here.
Landon Ruck. He's the third one. He's not for a couple. Yeah, he's not for a couple of years old. He's not the triplet. He's not the triangle. The triangle triplet.
160 in the 2026 NHL draft. Pittsburgh selects from Togliatti, Russia Juniors, Matvei Nikolic. That concludes the 5th round of the 2026 draft. First order of selection in the 6th round belongs to the Vancouver Canucks. Vancouver's on the clock.
All right, Vancouver on the clock here to start round number 6. Matvei Nikolic concludes round number 5. Pittsburgh with that pick at 160 overall. Quick timeout here from Buffalo, and we're back with our boy and more picks in round number 6 next.
$9 tablets of 20 milligram Cialis are the same price. The prescription and shipping are free. Scan the QR code to go to buyfridayplans.com and see for yourself.
Before you buy generic Viagra, see how you can get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7. Prescription and shipping are free. Claim now at buyfridayplans.com. All you need to do is answer a few medical questions. A doctor reviews your answers and prescribes you online for free. If appropriate, the prescription and shipping are free. You heard it right. 9 tablets for just $7. It's buyfridayplans.com. Once again, 9 tablets for just $7. It's buyfridayplans.com.
I like winning on the field, but it's even more fun winning on Deal Dash.
Lori won $2,000 Tiffany earrings for just $1, and Joseph won an iPad for just $6. There's millions of fast auctions, so try today at DealDash.com for $50 of free credit and your first win guaranteed.
Big Razor said, no one besides us could make a premium pivot and razor. Harry's said, hold my beard. Behold, the new Harry's Plus. 5 German-engineered steel blades, premium metal handle, our most advanced pivot mechanism. Made ergonomically, priced economically, at a price that makes Big Razor big mad, and guys everywhere very happy. We did it. The shave you've been waiting for. Harry's Plus.
The Carolina Hurricanes, your 2026 Stanley Cup champions. The official collection, available now at NHL Shop, a Fanatics experience. The cup has been hoisted, but the season isn't quite over yet. Stay tuned to NHL Tonight for the latest on the draft, awards, trades, and the official opening of free agency. NHL Tonight on NHL Network.
A few rounds in the books, and there's still plenty of talent out there. Do not sleep on those 6th-round guys.
Granato is stopped. He scores! Tony Granato
still are plenty of gems available on day 2.
These are all like my scouts around the world doing different things.
All right, welcome back to round number 6 here in the NHL draft. Tony Granato, hey, our voiceover guy, you do a little bit of everything, including, how about scoring 36 goals your rookie year? Still a New York Rangers record. Not too shabby,
Brian Leach passed me the puck, and so did my line. Chris Nyland, my first 2 goals in the league were from Chris Nyland.
Really?
Yes.
Nice.
All right, well, you still got to bury it, and you certainly did your job.
They were empty nets, a lot of empty nets.
Like we said, you're the second famous guy on our set right now because we've got Josh, our clipboard extraordinaire from Toronto, or I assume you're from Toronto. Okay, rocking Leaf stuff, and he's now I don't want to say you're a paid analyst. Yeah, it's not in the budget, so you're an intern for the day. But go ahead, give us the breakdown on the most recent Maple Leafs pick. What do we like about him?
Fedoseev, I love the player. He's 110 on my board. I didn't think we'd take him, but I love it. Good skater, good IQ. Yeah, probably a bottom 6 kind of guy.
110 on your board. How many numbers do you have on your board? What's the prep like?
I do 110 every year. No goalies because they're voodoo. I don't know goalies.
We've had a lot going off the board today. Ton of goalies, but
4 of the Leafs' 6 picks were in my top 50, so I'm thrilled.
Really? How many drafts have you been to?
First one.
First one.
But I was at the Men's Cup a few months ago in Kelowna. I follow hockey wherever hockey is.
Nice.
Did you follow the Marlies? Did you watch the Marlies?
I was at the cup-winning game for the Marlies.
You are legit.
For this hockey, I am.
Good
for you.
Do you play hockey? I didn't play growing up. I wish I did, but it's been my love since I was a kid. I actually worked for the Leafs in their mailroom for a little while.
Oh, yeah?
And they treated me really well. They gave me interviews with scouts because they knew I was interested in that, and I would talk to them and pick their brain, and I had a great experience there.
What are you doing now?
Now I work in real estate.
Real estate?
Yeah.
Oh, forget this hockey thing, man.
I don't know.
You're in the right spot.
You might have a future in this. So you mentioned you enjoyed what Toronto has done so far in these 2 days here in Buffalo. So we're going to throw up Toronto's picks, and you kind of take us through what you like about it.
Just hold on to that microphone like you own it.
Books is off. He's done for the day. He's done enough work. So, Josh, you're new man in.
I had the pleasure of watching Bilecki at the Men's Cup in Kelowna this year. And for a big player, how he handles the puck and how he skates is tremendous. He was stuck behind Reed, didn't get a lot of opportunity, but when he was on the ice, he shined.
Nice. What do we got here for McKenzie? You remember seeing him earlier in the year?
Oh, yeah. I watched a lot of McKenzie for Miroslav Holinka in Edmonton during the year.
World Juniors?
Yeah, even just in the WHL. I mean, good skater, good defender. Won't blow you away offensively, but where we got him, that's where you want him.
Nice. Who else you got that you liked that was in your top 50?
Zach Olsen was 73 for me.
Okay.
He's one of the best skaters in the draft. You watch him, and he's going flying out there.
Nice.
Do you know what I'm going to do before next year's draft? I'm calling Josh to get your reports.
Josh will be sitting right here. I'm done.
That's a good point by you, too.
LG. We got to get his number, LG.
Yes.
Lawrence Goldstein, who works in our research department along with Brandon Faust, they do such an unbelievable job. But this guy, he
puts an
fits
exclamation
right in there,
point
man.
on what we already know. But what you just said is so right on.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you.
It was great. We were seeing the shots of the clipboard, and we were kind of wondering what was on there. Is it just doodles? Is it like restaurants?
We thought it might be fake.
110 names.
Let's see it. What do we got?
The deep dive.
I do this every.
Hold on a sec. Let me vet this.
My first team's already off there, but I do this for myself every year, cross off as we go. This is the first time I've been here, and it's been a great opportunity.
This is awesome. Congratulations.
Way to go, buddy.
Man. Really, really cool stuff.
Well, Josh, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by. Little did you know you'd be on national TV, right?
Actually,
with your draft picks.
My fiance said, please don't bring the clipboard to the draft.
Well, you're not married yet, but when you get married, I
Can we say hi?
The opposite of that of points.
Can we let him say hi to her?
Yeah, go for it. Give her a shout out.
Give her a shout
out. Hi, Caitlin. Miss you.
Attaboy.
Nice.
See? Bring the clipboard. You never know what's going to happen.
Was Caitlin on the list?
She was not.
No.
She's number one. She went yesterday. Josh, we appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the day with your buddies up there.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks a lot. Pleasure.
All right, you have Ola Palme for the Seattle Kraken, Tony, at 166. What do you like about him?
Well,
we take a look at him, the three-piece suit coming down the runway there.
Yeah, another gold medal winner for that Team Sweden. It seems like we've had a lot of that team picked today, and he's a 6'2" defenseman. He did have a really good game versus Slovakia in the gold medal game, and +3 in a 4-2 win. So, again, this late in the draft, to find a player like that still available, a nice pick.
Taking a look at Landon Hafley right here, centerman out of Green Bay in the USHL. Tony, also one of your guys born from
does he skate?
Fairbanks, Alaska. Only 14 Alaska-born players have played in the NHL. Some notables: Scotty Gomez, Jeremy Swayman, our very own Nate Thompson at the NHL Network. So.
Yeah, big Nate. All right. Unreal poise with the puck. Slows the game down, reads it really well. So another player available this late in the draft. Really, really surprised. I know maybe a little bit undersized for a forward at 6 feet 179. Maybe looks smaller than he is out on the ice, but guy that I look forward to is going to Arizona State as well. So like him.
JMO, I just want to touch on the Rangers pick at 162, Andre Mondeau. Okay, this is a great story for young people at home. This guy was a 14th round pick in the OHL draft. So think about that for a second. In the OHL draft. And he finds his way onto the Kingston roster. Just a puck-moving D who knows what he is. The guy who just continues to get better and better. So he's given that opportunity in the 14th round. He makes the team, takes advantage, give him an inch, take a mile type of player. I love that kind of story. So people who are sitting at home, you're wondering, oh, am I going to get picked or not? Can I get to a camp? Does it matter if I'm a 14th or 15th round pick? It doesn't matter. Andre Mondeau will tell you differently.
All right, back-to-back picks there by the Rangers, Andre Mondeau and then Darian Anderson. But we just saw some video of Vilo Vanahatalo, the Florida Panthers pick, Tony, at 168.
Well, 6th-round pick, and start of the season, he was a potential 1st-round pick. Great shot. You saw his release. Production-wise, this year wasn't anything that anyone expected out of, but probably growing a bit. He's 6'3.5". His brother's 6'7", so he might even have some still growing to do there. And we got a 6'7" going on next.
Stop it, or Josh is up and you're out. That's how we're going to roll with this. I'm sorry. You get to round 6 and 7, I get ornery. We're hungry either way.
Rounds?
Oh my gosh! I'm out. I'm walking out. Who do we just have? Brody Pepoy at 169 to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Pepoy, right winger, Saginaw OHL. His line was nicknamed the Weasel Boys this season for their ability to grind it out all the time. I guess that's a great description for hockey, right? The Weasel Boys. Like I'd love to be a weasel out there on the ice. It's a great way to
weasel,
operate.
rat, whatever you want to call those guys at the bottom of the lineup. That's a good way to just
Zach Benson, maybe.
Or anybody in Florida now. They got all the weasels. Those are the Weasel Boys down there.
Next order selection. Energetic, two-way guy. Got some energy. Competes exceptionally hard. Good release, sneaky release, actually, when you watch the Viz, especially.
It's nice to have those guys. You look at the playoffs and you talk about compete and how much of an element it is to the game today. Like before, you could probably get by where you're leaning heavily on skill. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
All right, the Bruins just taking a goaltender here in Roberto Enriquez, 6'1", 168. Played his hockey last season, USHL in Green Bay. He's out of Slovakia. So Boston going with another goaltender here, this time in round number 6.
Yeah, and he's really developed fast. Was in the North American League the previous year in Anchorage. This year he jumped to Green Bay, and the USHL had an outstanding year. And one thing he did that most goalies don't do in a season, not only scored a goal, but he also got in a fight. Goaltending. So that's a little hat trick. A goal, a fight, and a really good year. And a draft. I've got 3 of them.
He can do it all, including stop the puck, too. Look, all USHL goaltenders in save percentage this past season. So Lars Steiner at 171 to the St. Louis Blues.
24 goaltenders.
24.
Yeah.
Wow. Where is that in perspective historically? For the last couple of years, where are we at?
Oh my God.
We're over the number for sure.
We need LG on set for that, but it's definitely got to be way higher than we've ever experienced. In my career, I have never seen that many goals.
We were 20 last year.
Wait, really?
24.
24 last year is what
we're almost a round of goalies. It's crazy.
Lawrence just got in our ears.
Nice
24 goalies taken last year. We just saw Lars Steiner get selected here by the Blues, right winger out of the QMJHL. Sammy Steiner exploded onto the QC. 11 points his first 3 career games in September of 2024. So quick starter there, Lars Steiner.
We were talking about those pesky type guys, the guy who's always going to get a piece of you no matter where it is. Maybe you're skating back after a shift. You think you got an easy path to the bench. This guy will give you a little whack. He'll give you a little elbow. He'll give you a little shoulder. He hits anything he moves and understands that, hey, maybe from a skill perspective, if I can blend that with the grit and determination, That's exactly what I'm going to do, and it kind of fits into the profile with what St. Louis likes.
You want another feisty guy that's still out there?
Yeah, give us
Parker
one.
Trache.
Good one.
Okay, that's a feisty guy that I am going to anticipate we hear his name here real soon. But hard-nosed player, and we know it's Brian's grandson, so I know Brian's watching right now and would be a really big thrill to have his grandson drafted here today.
I hope his name does get called. He stirred the drink quite a bit.
That would be a good pick.
He stirred the drink at the U18s at the end of the year there.
Next order of selection.
You take a look at some of the notable NHL bloodlines, and every year we kind of go down this road, but these are some of the guys that have those bloodlines in their family. You just mentioned Trottier and his grandfather, Brian, of course, one of the all-timers in the National Hockey League, over 1,200 career games and one of the best goal scorers that we've ever seen. So we'll await maybe some of those more bloodlines to have their names called, as we just had Luke Wilfley. His name was called by the New Jersey Devils, a centerman, 6'1", 182, played for the Portland Winterhawks in the WHL. And then Artem Matyuk, the Islanders pick here, middle of round number 6 at 173. Here's the Sharks.
San Jose Sharks select from Portland of the Western Hockey League, Jake Gustafson.
Aha. Jake Gustafson, a centerman, also out of Portland, is Dad John, the president of the San Jose Barracuda of the AHL, committed to Colorado College.
Keep it in the family. Gotta love it. That's really cool. What a thrill for the Gustafson family. I mean, you get an opportunity to take your son into your own organization, you gotta love it.
All right, gotta love what Mike Kelly has to think about this guy. Kels, you back at the fireplace? What should we know about Jake Gustafson?
Value pick, guys. We've got him 123rd overall in our Sport Logic rankings, so to get him at 174, looks good for the San Jose Sharks. Again, undersized, 5'11", 170. Defensive center, the physicality, defending, you see 50th percentile or better. I think he's got a little more offense in his game, potentially with an increased role. We will see, but given where we had him ranked, like the pick.
All right, Kels likes it, and the Sharks certainly like it as well. Jake Gustafson going at 174, 175. Luca Arco to the Detroit Red Wings. Just handed a note here, the most goalies ever selected in a draft, 36 in 1993. So 24 last year, trending in that direction. We'll have to see how the next round and a half play out, but I don't know if we're going to reach 36, but we're getting closer and closer.
I think there were more rounds in that time, so that gives you
9 rounds.
Fewer teams, more rounds.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Arco, guys, you want to touch on him real quickly for the Detroit Red Wings? Big body, power forward, 6'3", 212 pounds. Secondary offense on projection, I would assume here, but he's the kind of guy, he's going to extend plays, he's going to be a hard out, and he's going to play some physical minutes deeper in the lineup if he hits on all of his metrics there as a prospect to be an NHL player.
Recorded 3 assists in the 4 games for Finland at the 2026 U18 Five Nations tournament. So Luca Arco, the newest member of the Detroit Red Wings as far as their selection goes, round 6 at 175. Vancouver on the clock right now as you take a look at his profile here.
Again, the hockey IQ, skating, shot, it's pretty self-explanatory, pretty much average across the board there, but what gives him a chance there is that skating. So he gets from A to B with that size. I have him as a recall 13th forward, big body, evolving offensively.
NHL draft.
Again, see where it goes. When you're big, strong, and you get up and down the ice, and if you're going to push back physically, it gives you something to start with.
Next order of selection.
All right, so the next pick is in. Lucian Burnett of the Vancouver Canucks at pick 176.
So the Canucks, they go back to Finland here as well with Burnett, and again, big body guy here. So potential middle 6 forward who can produce some secondary offense if he hits above his kind of his playing weight. He teases me on occasion, like he can get there and make that happen, and then other times it's he's kind of going to be one of those 3-zone guys that you got to monitor to make sure the detail is there. Having said all that, he's a shooter first. He's big, he's strong, he does skate well. Again, I mean, he's ticking off a couple of those boxes, right? He gives him a chance in certain categories.
What's our fallback that we've seen here, especially in this round? Size. That's your fallback position, right? Like NHL is getting bigger all the time. The draft average in terms of height is getting bigger all the time. I mean, look at some of the guys that we saw yesterday. Sokolovsky, absolute monster. You'd put him in a wrestling outfit and you think he'd be here in maybe an MMA scrap or something like that. And then
With the
Ethan
178
Belches, same
pick,
sort of thing, 6'5",
Anaheim
230 pounds. Like, my
selects
goodness, these guys are getting big.
Russia.
Yeah. Alex Kotsov, another big body, 6'4", 207 pounds, out of Flint in the OHL, scored back-to-back hat tricks this season in November. One was a 4-goal game. So how's that? 7 goals in
Tony
back-to-back
Granato, round
games.
6, 4-goal game.
There it is. Shabby. Kels, what do you like about Alex?
Well, like you said, big body, right? 6'4", 207. Passed over twice, so a bit older, but that's one of the reasons why he grades out so well in our percentiles. But again, a guy that we had potentially going quite a bit sooner. One thing I'd like to see with him, I know he had 24 goals, a little more around the net. He's a little perimeter. He's well-rounded enough. We'll see if he can carve out an NHL career. But you like the size, and you like the little bit of scoring touch that he's shown so far.
All right, we like where this draft is headed. The pace picking up here halfway through round 6. Quick timeout, then we're back with the Oilers at 180.
With pick 180, Edmonton selects from Windsor of the Ontario Hockey League, Caden Harvey. Next order of selection belongs to...
That should hold it for now. What should we do?
I know what to do.
You do?
I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
You're my hero.
Saving the day is easy with CashNet USA.
When you need money fast, be the hero. Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need now.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
Billy, I need help with the clicker.
Yeah, one second, Grandma. This guy's gonna buy my car.
Billy, you still there?
Okay,
You need Carvana. What's your plate number?
Boss, M-O-V.
Vehicle features, no accidents, right?
No.
Good. Generating offer. Carvana can pick it up tomorrow.
That's an amazing offer. Do you still need help with the clicker?
I'll ask your sister.
Sell your car the easy way with Carvana.
With Chewy, pets get their care taken care of. With everything to be their healthiest, happiest selves. Quality meds, supplements, and nutrition at great prices. For help with health, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? Financing the aluminum giant, building better homes? Mizuho was there. The merger of 2 logistics titans? Also us. Anywhere an industrials company needs a corporate and investment bank, we're there. Mizuho Americas.
You read every label at the grocery store, but have you read your dog's food label? Sundays for Dogs gently air dries meat and superfoods to preserve nutrients and flavor. It's healthy, complete nutrition with no artificial preservatives, fillers, or synthetics. Plus, there's no refrigeration or thawing required. Just scoop and serve. See the difference real food makes in your dog's life. Get 30% off your first box today.
Fish. Are you certain that's a good idea?
Yeah, I'm just gonna zap it for 20 seconds.
Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4imprint. Wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by visiting 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain.
Which club will make the biggest splash when the market opens? See who goes where when the bell rings on free agent signing day.
I expect he can be a really helpful player for them.
Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network.
Welcome back to Buffalo. You can see the draft board. The names filling up fast and furious here as we took that commercial break. Sam, how about 181? Cole Zarowski, a right winger from Owen Sound out of the OHL. Pretty good draft combine for him.
Yeah, finished top 10 and 7 different categories in the combine. Played with Owen Sound last year, 63 games, had his 46 points. And a guy who is a shoot-first type of guy, and when you can shoot it like that, why wouldn't you? Carter George, an LA Kings prospect, was a goalie in Owen Sound. and faced the likes of a guy like Colby Barlow and said that this guy shot even better than that. And Barlow was a 50-goal scorer in the Ontario Hockey League. So Zurowski has that goal scoring, that one thing that you hope will translate to the next level. He definitely has that, a shoot first type of guy.
Folks, how about Alexander Grunin here, a defenseman, 6'3", 176, selected by Ottawa at 183.
Yeah, one of the things that, Sammy, you pointed it out during the break there is that we're going to Russia a lot.
Yes.
Hey, we're going to Russia a ton. So when you get into this area of the draft, why? Timelines, take the risk, hopefully develop a relationship. Alexander Grunin, another big body guy, 6'4", $185. I like this kid. Like, his hockey IQ is in place. He's physical. I don't think he's going to do much offensively. Very average shot, but he's long. He takes up space. He's a shot blocker, shutdown D. He's a matchup guy, and so he's giving you something there, right? He skates. He's willing to eat a puck. Gives you a chance to maybe latch on to something there. A depth shutdown guy.
Tony, how about Samuel Eriksson? I know you saw him at the U18s this year. What were your impressions?
Well, I was impressed, but I want to go back to Caden Harvey because he's a Pennsylvania kid that's going to end up at Penn State. He's playing for Windsor. We talked about it earlier about extending your time in Canadian junior leagues and then heading to college. This is a guy that I think is going to be a very good player for college hockey and for Penn State, and he was a good pick there just a couple picks ago. Samuel Eriksson, again, did a chance to win a gold medal and do what he did for Team Sweden. Another outstanding prospect as well. And I like the fact that some of these guys, you know, we had them slotted a lot higher. These guys that are getting picked right now to be available in this spot and teams to be able to pluck them right there, they got to be really excited.
What really jumps out at me about Caden Harvey, by the way, is that he's got a secondary. So what I mean by that is, like, he'll extend a play. He won't give up on a puck. You know, he's got that tenacity that he's kind of biting away at you to make something happy or make something happen, and that's an attractive element, right? The secondary.
Hockey League, Stepan Shurigan.
All right, so the Bolts making their pick. Want to go back to pick 185, Jonas Wu. Undersized defenseman, if you want to call him that, 5'9", 175. I know we talked about a lot throughout this draft about not one single defenseman last year selected under 6 feet tall. We've had 8 this year. What does that tell you about the trend that we're seeing this time around?
I think what it tells you is that everyone understands that you need big trees back there. You need big, strong, physical guys with reach that can work in the PK, that can shut down the 5-on-5. What you're looking at when you pick these younger, smaller defensemen is what you're saying is your skating needs to be at a point where you can cut plays off in neutral ice so you don't have to defend as much, but you're also looking at guys who lean to the offensive side, who are dipsy-doodle with the puck, who can walk the line like a Tommy Blau, who are effective guys on the power play, so that during the course of the regular season, you need those types of guys to get you in, and then you take your chances with some, but not too many of them on the back end throughout the course of the playoffs.
There we go. Going back to Eriksson, 6'5", and Vancouver gets him, and he's big and solid. He didn't play a ton at the U18s, but when he was out there, he knows how to use the big body. So, I mean, this late in the draft for a 6'5" defenseman that can skate and can, you know, again, the Swedish guys know how to play hockey.
They do, absolutely.
So, I like that
especially
pick a lot
this
here.
group, for whatever reason, they seem to be really in tune with the game and have evolved with the game in terms of the grit and the physicality, which might not have been a hallmark of Swedish players to the extent we're seeing it now in years past.
The goaltender there, Stepan Shurigan, Tampa Bay Lightning go to draft a big 6'5" and a quarter, 207-pound goaltender from Saginaw. This kid played 59 games this year. I lost track of just how many games he played. I just had to look it up again. 59 games. Saginaw was they were retooling. I would say they weren't rebuilding. They're retooling. They run a great program in Saginaw, so they don't need to ever really rebuild. But having said that, this is a goaltender at his size, Russian, who's athletic. But he needs to clean up his crease composure. He loses his size advantage when he gets too active, and he's just not tracking on time or problem. He needs to dial it back, believe it or not. He needs to play with more composure to let the pucks come to him more often.
Good year for him, though. High volume shots
high
against,
experience.
high volume in terms of games. Really good experience for him this year.
All right, so back-to-back goalies going there. Meanwhile, at 188, the Buffalo Sabres, Dylan Dumont. At 188, you can see a couple of Sabre fans in attendance. Obviously, a lot of them here as we are in Buffalo, but Dylan Dumont's going at 188, a 6'168" right winger out of Drummondville in the QMJHL.
Montreal selects
28
from the
goals
USA
this year,
Hockey
guys.
National Team
You
Development
got to put the puck in the back of the net, right?
USHL, Parker Trottier.
There we go. Yes.
There we go.
Brian, congrats, buddy, and the whole family. And again, this guy's a pain in the rear end to play against. He's intense. He's competitive. He drives the net. And, he gets lots of chances just by the work ethic. And at some point, if they start going in for him, the offensive numbers will start to go up for Parker. And, big day to celebrate for Brian and the family.
Yeah, you're going to love it. Montreal Canadiens, too, one of the storied original 6 franchises.
I love his enthusiasm, Tony. Like, this kid loves to play hockey.
And going to Notre Dame. That surprised me a little bit. That's a really smart kid. Takes the education part of it serious, so he's going to go play at Notre Dame. He'll probably play a year of juniors. But energy, man. Oh, energy, tenacious.
Sammy, how about Wesley Royston? So the Habs getting back-to-back picks.
Yeah.
They take Trottier at 189, and then Wesley Royston right after that at 190.
Fascinating guy. In Erie, probably wasn't being played as much as he liked, and Owen Sound was getting pushed around a lot. So they acquire this guy, and he is an absolute monster and a menace. So he comes into Owen Sound, takes him a little while to get going, but realizes pretty quickly what the task is. Make sure you're taking care of the rest of the group. Owen Sound didn't get pushed around nearly as much. A lot of ice opened up. And by the way, the guy's got some pretty good finish. You see a really good release in some of those highlights. Wesley Royston getting it done, an absolute beast at the combine.
Tied for 6th among all OHL skaters in penalty minutes this season with 100.
Yeah.
Models his game after the Capitals. Tom Wilson, if that gives you any indication of how he wants to play the game.
He's got leverage around the net, as you can see there. Like, when they go stick on puck against him, he's winning a stick battle. You're going to have to body up and try and knock him off it physically.
All right, so Vegas taking their time here. Minutes gone by. Round 6 as we await their pick here towards the end of round 6. The penultimate pick here in round 6 at 191. I don't know. The music needs a few more beats in it. We're going to fall asleep here in round 6.
Queen.
I know, but
fired up for Queen.
I don't know. I need something else with a few more beats in it. 90 seconds to go here. Vegas on the clock.
How about our boy Josh today, fellas? Like,
he was good.
Sometimes you go to scout a hockey game, and I'm looking to find the next Tony Granato, but all of a sudden you look around and you find Josh, right? You find
That's
Josh.
Good scouting by you. I think you did. You were the first one.
You guys thought he was like hiking out of here, but no, Josh was zeroing in on us right over there in row number 6.
So we saw a shot of a couple of Leaf fans heading for the exits. We just assumed it was Josh. And we were wrong.
So Toronto Maple Leafs are watching our broadcast because I got a text from the War Room in Toronto asking for Josh's opinion on their 169th pick. He had been off the set, or I would have been able to send that message back to Toronto. But I think he's happy with their pick.
Fantastic find, Josh. Shout out to Josh again.
Josh is going to be on the payroll coming up shortly for John Chaika and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Matthew Minchek for the Vegas Golden Knights, 191. Another goaltender off the boards, and another big one, 6'5", 195 out of Kingston.
Where are all these goalies coming from, guys?
Wow. There's another guy there, Gavin Betts, who I thought might go, but left catch guy got into 30 games this year, 291 goals against. You got to like the save percentage at 9-10. But another great story for young players. This guy was signed as a free agent by Kingston, so not drafted, never mind 14, 15 rounds. He gets to the Kingston Frontenacs, Corey Cooper over there doing a really good job as the general manager, scouts this guy out, just like Josh did, and there he is. He ends up as a draft pick of the Vegas Golden Knights.
He was named the first star in his first career game in the OHL, stopping 42 shots against North Bay. So thrown right to the fire, and there he is, playing for the Cranford Youth Hockey Association. That is in Cranford, New Jersey. So right down the road from our studios at the NHL Network.
Stop by for a little visit.
Yeah. Why not?
Great
All right,
story.
Hurricanes, let's go. 2 minutes to go.
You guys got anybody that is going for sure in this round?
I need an update on where we are in goaltenders here from LG or Brandon. We're at 32 to
28. He's yelling.
Okay, he's yelling 28. I was thinking we might be hunting down a record.
Yeah, there's a couple goalies still left there.
I'm going to go Dwayne. I'm going to go a little forward and Dane Boyker from the U.S. team. I'm going to say Dane's going to get. He's going to Denver, and he's got something to offer there to an organization.
So we said that the record for goalies selected was 33, right? But that was when the NHL draft was more than 7 rounds. Since the NHL has gone to the 7-round format, the record is 29. So we're getting close.
We're getting close.
Will we get it? I don't know. But we've got a whole round to go, and one more pick here at 192. It's Carolina doing Carolina things. They did it to us last year.
They're doing it
and you know what? It's hard to fault them because it worked out pretty well in hoisting Lord Stanley Cup, the second in franchise history, the first back in 2006, the latest 20 years later, and what a run that they just made. So it's tough to fault them for anything they're doing right now because it feels like they're pulling all the right strings and pushing all the right buttons.
Did you get a chance to say hi to Phil yesterday, the cup keeper, and the cup? Did you get to take a picture with the cup yesterday?
I didn't see him yesterday, no. I saw him at the cup final, and you talk about stories. He certainly got them. What a job and gig that he has. This Hurricanes fan feels just like I am. I'm about to put the feet up. Let's go. Where's this pick at?
That cup is on its journey. It starts, I think, next week. The rounds with all of the players and organization and the management. The cup
still
will be
such
all over the
a
place.
great tradition where you get your day with the cup and get to plan it out any which way you want. It's one of the unique things, obviously, to hockey, but it's one of the more special things in all of sports.
Oh, yeah, what a cool trophy. I mean, the best trophy in sports. There's no doubt about that. All the rings, all the names.
Had some dings on it there in Vegas going around the casino that night, that's for sure.
Great line.
And that's one thing Phil said. It's going to be engraved this week, and then it begins its tour. Starts, I think, on the west and then goes east, or east and goes west through the states first, and then
get it done quick, huh? Get the names on the cup and away they go.
Hall of Fame guys know. Get to Europe in the middle of summer. They know what's up.
Hey, you got to time it out right.
That's it.
It's a short summer, though. You got to remember the season starting early next year.
Yeah, that's true. September.
They'll take it, though.
Yeah.
They will
take it. They will enjoy it as they deserve it.
All right, we're waiting on the Hurricanes here. Their time is up, but Elliot Friedman checking in right now on the draft floor. Elliot, what have you been hearing over the course of day 2 here?
Well, just a couple of things to keep an eye on. First of all, wanted to mention last night, pretty significant news. When Ken Holland, the LA Kings GM, met with the media after the Kings made their pick, he told them that Drew Doughty and the team will not negotiate a contract extension this summer. Doughty has 1 year left in his contract. They said that they want Doughty to retire as a member of the Kings. He's their all-time leading scorer among defensemen. He's won, of course, 2 Stanley Cups and is going to get a statue outside that arena. But they said that any conversations won't take place at least until the middle of the year, or more likely at the end of the year. So, and Doughty can become an unrestricted free agent next summer. So they did take, as they signed Brant Clark to a big extension, 5 times 7.4. They said they're going to wait on Doughty, and they said they have spoken to him about it. Also, wanted to update Darnell Nurse. That's another situation a lot of people are watching right now in Edmonton. That one's gone kind of quiet on the weekend as the draft went on. Nurse has submitted a list of 3 teams to Edmonton that he's interested in playing for. We believe those teams are Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Boston, though there's no confirmation. However, the Oilers have kind of wanted to see if that might open itself up at all. The Ducks, who are showed in this highlight, have been reported today as been a team that might be interested. We'll see where this goes. And that might be a really good fit for him. We'll see where this goes over the next few days.
All right, Elliot, appreciate that insight down there. So Darnell Nurse and some Drew Doughty news as well. What do you guys make of the information that Elliot just passed along to us? He's got all kinds of information. The league is wild right now.
The league is wild. And the Drew Doughty thing about him retiring as a King, that's unique. Kopitar just did it when you play with the same organization for as long as they did. When you win cups and you win championships and you're loved by everybody in the community, it would be a nice thing. And I don't know where Drew Doughty's at. If he wants to play longer, he could probably extend his career. And obviously, with Kenny Holland making the announcement that they're not going to talk contract to extend, it'd be interesting to see how this all plays out.
Just hope it doesn't go sideways, where the player looks and says, well, all right, I have more to give. Here's what I want. Here's what I'm looking for. You just hope that marriage doesn't end in a bad way. I mean, it's such a wonderful story. I watched through since he was in Guelph at 16 years old, going through as this this kid who you knew could skate really well, but you didn't know what the rest of it looked like, to going into a two-time Cup champ, a leader, for Canada's national team on a number of different occasions. Like, I would like to see that one player and his career in the same spot in which it started.
As far as Darnell Nurse goes, he has Pittsburgh on his list, according to Elliot there, and Kyle Dubas had him in Sault Ste. Marie back in the day as a general manager at the major junior level. So there's obviously a relationship there that he's comfortable with, and keep an eye on that. That's a hard contract to trade, eh? That's just flat out a hard contract to trade unless you want to eat some money. And the Edmonton Oilers, I'm sure, don't want to be eating any money on that trade.
All right, appreciate the insight, guys. You hear the boos here. That is not for us in our analysis. That is for the relationship between the Hurricanes and the fans here in Buffalo. They want that pick in, and Carolina has certainly got something up their sleeves. So you can see they're falling asleep here. We got one round to go. Cause is throwing a flag. She's asleep. Our pets' heads are falling off. We're back from Buffalo with hopefully an update from Carolina. That says it all.
Collect top rookie prospects in the 2026 NHL Draft Digital Card Set. Complete the 10-card set for a physical version of the draft's #1 win. Now available on UpperDeckEPAP.com.
Don't buy Viagra or Cialis anywhere before trying this trick. It's called Friday Plans, and it's the only way to get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra or 20 milligram generic Cialis delivered for just $7. Let me show you. First, scan the QR code to go to buyfridayplans.com. Then, you select if you need generic Viagra or Cialis, the quantity you need, I'll pick 9, and the dosage. I'll pick 100 milligram, thank you very much, and then their system will see if you qualify. Give it a second to find the best deals, and boom. Look at that. 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7. 9 tablets of 20 milligram Cialis are the same price. The prescription and shipping are free. Scan the QR code to go to buyfridayplans.com and see for yourself.
Before you buy generic Viagra, see how you can get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7. Prescription and shipping are free. Claim now at buyfridayplans.com. All you need to do is answer a few medical questions. A doctor reviews your answers and prescribes you online for free. If appropriate, the prescription and shipping are free. You heard it right. 9 tablets for just $7. It's buyfridayplans.com. Once again, 9 tablets for just $7. It's buyfridayplans.com.
I like winning on the field, but it's even more fun winning on Deal Dash.
Lori won $2,000 Tiffany earrings for just $1, and Joseph won an iPad for just $6. There's millions of fast auctions. So try today at DealDash.com for $50 of free credit and your first win guaranteed.
The eye test. It used to be all hockey fans had to analyze the game's biggest stars to see the difference in McDavid's speed, Ovechkin's shot, or Bedard's impact on the ice. But thanks to NHL Edge, fans get access to advanced stats through puck and player tracking, using millions of data points to compare players' speed, power, and impact. See for yourself at NHL.com/edge.
This offseason, relive recent All-Star weekends, your favorite outdoor spectacles, and classic moments that remind us of the greatness of our game. Saturday hockey highlights this offseason on NHL Network.
With the final pick in the 6th round of the 2026 NHL Draft, with the 192nd.
All right, welcome back to round number 6. One pick left. We did have a trade alert during the commercial break, and it was a big one as the Hurricanes and Ducks have made a deal, and the big part of that deal is Carolina has traded for the rights to John Carlson. Wow. All right, what do you guys make of that move? That's, I guess, why it took so long, but now they have the negotiating rights to John Carlson right now in Carolina.
Yeah, well, this is why you keep trading back, because you acquire the type of picks that allow you to do this sort of thing. I thought Carlson might be interested in going back to Washington.
Well, the thing about it, though, guys, at $11 million, I'm just trying to update it with some of our partners at Puckpedia. Right now, Carolina has $11.1 million of cap space to work with, and without going through their entire depth chart, I'll try and do that before we're done here in a couple minutes, but or long before we're done. Are we almost done?
I think we're getting there. Yeah, round 7. But we're going down back to the fireplace. CJ Raddick will stay in the state of California, not Anaheim. We'll hang in there. Team with the LA Kings. Go ahead, Geach.
Thank you very much, JMO, and really excited to be joined now by the general manager of the Los Angeles Kings, Kenny Holland, from the Situation Room out west. And Kenny, first things first, tell me about what you liked about Hermansson, the Swedish kid you picked in the first round yesterday.
Our scouts really like his skill. You know, winger, was one of the leading scorers, or the leading scorer at the U18 tournament. Played very well in the Allsvenskan league, which is a men's pro league, the second league down. You know, plays his off wing, so we think in a few years here he'll be scoring goals in LA.
How about just all the movement that has gone on over the last several days? I'm sure you've been on the phone quite a bit. It seems like this league is changing.
Yeah, I think it's changing big time, obviously, as you see all the things that transpired and all the rumors. You know, I think that, you know, obviously we did a deal with our young defenseman, Brant Clark, you know, a 5-year deal, which we're excited to get him signed up. But when the cap's going up about $10 million every year, $8 to $10 million every year, it's getting harder and harder to sign players up, I think, for 7 and 8 years when they're 23 and 24 years of age. You know, that appears to be more for the players that are 30 years of age. So the league's changing and evolving, and you've got to stay with the times.
Kenny, let me ask you about the situation there with Drew Doughty. Elliot Friedman was on earlier talking about the decision you guys are making moving forward. Give us your direct thought on where you guys are at with Doughty. He's got 1 year left on his contract. Obviously, he's been a franchise icon, but these are delicate situations. Where are you guys out as you move forward with Drew?
Well, I mean, I've been fortunate to work with lots of Hall of Famers, you know, as they get into their mid and upper 30s in my time in Detroit, and lots of them did 1 year deals. You know, and Nick Lidstrom, Chris Chelios, near the end of their contracts, as an example, Dominic Hasek. So I met with, recently I met with Drew and talked about that. You know, I want to make sure that he's paid fairly, and you know, he had a really good year for this year, played his way onto the Canadian Olympic team in the playoffs. I think he was our defenseman that played most minutes, so he's still got a lot of game. You know, he wants to be here. He doesn't have any desire to go anywhere else. So I think it made good sense for us and him. Let's wait till somewhere, you know, later next year, at the end of the year, we can sit down and talk and see what's fair for him going forward.
Kenny, July 1st, right around the corner. The LA Kings have been active. You guys have made some moves. You brought Panarin in at the late last season at the trade deadline, or actually before the deadline. What are the plans? Or do you figure you're going to be in the mix to try to add a few more pieces?
Well, obviously, we'd like to do something down the middle, EJ. You know, with the loss of Kopitar down the middle, it's a massive loss for us. So we'd like to, you know, add a centerman. You know, excited to get Fiala back. You know, big loss for us when we lost him when he got injured at the Olympics. You know, so excited to see Fiala, Kempe, you know, Panarin, you know, all on the same team. Byfield another year older. But certainly we need to do something down the middle. I've had some talks with Lawton, who's an unrestricted free agent. You know, we're not near a deal, but I'll talk to his agent here in the next couple of days. But certainly we got to do something down the middle.
All right, Kenny, thanks so much for the time today. We really appreciate it, as always, and good luck with the Kings moving forward.
Thanks, EJ.
All right, J-Mo.
All right, Each. Yep, appreciate it. Thank you very much from his cozy confines down there at the fireplace. The final pick of round number 6, Books. I want to go back and talk about Noah Koss Kosick, a centerman, 6 foot, 160 out of the WHL in Seattle. Anaheim takes him. Why do they like him so much?
Sneaky. See, I had this guy 61 on my draft. Wow. 61. Right. That might have been a little rich, but I was stepping up on him. What do I love about him? Character, drive, enthusiasm. He's not the biggest guy. Don't worry about it. He's in the fight. Hockey IQ, skating, shot, you see it there. Defensive zone and physicality. He doesn't run people over, but he's biting away at you, as I've discussed with some of these other prospects. I think he's just starting to hit his stride offensively in the Western Hockey League. Look at him, guys. He takes it to the paint. Like, he isn't a guy that's just going to sit around on the outside and wait for things to happen. He pushes them off with some speed, and good things happen. So I like this pick a lot. I think it's well worth the risk.
Mike Kelly, what do you like about Noah Kosick?
I agree. I like it a lot. We had him ranked 109th overall. So, again, value here by the way that we see it. And same idea, right? Like, he was top 35 in the Canadian Hockey League in offensive zone puck possession. So as he gets a little bigger in terms of strength, I think with his playmaking skills, and he's a pass-first center, he's got great playmaking skills. Get a little bigger on the physical side, not going to get pushed off pucks, and you can have a guy who can step in, maybe be a third-line player for you.
All right, Kels, thank you very much. Jasper Kuda, Dallas, 197, Sammy.
You know, the Dallas Stars, Joe McDonnell, their staff there, they find sneaky way to do things. This guy's a late 06 birthday and comes over from HIFK in Finland to play for the Ottawa 67s. Puts up 32 goals, a point per game, and he ends up making Finland's World Junior team and is their first power play guy. This guy can absolutely rip the puck. He's defensively responsible, not the most physical guy, but has that size, decent skater. I like the fact that you look at him and you think about development down the road with some success already in his back pocket.
And going to college, going to UMass, so he's got some time on his side.
How about a pick number 199, the Winnipeg Jets, taking Noah Tuamu, a defenseman out of Edmonton, the WHL. He is the first player of Samoan descent ever drafted to the NHL. So making some history today. Congrats to him. His dad, Ed, played in the NFL. His son, Alofa, trying to do the same in the National Hockey League. But again, here we are, round 7, and making a little hockey history here. So congrats to him. What a moment it is for him and his heritage.
Oh, you got to love it here. Really good program with the Edmonton Oil Kings. The guy, he's got some size there, but more importantly, just to speak to the international lean to the game and where we are right now, awesome stuff.
Defensive defenseman, plays a hard game in all 3 zones, moves well for his size, 6'2", 228, so he's certainly got some size to him. And if he moves well, get off the train tracks when he's coming through. Sir. That's for sure. All right, at 201, San Jose, Alexander Karmanov. The San Jose Sharks selecting him with their pick here. And you want to talk about size. Sorry, Sammy, not 6'7", 7'1".
That's right.
7'1", 272.
There's another record.
Oh, my goodness.
History today.
You can go dunk on him right now.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff there, right? Like, that's really neat to think that a guy playing in North Bay that's that size, first of all, chose the game of hockey. Second of all, is pretty good at it. So, again, you're looking at reach. You're looking at all the things, PK, Douglas, I saw him in the summer at a charity event. He's a 6'9", but to be bigger than that, I mean...
He's 4 inches bigger than Chara.
That's crazy.
Taller.
Yeah.
And how about this? He's from Moldova. No player born in Moldova has ever been drafted. So we got 7-1. We've got Moldova. It's all happening here in round 7.
Wow, really
pretty cool
really
stuff.
Cool stuff.
So Alexander Karmanov, the San Jose Sharks. What a weekend the Sharks have had. I know EJ talked to Mike Greer earlier, but just you talk about those 3 picks in round number 1, and here we are in round 7. I mean, if you're San Jose, if you're a Sharks fan, and there have been a few here in KeyBank Center in Buffalo, you have to be thrilled with the direction that this organization is heading in quickly right now.
That team is going to be a problem for years to come. So for me, Montreal Canadiens in the East, San Jose Sharks, and Anaheim Ducks in the West. Like, Anaheim's there now, San Jose's on the come seat. But look at that. The first 3 picks, even with Nolan, like Nolan could end up being an NHL goalie, like a 1 or a 2. They had a fabulous day. 2 days.
Yeah, Colin Fitzgerald, he gets picked by the St. Louis Blues. He is a Blues type of player. Interesting guy. He grew up playing in Peterborough. The family was there, played in the junior, in the minor hockey ranks there, and then gets selected 3rd overall by the Peterborough Petes. So you have all kinds of pressure being picked that high to play in your hometown. Didn't quite work out. They moved him to Sault Ste. Marie. They had a talk with him. They wanted to let him know what his expectations are. Had a chance to spend a bit of time with him at the Combine, and I think he realizes now that, especially right here with that pick at 203, he's going to get an opportunity now to get a new life, to have new inspiration, new motivation, get back to Sault Ste. Marie next year, go to work, and become the player that you made your reputation with while you were in minor hockey.
All right, you can see Colin Fitzgerald putting on the Blues hat and the sweater there. Tony, how about William Tomko? His mom takes a picture of Colin Fitzgerald, but Tomko out of the USHL, Sioux City, a centerman, only player in USHL this year with 50 or more points and 90 or more PIMs, so a little bit of everything in his
60
game.
points, 115 PIMs, but he was passed over in the draft last year, didn't get discouraged, went back, had a great year at Sioux City. He's going to Ohio State. He's always open. This kid finds a way to get open. He's smart, and he's easy to play with. His line mates and teammates want to be on the ice with them because he knows how to play the game.
So William Tomko taken by Seattle. Robert Cowan just selected by the New York Islanders at 205. So halfway there, halfway home here in round number 7. Let's see. Is Carolina picking here? No, we're good for the rest of round 7, it seems like.
That's great.
That was a big trade for them.
It was. Yeah, they had to take some time. And again, that trade resulting in John Carlson's rights being traded to Carolina. So they have the negotiating window right now between now and July 1. Philip Novak just selected by Columbus at 206. Yep. Everybody's getting tired here in Buffalo. Quick timeout, then we're back to finish off round 7.
Relive these past playoffs one series at a time. All the intensity.
What a brilliant play.
All the big goals.
Overtime winner.
All of one series.
Sparkling save.
All in a row. Series in a day. On NHL Network Daytime.
That should hold it for now. What should we do?
I know what to do.
You do?
I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
You're my hero.
Saving the day is easy with CashNet USA.
When you need money fast, be the hero. Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need now.
Time to sell the car.
All right.
Whoa. Okay. Mileage. Check. Accident-free, baby. Easy peasy. So, family, I just sold the car to Carvana.
Sell your car today on Carvana.
Presenting the greatest hits from nuts.com. The freshest nuts, the juiciest dried fruit, the creamiest chocolates, the crunchiest snacks. Whatever snack you crave, taste the greatest hits from nuts.com. Order now and get 20% off plus free shipping.
For years, Debbie always hid her smile. But now, with her new teeth from Affordable Dentures and Implants, she beams with the power of 1,000 suns. Affordable Dentures and Implants. That's what we do.
You certain you can dry those pants?
Please.
You 4imprint certain?
Yeah.
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4imprint. Wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by visiting 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain.
The Carolina Hurricanes, your 2026 Stanley Cup champions.
the official collection, available now at NHL Shop, a Fanatics experience.
You know these players, maybe even seen their highlights. Now you can see the full games that defined the careers of some of hockey's greatest.
There's been so many great moments.
Superstar Summer Tuesdays on NHL Network Daytime.
Which Novak is it?
Welcome back to Buffalo here, middle of round 7. And normally you go to commercial break in round 7 and a bunch of names have come off, but nobody was selected in the commercials, so you are up to speed. Philip Novak was the latest selection at 206 by the Columbus Blue Jackets. And Book, so we've got a trade with a left winger from Sparta Junior in the Czech Junior League. Let's listen to the trade.
The Red Wings have traded pick number 207 in the 2026 NHL draft to the Vegas Golden Knights in exchange for Vegas's own 7th round pick in the 2027 NHL draft. As a result of this transaction, Vegas is now on the clock.
Golden Knights now selecting here at 207. Detroit moving to round 7 in 2027.
Didn't you do this with Uyghur?
We did.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
I know. We did it a lot. Like, we were on it. We were ready to go right away, and we made it happen. And it was, but this is, all joking aside, guys, you call a team. We called Burge in Montreal at the time. I've told this story 100 times. It never gets boring for me. I hope it doesn't get boring for you. But, yeah, we called Burge. We said, do you have a 7th rounder that you like? And Dale called him, and he said, no, my list is kind of run dry. What do you got? And we said, well, we're not sure we're going to take a flyer on a guy here, but we'll give you our 7th next year. You give us yours right now. And he goes, okay, no problem. And take my 7th. We get the Montreal Canadiens 7th round pick, 5th last in the draft, and we were sitting on Mackenzie Weegar the whole time. And we got Mackenzie Weegar, and the rest is history. Now, Paul Gallagher out in Halifax, he knew this guy. That's when your regional guys are so important, because he's like, yeah, we can wait. Yeah, and we're getting nervous. By that time, we're going to lose him. And we got him, and hey, good on Mackenzie. He's had a heck of a career. Yeah. We gave him an opportunity. We've talked about this, Tony. Yeah. Opportunity is given. It's what the work starts. You put in the work, good things will happen.
With the 15th
you talked about some of the gems that you can find late in these drafts, right? Joe Pavelski.
In the 2026
some goalies,
draft,
Henrik Lundqvist, whatnot. I mean,
Pekka Rinne was drafted in the 9th round, guys. 9th round.
Some of them, Marty St. Louis was never drafted.
There you go.
Luke Robitaille, 12th round or something crazy.
It's crazy.
All right. Well, from Pekka Rinne to Noel Pakarinen, how about the Golden Knights jumping up to take him? Books.
Noel Pakarinen, 6'2", 200-pound left winger. Played in Kiko Espoo. Espoo is just outside of Helsinki. It's just a little tram ride to get over there. Minor league recall for me, big, strong, two-way forward, secondary offense. He's a guy that will fill a role in your organization, and if he maximizes, he might be a recall guy to provide some insulation at the bottom of your lineup.
From the USA.
All right, Logan Stewart.
Some family ties right there.
Yeah, the Bloodlines theme continues. Another NTDP player, Tony.
Yeah, Brad Stewart's son.
And the Los Angeles
he has a little feistiness to him, too. This guy got a lot of scoring chances for not having great numbers. Every time I saw him play, he's on a breakaway. Somehow he is open and he finds these scoring chances. So we're going to see him chip in a couple goals there, but, man, he had to have a lot of chances to get them. So if he ever gets a little bit of finish around that net, it's going to help him. He's going to go play juniors next year. He's going to end up at Denver with David Carl. So he's got a chance. He's got a chance. And his dad, let's not discredit what his dad, 1,000+ games in the NHL, did a heck of a job in his career. And there he is right there.
Where was that?
With the San Jose.
Here.
Yeah.
Right here in Buffalo. And he landed in San Jose, and I was there to greet him because I was a Shark at that time. So
look at Berkey looking a wee bit young.
Preston.
Look at Dean Lombardi.
Wow.
He's really happy to be on stage right there, I think.
Look at the tie.
Yeah. Great.
How about that, though? You talk about a family coming full circle. Dad drafted in this city back in 1998, 3rd overall, and now the youngster Logan Stewart drafted in this city as well, the same city as his father. You talk about stories to tell for a lifetime. They'll certainly have those in their back pocket.
He'll be playing with his brother Jake as well when they do get to Denver.
With the 18th selection in the 7th round, the Anaheim Ducks have selected James Reber from Waterloo in the United States Hockey League.
James Reber for the Anaheim Ducks, staying in California. Tobias Preston also going to the LA Kings there at 209. Preston, a right winger, played in the Swedish Junior League this past season, 6'2", 195. He's taken 209 overall. Reber, a defenseman, 6'2", 176 from Waterloo in the USHL.
The eyes are a little. That's not Justin Bieber.
It's close.
Okay. Just check.
It's getting late. You can say whatever you want. Yeah, the Biebs was here yesterday. Now the Reeves is here today.
Started the draft off yesterday.
I love it.
The Reeves and now the Reeves.
Reber's a Miami commit, and Miami of Ohio, they're on the uptick, guys. After a couple of down years there, they've rebounded nicely. Obviously, Morozov went yesterday high in the draft, and we'll see where that goes. He's going to a good program.
Utah on the clock. Past the halfway point here of round number 7.
Round,
let's listen.
211th overall pick in the 2026 NHL Draft. The Utah Mammoth has selected Artem Prima from Mino in the North American Hockey League.
I'm going to say he's bigger than 6'2". Just guess.
The next
North
selection
American
belongs to the Edmonton Oilers.
Artem Prima to the Utah Mammoth with their selection here in round number 7.
With the 20th selection in the 7th round.
Now the names are coming.
The Edmonton Oilers have selected Ryan Cameron from the Cedar Rapids in the United States Hockey League. The next selection belongs to the Philadelphia Flyers.
Prima listed at 6 feet 178 out of Minot in the NAHL, the NAHL.
We're going to have to talk to Bill Armstrong about that. You know, and I say that in all seriousness. Going into the draft yesterday, their last 40 picks had been 6'2". 32 of their last 40 picks have been 6'2" or taller. One of the guys under 6'2" was Logan Cooley. He's a pretty good player.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. He's a star on the verge of stardom for sure. So they definitely have a player profile. Went off the board a little bit there, but hey, we got a trade.
No, that's what we need.
We do have a trade to announce unrelated to this upcoming pick. The Montreal Canadiens have traded pick 223 in the 2026 draft to the Los Angeles Kings in exchange for LA's own 7th round pick in the 2027 NHL draft.
That's McKenzie.
That fan loves it.
Yes, that's
with respect
very
to this
Bukala-like.
So that'll be coming up later on
Flyers,
in this round. 223 now going to the LA Kings.
Number 21 in round 7 has picked Max Latikainen from Espoo in the Finnish Junior League.
So Max Latikainen for the Flyers, but Ryan Cameron, another goalie. We're
Next
up to 29 goaltenders
Colorado
now.
Avalanche.
6'2", 183, Cedar Rapids, USHL. So Edmonton going after Ryan Cameron, a netminder.
So you talk about the goaltending position, guys, and for the most part, for a lot of teams now, it's a 2-goalie set, right? Like you're going to play 50, 30, somewhere in that range. But what has also become really important is that guy who's your first guy in the American League, who is waiver exempt that you can move up and down, who at some point, like a Devin Cooley, finds his way to a team where he becomes a backup guy and then starts to make a little money, a Brandon Bussey type of guy. And so the depth that you have at your goaltending position, it's super important. I think about the Toronto Maple Leafs. They acquired Urson from Philadelphia. They flipped him over to Ottawa. So they have Hill to be there, who you can't send back down. Akhtyamov, we talked about Artie and the success he had winning a Calder Cup for the Marlies. And then, of course, you've got Anthony Stolarz there. But Anthony Stolarz is a guy who hasn't proven to be able to be healthy for an entire year. So now you're bumping Hill to be up into that role. And now should anything happen there, you got Akhtyamov who comes up. Now what's happening with the Marlies? So you have to consider about that progression and the succession of goalies as it moves down the road.
All right, well, we wait on more picks here. We go back downstairs to the draft floor to Elliot Friedman. Elliot, the Hurricanes making us wait there a while towards the end of round 6, but for good reason, trading the rights to, or for, I should say, John Carlson. What more can you tell us about that scenario?
Well, first of all, you're right, Jameson. The fans were booing the Hurricanes for taking so long to make that pick. Then they were excited and shocked when they heard what it was. So they now have the rights to John Carlson, the Stanley Cup champion in Washington, who was traded to Anaheim on the morning of the trade deadline this year. They are going to try to sign him. Now, Carlson, it was believed his preference was to come back east. There was a lot of talk over the past few weeks that Tampa was kind of the favorite to get him, but the Hurricanes have the opportunity now. I do think that Anaheim tried to sign him. Nobody has confirmed this, but the ask was believed to be somewhere around $9 million. So we'll see. Like, is that a West Coast to stay and there's a little bit less for the East, or is that just the market value? So we'll see where it goes. But right now, until July 1st, unless they trade his rights for something else, the Hurricanes have John Carlson at their attention to try to extend him.
All right, Elliot, appreciate the information. So the Hurricanes, so to speak, on the clock. They don't have any more picks in round 7. That's good news for us. So we don't have to wait as long. But you're right. Yeah. Speaking of defensemen, Andre Rummel just selected a 6'1", 171 defenseman out of Ottawa in the OHL semi.
You like to see progression here. He's a 6-foot guy, scored 10 goals this year, so pretty good for OHL rookie defenseman, and then able to produce some points at the World Under 18. So a guy who you see has moved along from the start of the year to the end of the year.
Next selection belongs to the Boston Bruins.
And again, a little bit more of a project piece for me. When I've watched him on a couple of occasions this year, you see some flashes where he's able to transport the puck. You see he's aggressive and stepping up to be able to score from the point. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, but a little bit more of a project pick for me.
I'd just like to go back to the Philly pick real briefly here, guys. Max Ladikainen from Finland. So he played at the U18 Worlds for the Finns. He's a 5'11", almost 6 foot, 185 pound, two-way transitional defenseman. His offense, it looks like he's got another level to go to. He's 1 day removed from being in next year's draft. 1 day. Now it could be nothing, it could be something, because if he had a whole extra year, what does that offense look like? He skates, he moves the pucks, he can manage the puck on the power play. He's got all this, and he's exceptionally young. So that's kind of a sneaky late-round pick that LG and I will revisit down the line.
Nice, I like it.
Alexander Raymond, another goaltender.
And Josh, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
How about Alexander Raymond, another goalie by the Colorado Avalanche here. So they take Raymond at 215, and that officially sets a new high water mark here for goaltenders selected in a 7-round format for the NHL draft. We've hit that mark today with Raymond at 30. Wow.
Think about it this way. We're almost up to a whole round of goalies. Imagine if we would have come here this weekend and said, it's going to be 6 rounds of players, but we got to set outside a whole round just for goalies.
Why do you think that is? Why is that? I mean, you see the trend in the NHL kind of going away from the big ticket one guy to more of a 1A, 1B, or 1A type situation, hybrid model here in the National Hockey League. Are we seeing that with the draft model now?
We talked a little bit about that, like in terms of having your succession guys, but I also think, like, when you look at the signing period for the CHL growing to 4 years, you have the opportunity to cook these guys a little more, and so you would expect more picks to happen in that regard, and I think that's also part of it. I mean, now you got your 4 years that you want your goalie to play in the CHL, maybe another 4 more. Getting into the college ranks, and then maybe signing a guy as a free agent, or understanding that window can extend to 2 different places now.
Great point. Thinking about that, there's another net that your prospects can play in for a longer period of time.
And that's really important because they need games, right? Like, you have to have games, and at the pro level, there's sometimes not enough games. There's debate about whether or not the East Coast Hockey League, if you want guys down there for an extended period of time, that becomes debatable, but at the end of the day, you just need to get miles.
Well, how about the record already being broken? We're up to 31 now with Louis-Antoine Deneau. He's the 31st goaltender selected in this year's NHL draft. A goalie out of Quebec in the Q, 6'8", 210, was passed over in last year's draft. He attended the Florida Panthers development camp in last July. So what is it about that, Boogs, when a guy maybe doesn't get selected, yet a team invites him to dev camp?
So, interestingly enough, if they were going to invite him back to dev camp this year and they were getting sort of lukewarm, I've got other options. Yes, maybe not. No problem. I'll just draft you in the 7th round because we like you that much anyways. That eliminates another team. You know who did this to me on the floor years ago?
Who?
Our colleague Mike Futa.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he invited... The player escapes you right now. I could go down and ask Joe Resnick, the agent, because it was his client. But we were sitting there. We were going to invite him to our dev camp in Florida. And Fuchs ended up stepping up and drafting him in the 7th round right in front of me instead because he knew he was coming to my camp.
Yeah, it is a pretty interesting strategy, and you can do that with these late round picks and just say, well, we're going to invite him to dev camp. There's 8 or 10 picks left. We don't really have anyone on our list we're super excited about. Okay, we'll take the guy so we guarantee he's coming to our development camp. You know, we talked about that signing window, the changes in the CHL, over 100 players taken from there now. That hasn't happened in 13 or 14 years, and that's a big part of it because if you're taking a guy this late, he's playing in the CHL, and you're worried about where he might end up going, well, you now have 4 years to sort of figure it out rather than 2, and then maybe not sign him at all. So it is helpful. It's even across the board now. We'll see how this continues to play out in drafts in the future.
All right, well, the board's starting to fill up here. Max Wieland at 218 to the Tampa Bay Lightning. He is a defenseman from Sweden, played in Moncton in the QMJHL. And then Mikhail Cherepanov, a defenseman as well, 6'1", 188, played for New Hampshire in the NAHL. So Winnipeg, John Parsons going at 220.
Goalie?
Not yet. I'm not sure. Oh, how about that? John Parsons still here, and there he is.
See that.
That's a pretty cool moment, right? You stick around and
wait around.
You get to see
my goodness.
Belongs to the Montreal Canadiens.
The fruits of your labor here pay off, and that smile says it all.
That's cool.
Another goalie, Tony. We're up to what, 32 now?
Yeah, at 32 or 33. Yep, 32 it is.
6'3", 194. Played at Providence College for Nate Lehman and the Friars.
It's interesting. He took advantage of his opportunity there, guys. He didn't have the net. And then when he did win the net, he went on a nice run in a segment at 7 wins and 1 loss and a 923 save percentage. 6'4", 195.
Of the United States
late bloomer.
Can we get a jersey for him?
For his jersey.
Can we get him a sweater?
Let's get the Winnipegs down there to get him a jersey. You waited all this time. But you know what? This is a cool story. Like, he got an opportunity. And you know what you were talking about earlier, Tony? Like, people are watching, right? So he had a chance. He was riding the pine. Then he gets his chance. He wins the net. He does exceptionally well. He had a chance, and he impressed.
Yeah, and he spent, after the development program, he went 1 year, played USHL.
With the 30th
to buy himself some time, goes to Providence, be patient there, gets in the net, gets to play half the season, and does a really good job at the college level.
Well, he was patient there and well-deserved wait, because now he gets to don the Winnipeg Jets sweater for the first time in his life. Pretty cool moment for him. John Parsons. How about John Samuel Dignot, from the USHL, Tony, out of Muskegon, compares his playing style to Carolina's Jacob Slavin. Dignot's Billup family, now also billeted Slavin's younger brothers. So kind of a nice tie-in there.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, again, late pick, but a guy that has not really polished his skills up, but going to play in the USHL, like you said, at Muskegon. He's going to have an opportunity now to have an NHL little tag next to his name and all the programs. And be in a development camp.
I love it. Get on all the apps. Make sure you're doing your work.
How about Quinn McKenzie, Fuchs?
Love
Jersey Devils, 222.
I love this kid. Sault Ste. Marie Greyhound, undersized, pain in the rear end, produces offense. I have him as a recall for it because, you know what? That's probably what he's going to be for now, but given his energy and his high-end compete, I'm not going to sit on that. I think that he could be a bottom 6 guy at times. Boy, does he work. You notice him.
How about Lucas Ambrosio here, a defenseman from Erie in the OHL, named the Academic Player of the Month in October. He excelled in sports analytics, earning a 92.6 average in that class. So, tell you what, he's good on the ice, but yeah, he is a big boy at 6'4", 194. Out of Erie in the OHL. Pretty cool moment for him. Penultimate pick here in the 2026 NHL draft. And he sticks around, and what a moment. Certainly worth it to make that walk up to the stage.
And that's the pick that the Kings traded for.
That's right.
I think it's his old buddy, Matthew Schaefer. They went suit shopping together. We had Schaefer on our show at Sportsnet yesterday, man. What a treat.
2026 NHL draft. The Montreal Canadiens have selected Tyler Dekas from Waterloo of the United States Hockey League.
All right, so the final pick in this year's draft is Tyler
the 2026
Dekos
Upper Deck
at
NHL Draft.
224.
Thank you, everyone, for coming, and please arrive home
We're going to take a
safely.
timeout here from the NHL Draft in Western New York. Quick timeout. We'll put a bow on everything you've seen through rounds 1 through 7 over the last 2 days.
Been hoisted, but the season isn't quite over yet. Stay tuned to NHL Tonight for the latest on the draft, awards, trades, and the official opening of free agency. NHL Tonight on NHL Network.
What would you pay for an iPad Pro? I only paid $42 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auction since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. And this smart charcoal grill sold for $16. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Deals like these and many more happen in the thousands of daily auctions on DealDash.com. All auctions start at $0. And remember, everything must go.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And you get a 90-day money-back guarantee with your first purchase.
This brand new iPhone sold for less than $42. And this DJI drone sold for less than $21.
And I got it for $16 on DealDash.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
There are auctions going on right now. So what are you waiting for?
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Big things don't get built overnight, and they don't get built alone. They take an investment banking partner who thinks ahead, works through challenges, and delivers every step of the way. At Mizuho, potential gets the partner it deserves.
3, 2.
Mizuho Americas, a name worth knowing.
The Carolina Hurricanes, your 2026 Stanley Cup champions. The official collection, available now at NHL Shop, a Fanatics experience.
Which club will make the biggest splash when the market opens? See who goes where when the bell rings on free agent signing day.
I expect he can be a really helpful player for them.
Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network.
Welcome to the NHL Draft here in Buffalo. 191 picks on this Saturday, and rounds 2 through 7 officially in the books. So another great weekend at the NHL Draft, specifically here in Buffalo. The fans showing up and showing out in a big way, and a lot of these prospects hearing their names called, the pinnacle of their hockey careers, which, as we said earlier, it's a journey to get to this point, but the journey to the next part of their career starts right now. All right, let's check in one final time with our insider, Elliot Friedman, down on the draft floor. And Elliot, now that the draft is over, what are some key things that we in the hockey world should be looking forward to between now and July 1 free agency?
Well, generally that is the next biggest date is July 1st, but this year free agency isn't really as big a deal, Jameson, because a lot of the key guys are already gone. Alex Tuch was probably the number 1 free agent. He's in Washington, signed there. Charlie Cole was probably number 2, and he stayed in Columbus. So a lot of the top free agents, that won't be the big conversation. The big conversation is going to be trades. Number 1 on the list, Zach Werenski. Columbus with a big decision to make here. Werenski informing them that he can't guarantee that he will extend when he's first eligible next summer or in 2 years from now when his contract is up. So Columbus has to decide what they want to do. There was a ton of interest. We mentioned Dallas and Philadelphia earlier. I think there's going to be, basically who wouldn't be interested? I think San Jose, Toronto, I don't know if right now he thinks those teams are close enough to winning that he'd want to necessarily go, but I think that all these teams are going to make their pitches and they're going to hear what Columbus has to say. And the way I understand this is going to work right now is that Werenski is not given a list of teams. Columbus can make a deal and then go to Werenski and see how he feels about the situation. So I think that process is how it's going to work. But acquiring teams could also be taking a risk because they could get him not knowing if he's willing to extend. I don't think people are going to worry too much about that. I think they're going to look at this talent and they're going to say, we'll take our chances. And then from there, there's other names. There's Dylan Larkin. There's Jason Robertson. There are so many players out there right now with such incredible talent. Connor Hellebuck, who many of us thought was going to be dealt yesterday to Buffalo, didn't happen. Now we'll see where this is all going to go. But even more than free agency, Jameson, that's going to be the question over the next few days, is what happens on the trade market, because there are big names available and their teams want big prices for good reason.
All right, Elliot, keep that phone on standby. Werenski, Larkin, Robertson, Hellebuck. The landscape in the NHL is changing and changing quickly. Books, rounds 2 through 7, what were the ideas coming in and how did they kind of play out now that we've got everything in the rear view?
Well, the ideas coming in for me was volume picks for certain teams that had a lot. The most fascinating thing occurred early in the second round. That's when Marcus Ruck went to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Oh, yeah.
Everything just kind of fell into place there for the Ruck family, and good on them. Very happy moment. I know Mom, who cried her way through a lot of features before the draft even happened, is very, very happy. So that was a pretty cool story.
And you said another Ruck on the way. What, the Ruck down the road maybe?
Yeah.
Sammy, what are some final thoughts from you about this day 2?
Couple different things. Older, you're seeing players now that have gone through the draft once and sometimes twice, even 3 times. You're getting an opportunity to be drafted here. Size, that's always going to play a factor. Compete, and a lot of goalies.
Tony?
Well, for me, it's Josh and being coming down to our set and finding a fan like that, the enthusiasm. But that's what our fans of our game and why it's so special. Because there's fans like Josh all over the place that this game means a lot to, and to have him be on set and to share a few little stories with us, that was my highlight of the day today.
Well said. We don't know where the draft is next year, but maybe Josh will be a part of the panel. He was that good. Josh with his notepad there, breaking down all the Leafs picks, and we hope you enjoy the 2026 draft from Buffalo. See you next time.
Welcome to beautiful Buffalo for the 2026 NHL Draft. Round 1 tonight here on ESPN. Round 2 through 7 tomorrow. That's Wyatt Cullen. He's played for the Minnesota Golden Gophers this year. Will he crack the top 10? Chase Reed, the likely first defenseman, chosen tonight. Will he go to Buffalo? And there's last year's first overall pick. On the right, Matthew Schaefer talking to this year's likely first overall pick, Gavin McKenna. I feel a draft.
With the first overall selection.
With the first pick overall.
With the first pick. With the first overall selection.
Austin Matthews.
Jack Hughes.
Connor Bedard.
Matthew Schaefer.
This is where it all starts at the NHL Draft.